Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, no, it's alright. I just sit here and wait. Sit here and fucking wait for the fun to begin. I got one. Woohoo, party people, got one. Woo! Oh, they left. My fucking deal anyway. Oh, while you do that, I got auctions to watch. Got shit to do and places to go. Oh, no, 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 no. Anyone? Oh, there's somebody. Is the fucking offer? Want anybody say something, start a topic, something? Anybody? You're not gonna say nothing? What are you doing? Yeah, I know I'm late. I'm always late. I'm late to fucking dinner. How about you? Oh, you come on. You got headphones. You got time before you gotta go. Oh. Anyway, you can come over here and say stuff. I gotta read shit. I got an auction to watch. I'm broke. Penny I get. Otherwise, I'll be like fucking A Balance behind the dumpster sucking dick for fucking Anunnaki Bitcoin or whatever the fuck you got going on. Anunnaki Bitcoin. I know. Maybe News Now Houston will show up. We'll have a big fight over Chile. One side will take that he's awesome, and the other one will take that he's a goofball. I don't know who that is, but we'll figure something out. Or I can let Rick Bogart the show if he wants to. I just gotta go for a short time so I can. deal with the dumb shit I got going on. Okay, we got some sort of alert. See, what does that say? I'm cooking myself something to eat before work. Okay, well then fuck you then. I don't know what to say because nobody's saying nothing. Oh, still nobody's saying nothing, damn it. Right? Anybody? My shit always starts out dumb like this. You get any work done on that? Yeah, kind of, sort of. My problems are. And all move undesirable accommodation in the east. It was a joke. It was a long play out. That's because I don't have the greatest reception. I'm on a hot spot. I'm on a hot spot, and the hot spot only works as good. Roboting. I'm not roboting. Well, you know what? To fix that, there, I fixed it. I just turned the fucking YouTube completely off. That might help. That may help. Come on. Hopefully, I don't have to pay $1 million for this motherfucker. I'm still roboting? No. Okay, that's old. Come on. Some of you want to come in. I know they do. Yeah, I got turned off the YouTube. I only got the StreamYards window open. The StreamYards window is open. $40 and 50 seconds. I'm up at 114.50. Snap on those half-inch to drive to standard handle flex head ratchet because let's keep by it. I mean, it's all right for house shit, but it's not something you could fucking make a living off of. That's why good tools like Snap-on and Heckler and Koch weapons, all kinds of other shit, it's expensive because it's a tool of a professional. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to make your money back on it anyway. Fuck, if you're a hitman that can afford, say, a HK pistol and a high end like Gentek fucking silencer or something to take out some motherfucker, that'd probably only run you around $5,000-6,000. And if you're that kind of fucking hitman, you're getting paid a way lot more than that. So, like I said, you make your money back on your tool. What? All shaky, but no, actually, I think one of them was Truth Virus 16. He lost his one of those. I think he never said anything, but he knows who the fuck I am. Fuck yeah, CNN, propaganda, and Coop Anyone else want to say nothing? I don't really have anything to talk about, really. I think we pretty much got some sort of understanding, ceasefire amongst the different tribal areas there in the Pashtun region of Pakistan. You know, where the arms trade is king. The tribal areas. If I had the fucking balls to get there, I know I could really get a nice German naval Luger. Sing its song. Well, I need fucking Jason Godet for that shit. The only one that ever told me, "Oh, I like the way you sing." Well, not the way I sing, but the I could actually carry the lyrics and shit. I was Jeff, but you know how that fucking turned out. If I could give you a visual Imagine, go back in the Wayback Machine to like, I think what, 1986, the Falkland Islands, and Argentines, the General Belgrano. Picture that. Would she take a anti-ship missile? In fact, it was funny that came into play. Italy and well, Europe period wanted this guy named Prica. He was one of the war criminal guys there living in Argentina. And Argentina says, okay, we'll hand him over, but you got to give us Margaret Thatcher for her ordering the sinking of that Argentine ship outside the zone of conflict. And Britain said, nah, that's all right. You can keep him. That's mighty white of the Queen, right? Let Nazi war criminals that murder people go so her Nazi war criminals that murder people can stay safe at home there in Buckingham Palace. Not the who's that fucking guy from South America? Not Batista. Juan Perón? No, not Juan Perón. That's Eva Perón. The other guy from like the 70s. Fuck, I can't remember. It's not important. Do some impressions. Gary, even though you're fucking dead, you're a scumbag. You're a nigga. I hate you, Gary. You fucking die. Burn in hell, you son of a bitch. There, I did an emo impression. I can't do a cool impression because I don't use heroin. Can't use a Andrew impression because I don't use meth. Other than I can do is shame, shame. Remember when he used to do that shit? Go up to the cop, shame, shame. Look at him now. Ace B is his Dami now. He has to bow down and kiss her sexy boots every night. Otherwise, she'll have to be disappointed and discipline him and make him earn money on fucking El Sancho's douchebag show. The tea. Anyone else got any business? Anything? Anything? Do a Marley got a robe, a straw hat, and a box of Lucky Charms. So magically delicious. Damn it. Come on, where the fuck? Somebody's gotta be up on here. Oh, you guys are all waiting for Shiva's crap to start. Okay, whatever. Hey, that's something Joe Cool could use against Shiva. Hey, at least my people went against you in Africa. You don't believe me? Go back to 1878. Or is it 1879? I don't remember when they had that fucking debacle over there. I think they just got out of fucking a big debacle fighting the Dutch, what they called the Boers, the Boer Wars. White people killing other white people. I need to tell Joe Cool white people are the downfall of civilization. He actually might like hearing. No, he'd still fucking argue I was a racist. He'd always have some dumb shit to say on that. Uh, oh, fuck. Oh, she should still be there. Fine. I'm still winning. I got 30 minutes, 33 seconds, 333. That's half of 666. Both Freemasonic numbers. If you don't believe me, go ask Citizen of Gotham and he'll do the gematria for you. I never really understood that stuff, but it makes sense. I mean, why not? A lot of people believe in a lot of dumb shit. I know. I can tell you that firsthand. I get a phone call. I got a phone call. Who, Rick? Rick's calling you? He's probably going, give me some money, bitch. Well, 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 well. Happy Friday, fuckers. What else? Oh, you're still, I got a call. Oh, somebody's got to want to come in. I just can't handle a lot of crazy Bright shit right now. And Bright's okay and all, but god damn. People not fucking beat their tools up. Oh, what's GD got to say? Dave, what, GD? What are you doing, man? Why don't you come up here? Here, I'll give you a personal invitation. Come on, you guys are gonna fuck me over. There you go. Maybe Derek wants to come over here and do some dumb shit. I always like hearing from fucking Derek. Fuck me. GD, you show up and fucking some motherfucker outbid me. Oh yeah, bitch? Anything about that shit, motherfucker. That's right. The kid. And this is a fucking tool, too. It's not like I'm bidding on goddamn Militaria. I still got 26 minutes. Oh, hey, Norsag, what's up? Oh, you guys aren't buddies, are you? Hey, why don't you guys, one of you guys be useful and give me Tom Britton's link so I can laugh at that dumb motherfucker? I don't even know why I got rid of that stupid shit. I swear to God, I will remember that motherfucker to the day they shovel me into the ground. Cop comes in his room. They throw trash in our yard. That thing Norsack guy with the broken bottles and shit. I wish I had a copy of those videos. I'd pay a king's ransom for that shit. And I would enjoy it time after time after time. Come on, guys. You gotta have something to say. Come up here and tell me some dumb crap. All right, who's this? Hey, what's up? Why don't somebody come on, damn it? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm just fantastic. I'm having more fun than a human being should be allowed to have. In 24 minutes, I'm probably going to be $2-3 million poorer. I got to buy real tools. I just buy real shit and leave it all over the fucking country. I'm Johnny Appleseed of garbage. Nobody's got nothing to say. Come on, really? Really, really, really? Okay, well, I'll be here doing a whole lot of nothing. Actually, I'm hungry. I can get some fucking crackers. I don't even remember where my little fucking knife's at. I do not know. Well, so here we go. Goddamn house all the time. Right. Right. Fuck is my goddamn knife? Fuck me. Never find any of my shit. Fuck is it? Oh. I sent you a link. Tom's channel. Okay, cool. Oh, there's my fucking knife right there. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. Since everybody ran away. What are you doing? Oh, here we go. Wait a second. Come here, guys. Come on. Come on. Let me, there you go. There's Diana Ross. Want to say hi. Ooh, Diana Ross. There you go. Yeah, you just want some cheese. Let me interrupt. You got Tick. She's always thinking about food, aren't you? And you're like, I don't want no part of this nonsense. Then you got, let me see you. Last but not least, Rascal. Oh, look at him. He's just a big goofball, aren't you? All right, well, here, let me put you back where you're at. All right. Well, anyway. Okay. Right? They're all waiting for the hookup. Not that they don't come in here and hang out all the time anyway. Those are my farm homies. Remember that old, I don't even remember if I heard that. In prison, you choose your friends. Don't let your friends choose you. Mom, get down. Stop it. Come on. No, damn it. Stop. I'll tell you what. Hey, here, take that now. Hey, you two figure it out. Hey. When they were right, right. You rascal. Here, yeah. Yeah. Now he's got a monkey back. Start back up. Here, go. Would you rather have tea? Right? They've managed to keep me alive this long. Why nobody's gonna fuck with them? They know it's good for them. Because remember, I can afford a drug habit in prison. That's how I roll. Here. Hey, hey, I'm not here. Here. Come on. Right? Well, yeah, we'll wait. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Well, they're the only ones that come visit me when I'm sick. So let's have something. Otherwise, nobody can see me there. So, they're mi familia. They're part of the Chiva Maton cartel, a Mexican drug gang that models itself after the Israelis and how they fucking do shit. No, I'm the dark overlord of the universe. You wouldn't even see Ming the Merciless fucking with him, at least unless he was wanting to do some dumb shit. But there again, a lot of people like doing dumb shit. I think they're gonna get away with it, but whatever. Fool me once, fool me twice. Well, see, that's where I differ from Polly. If I was gonna believe in religion, I'd be more of an Old Testament kind of person. See, in the zombie apocalypse, I don't think Negan and the governor would fuck with me, at least if they knew it was good for them. No justice. So neither is my living situation. That makes two of us. We have something. I have something in common with religion. Oh, I remember that South American dictator. Isn't that Pinochet? Yeah, Pinochet is in Chile. That's what I was thinking about. No, I'm at Birkenbelsen. No, I don't know. We got a shipment of Zyklon B in yesterday, so who knows what fucking is gonna go down. Fuck's Rick at? How come he ain't here? Fuck me. Yeah, that's a real blood sport here, man. Every day is like the trenches of France in World War One. You never know what to expect. I just laugh it off. What are you gonna do? Uh, yeah, but he knows the club rules. It's supposed to be hoes or bros before hoes. Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah, but you gotta remember, I'm the one that wanted. I'm gonna have to show him how to use that flogger the right way. He's been doing it wrong all these years. Hey, Jammer. Oh, hoping some people would come up, so have to go jump to the store. There's something going on when I come back. Well, you let him have it. I'm not gonna take it away from him. You crazy fool. Cut last one. I'll go do my shit real quick. No, that's for you. Ah, damn it, man.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, all right. Hot.
It's hot. Yeah, it's hot. It's quite warm over here as well. Oh, it's probably not as warm as yours, but They chemmed it last couple of days, but it was clear the first few
Sounds
days
like
of the week.
hey, sounds like a perfect day to have a bird and a short skirt on your arm.
Say that again, Dave, because you broke up a bit then.
I was making a joke. I was using English terminology. I said, sounds like a day. It would be a perfect day to have a bird on your arm with a short skirt on.
Yeah, yeah. Well, two birds, hopefully. You're really successful when you've done that.
Right.
Yeah, man. Well, be King Solomon of 2000. You have to build them houses, though. That's the thing. You have to have a lot of money for that.
So how are you faring through this Ponzi scheme so far?
What do you mean by that?
With all the economic hocus pocus going on.
I don't know what's going on, Dave. I don't. I haven't got a TV, so I just don't fucking pay attention to
Uh,
it. I haven't had a TV for 20 years, mate.
well, I only see it. I only see it because of the ads on ScrewTube.
I'm using the Brave browser, so that blocks all the ads, so you don't see them.
Oh, okay.
Which is it's really
Right
fucking
on.
cool, actually. That's the one good thing about Brave, but it is a Google clone. So it's Google Chrome. Yeah, Chrome Chrome. It is, but it's been retasked and stripped down, and it's called Brave. So if you just type in Brave and download it, and you can like turn it all dark and that, which is really cool. Because you don't want that fucking white screen glaring at you, because that
Right
gives you that makes you go blind. You know that I've gone blind over 15 years staring at a fucking screen.
on. Oh wow.
I'm not fucking kidding, mate. I'm literally losing my eyesight staring at that white fucking screen. It's like if you went skiing, snow skiing without sunglasses on, you get something called snow blindness, and you can eventually lose your eyesight if you continue to do it.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So you have to wear
I try to put
sunglasses
all
and
my settings on dark.
so yeah, that's what I do when I can. But like when you first, I mean, it never used to be like that. But it's quite important to turn it all fucking dark because it will fuck up your eyesight staring at that shit. I mean, like when I'm staring, when I'm
You're not gonna
listening,
need your.
when I'm trying to read stuff on a mobile phone now, that gives me a fucking chronic headache, mate, and eye strain. Trying to do that, do you know what I mean? There's something about the mobile phones they've
Yeah, but
built
in the
into them.
future,
They're like a weapon, and it fucks your brain up somehow. And it literally, I have to fucking
right?
lie down, mate. You know, it's not a. I'm sorry to just go into one like that, but so just jumped on. But how are you anyway, Dave? How you doing?
Get through.
You're sounding a bit Dalek-y.
I said, I said I'm getting through.
You're getting through. Cool.
I got a fan on in here.
Yeah, I've just turned mine off actually a little bit because freaking making
Ah,
noise. But I'm right on the coast, so I'm like about 50 yards from the beach.
oh, right on.
Well, I mean, I can't see the sea from. I'm sort of down a street, but it's literally 50 yards. Well, probably a bit more than that, maybe 100 yards.
Where I'm at, I don't think many people have even seen the beach.
Right, are you right in the country? Right, okay. So, what's been going on with you or with the world, Dave? What's happening around the place? Do you pay attention to what's going on anymore, Dave?
Not really.
I mean, well, the name of the
I
stream,
see a little bit.
the voice of world control. I mean, that's got to be something to do with it.
Oh no, this was no. It was just a. It's hard to explain. It's long and drawn out.
All right.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with no kind of agenda or political
All
stream
right.
or whatever.
Right.
It's just me playing games with words and
All right.
you know.
Mate, it's only you and me in there at the moment, apparently, according to YouTube.
Right.
It's
Oh
not
yeah.
good, is it?
Yeah, I don't. Try to do my 20 here. I only got 3 more years to go.
What do you mean, do your 20? What does that mean?
Get 20 years on ScrewTube and retire.
Oh, right, yeah. 3 more years, yeah, wow. I've got 5 more years to do that shit, I think.
Yeah, March. This March it'll be 17 years. Well, actually, I've been still saying 16, but yeah, it's 17 years already.
Wow. Yeah, it's fucking frightening, really, when you look back and think about all the fucking time you spent on here, isn't it? It's your life, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It'd be like if they drafted you and they sent you to Iraq and you had to spend fucking 20 years there, just languishing in, some sort of
Well,
limbo.
it's like getting
You know?
it's like getting arrested for murder or something, isn't it?
Oh,
Well, it's kind of funny because it's exactly the same for the truthers as being in prison. Because once you see the truth,
hey,
you realise that you're in a
hey,
fucking prison, and it doesn't really matter where you live on the planet. You're still in a prison, and you're trying to
hey,
break out of it. And that's why we're all. See that's funny, right, Dave? What
hey,
you just said, that you spent 20
hey,
years on here, man.
when people are hating on you and getting in your face because some of the shit you're saying, you're over the target. You know you're hitting the right
Oh
spot with the
yeah,
laser.
definitely, man, definitely. I met a girl today,
Because
actually.
it was because you know how it was early on. It was easy to spot the frauds. All these guys that fucking rile you up to go like Kokesh, go rile you up, go fucking take your gun to Washington D.C. so you can go do a federal prison sentence for dumb shit.
Oh, there's a new one in
It's like
Canada. There's a new Adam Kokesh in Canada at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Carry on. What were you saying?
Now they're pushing. I say now they're pushing over here something called the Patriot Front. It's a
Dave, you got to get off that Bluetooth, mate. It's fucking disastrous. Can hardly hear what you're saying.
No, it's my signal.
Oh right.
Because I'm in a rural area, it fades in and out. I don't.
Oh, right.
Different times of the year. I mean, it's no, I don't. No, the laptop's sitting in the same spot. That's what I'm on.
Oh, it's a laptop. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's sitting in the same spot. What it is we're about 3 miles away from the tower, but the signal. I mean, you could walk 100 yards in a direction, and you got fucking all your bars and shit. It's fucking weird.
Right, you're in a dip or something.
Yeah, well, there's factors, trees. I don't know. I don't know what the geology of the ground is. I don't know what that is.
Well, maybe you've been targeted, mate, and you're telling the truth, and they don't like it, and they made your signal weak.
Nah. Well, there's nowhere else to go that has power or anything. So
Right.
yeah, I'm kind of stuck.
Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? It's the free energy. We need free energy so we can get away from these fucking people. Because at the end of the day, we can't really fight a war against them. They're too well armed, aren't they, and too well organised. And they've got too many stupid people willing to give their lives away for them. You know?
Right.
Do you know something, right, Dave? It's really funny, actually, because...
Throwing out...
You are? Go on, so what you're saying?
Oh, well, that's why I say I was going to reiterate. I was going to say that's why when you throw out things at somebody or a group of people and you're catching hate back, and obviously there's especially when there's ad hom coming back at you instead of like facts
Oh
and
yeah,
evidence
yeah,
kind of shit.
yeah. So have you been getting a lot of grief lately then?
Just no, it's just it seems like it's everywhere, man.
What do you mean? What? Just
The
people you talk
fucking
to, like
next time
friends and family, and
I mean, you could do something as innocent as going to the post office to the store for a soda or whatever the fuck, and some dumb shit wants to call the cops and try to insinuate you're a pedophile and a fucking terrorist and shit, get you gunned down in the street over dumb shit.
right? Wow.
That's
Okay, that sounds a bit
insane.
serious. That's a bit serious, Dave. What? Who's calling you with that? You need to defend yourself against that shit, mate.
No. The UK people SWAT other people with the cops and the army and all that kind of shit.
Right.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think he's a terrorist. Next thing, MI6 or MI5 rolling up on your doorstep, wanting to know what the fuck you're doing.
Mate, I tell you what, right? What you just said is fucking actually happening in Canada, right? There's this comedian who's online, and he fucking, during the
The
what was it?
trucker
Was it
protest?
fucking, no, this before that. It was yeah, well, actually, it's partly to do with the trucker protest, but the trucker protest was because the I can't remember which way. Maybe the Canadian truckers weren't allowed to come back into the country because of the fucking regulations on that scammo virus, and or it was the other way. The Americans couldn't get in or weren't allowed back into Canada to transport the goods or whatever. So that's
Oh
why
yeah.
they started. That's why it happens. That's why, because it was Canada doing it, and it's obviously coming from Justin Castro, who's fucking Fidel Castro's son. Did you know that?
I knew he had some sons, but I didn't. And I know he. I
Yeah,
thought it
yeah,
was
but
the
it
uncle who
wasn't that.
took
That's
over.
like Justin Trudeau is supposed to be the son of Trudeau, which is the former prime minister, I think, of Canada. And but it turns out his mother was like a bit fucking loose with the old legs, and she like had a kid with fucking
Oh, okay. I get
Fidel
it.
Castro.
Trudeau is an
Yeah,
illegitimate
literally, she had
son
a
of
fucking
Castro.
yeah. So it's fucking funny as fuck, man. So that
Well,
is literally that's who
like
he is. That's who he is. He's Fidel Castro's son, and they put him in charge of Canada.
we
Of course, that's just like
Barbara Bush was an illegitimate Crowley.
mate. You'll have to repeat that, Dave. That was so bad that I couldn't hear any words then.
I said Barbara Bush. She was illegitimate son of or daughter of
Well,
Crowley.
right, yeah, right, exactly, yeah. I mean, that's the same shit. Well, actually, I remember listening to,
Look just like him.
yeah, I remember listening to a guy called Daniel Bentkowski or something on Red Ice Radio, and he was saying there was something with the names, how they're all like predestined before they're even born. These names are given to them. Do you know what I mean? So it's like it goes way back
Right.
into like some sort of order that fucking is like breeding these types of people so that they can take the positions as the managers of these plantations that we all live in, whilst maintaining their hegemony of the financial system.
Right.
So. But you know what, Dave? I mean, that's testament, going back to what you said earlier about you've been on nearly 20 years. It's true, though, isn't it? Us truthers, we know that we're in a prison and we've been trying to break out for that long. Because that's how long we're spending on this shit, looking at this shit, you know what I mean? Because you got
Right.
to think that the rest of the population, they're not doing that. They're going out and watching football matches and ice hockey games and fucking American football and all the other shit. And soccer over here,
Doing
all across Europe
or
and in fact across the world, everywhere else in the world apart from the States, everyone plays soccer. what we call football, but you call it soccer over there. You know.
Hey, do you run into a lot of people that all they can do, you try to talk to them and all, they don't listen, and all they do is like them and shit?
Um, yeah, all the time, mate.
You know those
Do you know what I was
one-sided
just saying
conversations?
earlier? I met a girl today, right? And she was, mate, she was even more knowledgeable than me. And she's only 35 or 32, I think she said she was. I
Oh
was like,
wow!
fucking hell. Yeah, yeah. I was like really impressed with her. I was like, wow, girl, you're fucking brilliant, mate. I said, you know, it's so rare to
You,
get someone
you
like
get
you.
some
But
digits?
she was on my wavelength, and it was just such a shock to have someone on my wavelength. And it was like, wow. And then it wasn't, it
Hey,
was a
hey,
friend that
did you?
we went down
Hey,
the beach to have a
hey,
barbecue. Eh?
did you get her phone number?
No, this is the fucking problem, right? We came back to go and get some food to take it back down the beach and have a barbecue down there. I was gonna fucking take my phone and shit. And my mate, he went back to his house, and like there was another girl, and he fucking knew her, and she just brought her mate with her. And like they went to his house and they had a big fucking argument while I was down the shop getting some fucking barbecue shit, and they fucked off. My mate came
Oh, they
round and said,
left while
"Sorry,
you were
mate, they
gone.
fucked off now because we had a big argument with like the bird he knew, which was not the one who was a truther." But fucking hell, it's just mad, man. So that
Hey,
fucking
you should,
that was
you should have,
typical. It's like, and you know,
you
right? It's
should have
funny.
took her with you, man.
Well, I mean, I'd only just like met. I didn't even know them. I was literally going down the beach on my own.
Hey,
I was like, "Fuck
hey,
it, I'm
wait, wait,
going
wait,
out."
wait, 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 wait. You're you're from the UK, right?
Yeah,
You know who the SAS is, right?
yeah,
Don't you know their motto? He who dares wins.
mate. Mate. I'm fucking nearly 30 years older than her, man. So you got to be careful with that shit.
Hey,
Actually, the
well,
poor girl.
I know it's
She
the
just
UK.
had eight teeth out yesterday as well. Back teeth. She's so young as well. I don't know why she lost so many teeth. But she just had eight
Hey,
fucking teeth
you,
out, so she could hardly
you
talk. So I
know,
felt a bit sorry for her.
or at least here in the US, you know how you avoid the pedophile rap?
Well, I have no idea, man.
There's a sure, there's a surefire way. What it is when you hook
I'm
up
not a
with.
pedophile, so I don't have to worry about that shit.
Oh no, 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 no! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Let me segue into this.
Carry on. I've got to get
Damn
my
it!
drink. I can hear you though. Carry on. Keep talking.
I was I was gonna say, at least here in the States, the best way to when you hook up with some gal to stay out of that pedophile realm is if they can buy you alcohol, cigarettes, a firearm, or lottery tickets. That's a surefire way that they're
Yeah,
not
right.
underage.
No, she was. Yeah, I don't know. It just weren't the
Hey,
right time for it today,
there's
mate.
a link
Trust.
there if you want to come in.
Oh, fucking.
We were just talking about Trudeau.
So yeah, it's fucking mad, mate. Yeah, it's so funny, mate. Yeah, it's just so sad. She just fucked off. It, you know, she even said to her mate, her mate,
Okay.
had a go at me for because I was talking about the truth and that with her. You know what it's like. What you just said. That's so funny because like what you just said is like you have such a hard time trying to explain to people the obvious shit that they don't want to look at. They
Hey,
want to go and play games and fuck around,
hey,
and it's like.
what?
And
Hey,
her mate, she said
what?
to her mate, she said, hang on, let me just finish this. She said to her mate, she said, no, actually, it's really refreshing to actually have a real conversation with someone. I was like, yes, mate, that was
It,
wicked.
it,
So we was
it's
getting
kind of
on
like
really well, and then they just fucked off, and it was nothing to do with me. I wasn't even there then. So it's
it,
like,
it's
fucking
kind of
what a bummer.
it's kind of like why I get along with cops so well, and why they like trying to threaten me with arrest because then I'm like usually explain to them what they're gonna do and what I'm gonna do to them, and usually it has something along the lines of butt fucking their bank account.
Hey, you know what? Hang on a minute, I've got to get my drink.
I want to take that dirty little bitch by the hair and tell her how much do you love daddy. Give me all that Akonani Bitcoin.
Yeah, there's a time for that in the bedroom, perhaps, but you might get away with it. But most of the time, they won't want to be treated like that, man. That's a
No,
delusion.
what? No, why you say that is you're trying to give somebody a visual of how bad it's gonna be. If you just go, oh, I'm gonna go to the court and sue you. It's like, okay, yeah, so what? Whatever. That's why you give them the visual of them
Um,
getting fucking
Dave, I've got to
ass
tell you
raped
this.
and all the money falling out of their pockets.
I've got to tell you this, Dave. This is fucking mad, mate. I've been listening to this guy for about 18 months, I suppose. Is it 18 months? No, it's about a year, I think. I've been listening to him but this year, time last year, I think. Maybe a little bit longer. But this is the guy, he invented this fucking imaginary country. Went from the top of Alaska to the bottom of Florida. And it drew this like diagonal line. And that was all the states that refused to go along with the COVID mandates. And it literally formed this like diagonal line. So this guy drew this on his fucking phone on an app. Just drew a line which is like a diagonal line on a black. It was a white diagonal line, and it was a black background, and he just turned that into a flag, and he called this country Diagolon because it was like a diagonal line.
Right.
And he's a comedian, right? And he's ex-military, so but he's so fucking funny, man. And he they've got like the military speak and like, but anyway, the security services have been in Canada, whatever that is, security services. Let's say the fucking the henchmen of the New World Order, because that's the RCMP. Well, this Special Investigations Team is like CSIS, they call it. And they've been fucking monitoring the fucking streams that have been going on for the last year. And it's like everyone's been saying what we're going to do to the fucking government when we fucking overthrow the country. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And it's like, and they've fucking spent millions of pounds on an investigation into this guy, you know what I mean? And also into fucking media hit pieces to fucking undermine him. And it's all over an imaginary country that they've literally assumed that this country is now real. And this is like a challenge to their sovereignty, and they signed into Canadian law. They empowered the Emergency War Powers Act in Canada for this imaginary country. This is what they've done. And then when they were when Parliament was questioned by a committee, all the parliamentary members who went along with this and enacted this fucking War Powers Act, they denied that they did it, and they blamed the police. And the police said, well, it wasn't us, mate, because we're not allowed to do that shit. The only people that can come from is the executive. So it's all fucking going
Well,
off, mate.
yeah,
And the
that was
guy's, he's
Trudeau,
got a
right?
YouTube channel, mate. It's on Raging Dissident. You want to fucking watch some of that shit, man. Especially last year's stuff, because you'll get an idea. He's kind of toned it down a little bit because there's a lot of fucking pressure on him now. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, it's
Right.
fucking hilarious, man. It's hilarious what's
Yeah, but
going on. And
I don't
so you
really
joke
watch
about they would investigate you. They literally do, some of them. But I've got to say, right, the people that are in the chat there, it's literally the best chat on the fucking planet. I mean, YouTube used to be like that back in the day in like 2008, 7 and what have you. That was just banging up until
right.
2010. And then until fucking the royal family bought fucking YouTube. And literally within 1 week,
But
they terminated
hey, is
they
that what?
terminated the international messaging that they used to have private messages on YouTube. I mean, it's like, fuck me. At the time, it was about 1.5 billion people was on YouTube. I mean, it was just fucking mental every day, wasn't it? I mean, that's why we're all addicted to it, isn't it? Because it's just how fucking magic it was in the beginning. It was just fucking, it was like the Wild West on steroids, wasn't it? You know, and
That was
global. It wasn't just the Wild West, it was global, you know. I mean, I was speaking
that
to
what?
people in fucking Brazil that I'd never met before, you know what I mean? And like we were getting on like a house on fire as though we were fucking known each other for all our lives, you know. And it's because we're all experiencing the same kind of frustration and problems with governments and people wearing fucking uniforms, you know. Or I'm not blaming them necessarily. This is the funny thing, right? All the people in that chat, because he's an ex-military guy, most of them are ex-military and fucking cops. And they're the fucking coolest people out, man. Because they know about all of the shit that's going on. They're aware of what happens and how bullshit it all is. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, once they've left that fucking brainwashing organization and they're able to become themselves and a little bit freer, they express probably in better detail and say it in some ways, right? I really respect them. I hated them for fucking years, but I respect the way that they speak about the most brutal and graphic fucking things that are done on this planet. And, you know, just the way that they bring another dimension to the truth movement that I think most people are overlooking. And I'm so glad I went in there because literally I feel like they're my fucking family and kin. Do you know what I mean? More than the truthers, to be honest, Dave. You know, because these people are more fucking real than any of the fucking truthers out there that I've spoken to over the last 15 years. They fucking bring it. You know what I mean? They're saying it's, you know.
You know, I worked in a jail at one time, right?
Yeah, I knew you did. Oh, well, that's the thing that reminded me. I suddenly remembered, like you used to, when you used to
Well,
first
that's what
talk
I'm
on Becky,
saying. Aren't you kind of
you used to
surprised?
try and get everyone to listen to that, and I was like fucking slagged you off for things saying, "Oh, that's bollocks. That's all murderers and bullshit." And but you know, I fucking got my head turned around on that. Really, it's like, I mean, it is all murdering and bullshit, but the guys who have woken up and are coming out with the truth about, you know, they're saying it's a bit more complicated than that. But yeah, that's basically what it is.
Most people in prison, in jail, are there for dumb shit.
Yeah.
They didn't kill nobody.
You gotta understand though, the military come from a whole different perspective. I mean, they see
I know they run away from
defenders
me
of our
too.
rights. You know, that they see themselves as if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to live in this country in peace. We'd be under constant fucking attack every day. And you know, maybe they're right, man. Maybe they're right.
I like talking to cops and military. I love to see the fucking smoke come out of their ears as their eyes are spinning around because they can't compute the shit I'm saying.
Well, you know,
that was an episode of Star
a little
Trek.
bit of
Remember they
compassion's in order
overloaded it with
because
dumb shit?
yeah, but you got to give. I mean, if they're just being cunts, then I understand what you're saying, but I think a bit of compassion's in order because you got to think that, you know, they've just gone through fucking training camp for a year or whatever, and they've just been brainwashed, Dave. And you know, and it's like, you know what it's like if you start a job and you don't do what your boss says, you ain't gonna have a fucking salary at the end of the month, and you're not gonna pay your mortgage and feed your kids, and your wife's gonna fucking leave you and take the fucking dog. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is what we face, and this is what everyone faces. So, you know, we should really be a little bit more adult and not take the piss out of them so much, and think, you know, I think just bring it like the military boys bring it. You know, if you want to be a henchman and a tyrant and use brute force like they did in Canada, they mowed a disabled grandmother who was shouting love and peace, right? They mowed her down with horses. You know, they didn't do it, just bash her over the head themselves. They got on a horse and fucking just trampled her to death, I think. You know, and that was the end of the trucker protest. That's what ended it. So, yeah, I mean, and the military boys are saying, well, if you're going to do that, well, we're obviously going to take measures to fucking deal with that sort of shit. And, you know, it ain't going to be like what you think it is. It's going to be wartime laws, you know. You kill people, you're going to die. So it's like, it gets pretty serious, but they need to hear it. And at the end of the day, I mean, they're murdering people, and we're just saying, well, you want that to happen to you, you know? And they don't even like the words what we're saying, and they're trying to censor it and shut it all down. And it's just.
Well, didn't you see not too long ago that where I was at the post office and they called the sheriff on me?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what it was about, but I remember you telling me that it was.
But yeah, I wasn't a dick. I wasn't a dick to that dude. In fact, he drove me home.
Yeah, right, cool. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's like, you know, we're all fucking people, and at the end of the day, they do have a responsible job. I mean, if it wasn't for them, it would be fucking anarchy.
The manager and the lady that was at the post office were talking so much dumb shit. If you watch the deputy's facial expression, he looks like he wanted to say, "Hey, you know what? I'm going, and you deal with him. Like, hey, when I leave, if you beat the snot out of him, I'm, you know, whatever." You know, I got that from a cop.
I'm not into fucking. You know something, Dave? It's like I said to you years ago, mate. All these people have got a mental age of a 4-year-old. So if you go and beat these people, you're beating up a 4-year-old, and you just don't need to do that, man. You know better than that. You know, the thing to do is to be an example to all of these people, so that they can. You know that you said to me right just now a little bit before I went off on one, but you said that you're trying to speak to people, but they don't get what you're saying.
No, they
You know,
don't
it's
listen.
just
Period. They don't have no interest
because they
in.
can't,
They
mate. They're
don't.
4 years old, and what you're bringing is super fucking high level information, and they're just not ready to hear that. It's too much for them to bear.
I don't. I
They're
don't.
having a
I don't.
when
I
you
don't know.
speak
I
like
don't
that,
know how.
they are having a psychotic episode, because I know that it happens to me all the time. I just don't speak anymore. I'm like fucking John Wick, mate. It's just I don't speak no more because
No, I.
there's no point. There's no point.
The only time I really want to talk is if I'm somewhere and the young gal behind the counter there checking me out. The cute smile and flashy eyes and shit. I don't mind making conversation with them.
Mate, you just need to go and spend $100, mate, and get yourself fucking laid, man. Just get over it.
Nah,
Trust me, most of the time, mate, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Trust.
I've got standards.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah. Uh, there's more to life than that. I've done that enough in my life. I don't need to fucking do that anymore. I mean, I will if the right one comes along. And don't get me wrong. It's like there's the
Well,
females I
like
speak to.
like the like
There's always
like
got
the
tricks
chick,
for you, but you know.
like the chick at the beach.
Yeah, that's it. Just simple things, isn't it? Enjoy the chemtrails. That's what we had to do today. It's fucking manic today. All
That's
day.
the kind of chick. Even though you know all that dumb shit, you'd probably never talk about it. You talk about other crap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
hey, go look at that tree over there. Hey, look at that fish or whatever the fuck. You probably wouldn't even talk about that
Yeah. It gets a
crazy
bit
shit.
tiresome sometimes, mate, to be honest.
Well,
I
well, cause,
I
no,
quite
cause
enjoy my own company, but unfortunately, I'm trapped in this human body, and I need to fucking have contact with other people. It's like
right.
because you just can't spend too much time on your own. It's like, 'cause especially learning this shit. Well, I kind of given up over the last few years because I only got back online because COVID and that. But it's just the same old drama all over again. It's sort of genocide on a fucking institutional basis. And what's new, under the
Well, no,
sun? Nothing.
that there again, that was part of the joke of the title of the show
Yeah,
and the
right.
logo.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
You remember the logo, right?
I can't see that. Where's the logo? I can't see it. Well,
Oh, I thought
the
when you saw it
the
on
King Gnome
YouTube.
one, you mean? What the plane?
No. The one I made for the show on the YouTube, the thumbnail.
Oh, right. Hang on a minute. I need to see what that says again. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Well,
That's from a
that
movie.
explains. Did you make that, Dave?
No, that's from a movie.
Oh, that's from what movie is that from then? World Control.
Colossus, the Forbin Project.
I don't think I've seen that.
That was before. That was before Skynet. That was 1970. That was before Skynet from the
Right.
Terminator.
Okay. I seem to remember actually Colossus. I remember something Colossus. I'll have to have a look at that.
Basically, a Skynet. Then Russia gets their own Skynet, and they get together and start telling us
Yeah,
what to
I've
do.
seen that. I
And
have seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
it's a formulaic story. I just kind of
I'm not
like the
sure I know
old shit.
what does a formulaic story mean?
Over the decades, it's like they tell the same kind of story. They just kind of modernize it and change it a little bit. Kind of like the Marvel
Oh yeah,
movies and shit. It's
yeah, I
basically
get
like
that.
telling other tales of other crap. Nothing.
Formulaic. See, you're
Nothing.
probably you're a doctor waiting to you're a PhD, Dave, waiting to come out. But I would
Right.
I would have simply said painting new lipstick on the same old pig. But you say formulaic. I suppose less words. You used one word. Yeah, it's quite good.
I don't know. A lot of people look at me as just some kind of fucking homeless drifter, some dumbass with brain damage.
Well, that's the funny thing. All these 4-year-olds, they all
Low
look at us
vibrational
and
being.
you know something, right? I was just about to say something about. I'm glad you said that because probably couldn't have found a word, but literally, when you are in the presence of these other people, they can feel your vibration is and your or your frequency is at a very high, much higher level than theirs, and they resent it. I think that's why you have so many
Oh,
problems.
I've
So they
I've had that
automatically,
all my life.
especially if you go into the local council and just like, they do
All my
not
life,
like it.
man.
It's like the Karens on steroids when they work for the council, mate. Trust.
It's like I don't remember what you did as a profession, but it's like if I worked for you, even though if I didn't know someone, everything you could show me the basics, and I go, okay, you go do your shit. I don't need a babysitter, and if I got a question, I'll come find you. That would be my attitude as your employee. You go do important stuff. You don't need to. I don't need a babysitter.
Yeah, I mean, if I ran a company like that with lots of employees, I would welcome all of my employees being
In fact,
equally
in fact, I was
equivalent
resented
to
by
managing
so
director,
many.
so that if I died, so they could all, any one of them could take over and do the whole fucking job. That would be ideal. That would. I'm sure that, to be honest with you, most company managing directors would probably think the same fucking thing, or the CEOs. They
In,
wish somebody else could just take over their shit so they didn't have to do it.
in fact, the people at my last place of employment were so resentful. They tried to plant drugs in my vehicle, hook me up on a pedo rap, and what was the other? Oh, theft of municipal property, i.e., gas. What was the other? Oh, one guy tried to hook me up with an illegal machine gun. I knew that was a fucking setup.
Fucking hell, it's a bit serious, Dave. What's going on over there then? Who's that?
These people think I'm fucking Boo Boo the Fool.
What was who did that to you then? Was that a
People
company?
I
Was it
worked with. It was
what
a
the
school
actual
district.
company itself?
It was a school district.
Fucking hell. A school district? What does that mean? What, actually out of school?
And my employer before that, the sheriff's department, I'm not adhering to the confidentiality agreement they made me sign. They tried to hook me up on a burglary charge.
Fucking hell. Well, you didn't burgle anything then, did you?
No.
Fucking hell.
Misuse of municipal property at best. What I did is I was at work and I tore my new flannel shirt on the fucking conveyor at the jail. And I'm like, God damn it. And it had grease on it and shit. So I took it off and I grabbed one out of the grab bag. I was using that and I didn't make a whole lot of money. So what I do is I'd use these fucking shirts that come out of custody shit. And when they got fucked up, tore up and shit, I would put them back in the. Bring them back washed and give them out to the inmates when they needed a long sleeve shirt, like if it was chilly at night or some shit. They give out clothes,
right.
donation clothes. I was using these clothes at work too, and when they got to where I wouldn't wear them, they got funneled back where it was just a mild diversion in the chain.
Right.
They made a federal case out of it, but remember they asked me to sign a confidentiality agreement.
God damn. Yeah, you know what? That was there was a story over here with I think it was a fucking admiral. I think he was a middle ranked admiral, a lower class admiral, but he used his company car to go and pick up his children on his way back from work or something, and because he'd picked up his children with it, they fired him because it was a Royal Navy. It was a Royal Navy vehicle, and he wasn't allowed to use that for commercial.
Well,
Sorry,
no,
for
he just
private
wasn't.
use.
He
But it was only
he
an
wasn't
ordinary
part of the
unmarked
club.
vehicle, you know, it's like a
He
BMW or
wasn't.
something.
No. He wasn't part of the club. Remember, club members get special privileges.
Yeah, obviously he did something wrong. See, that's a funny thing, the way they do that. There's a guy, there's a crazy guy lives down the road from me. Got
Hey,
pissed off. He's got pissed off of his neighbour's lamp because he's literally a little bit fucking crazy, and he said he could hear it buzzing, so he fucking smashed that lamp. So
I got a,
this is a
I
fucking
got a question.
listen, yeah.
Over there in the UK, say you get arrested, uh, and they go to question you. Do you have like a Miranda rights thing that they got to read you?
Yeah, well, it depends on who you get, what you've done. But technically, yeah, officially they're supposed to read you that shit. They've changed it recently. I can't remember what it is now. But there's some
But
new shit that
there's some sort of spiel that they got to spew out at you before they can
yeah.
take really anything you say
Well, some of
seriously.
because it's all a trap. It's all a word game. It's a game
Right.
of semantics, and
Well,
they're
no,
going to use
that's
their
what I'm
rules and
saying.
not the ones you think.
In that instance in the jail I had, the detective that when they pulled me aside and interviewed me, and I'm like, I was kind of confused at what was going on. I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, whatever. Um, and he's talking about my Miranda rights, and I go, oh yeah, I know him, and I rattled him off, like I'm reading them to myself, and that motherfucker accepted that. That was part of the reason why that got fucking kicked loose. They're dumb shit. That'd be
Yeah,
funny
well,
if
they're
what.
not told everything, are
That'd
they?
be,
They're just programmed. There
well,
was a guy
that's what
told.
I'm saying. They got
Yeah,
those same guys over there in the UK that do audits and shit, and they get hemped up. That'd be kind of funny if one of those guys read themselves their own rights, and the coppers accepted that and tried to charge somebody with something, and they got to throw it out because of dumb shit like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you something though. In the UK, they're a bit more. They're a bit more with it, and if that goes, if you've used any kind of law and stuff like that, they will. You will have to fight it every step of the way, or they will fucking crush you. You know what I mean? So if you either know the law to a very high degree and are able, and you have what do they call it in the
Well, you know
military?
what? I already
You have
know the law.
exigency.
You know what? Hey, you know
If
what
you,
my law is called? Would you
what?
like to know what it's called? It's called
Yeah, go on.
common sense.
Common sense.
It's
Yeah, well,
called
exactly.
common sense.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? But if most people don't,
I'm not
they've
interested
been,
in their dumb shit.
yeah, they've gone to government school and they don't no longer know what common sense is because it's been drummed out of them. So that's hence why we're.
Hey, my man, I'm not interested in buying their magic beans.
That's it. Got my own magic beans.
Well, you
I
want
heard an interesting take on things the other day. Is that for, I think yesterday as a stream, some guy said.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. You
Was there
No,
someone else?
you keep talking. I think I gotta go. I gotta leave to the store now.
All right.
I was
Well, I
kind of
won't
hoping
talk to
somebody
myself.
else would come up and rap with
Yeah.
you. I mean, if you just want to talk about whatever,
I was thinking
I'm not gonna be that long.
maybe Gandalf might jump on tonight, but I don't know what time they get up. It's quite late. It's quite early over in Canada, isn't it? What time is it over there now? I think he said he was in
It's going on 6.
6 o'clock. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
early
I gotta go
over
get my
there.
wallet because I gotta go get. I gotta go get to the Tractor Supply. I gotta
Where
get
are
it.
you?
I'm working
Are
on
you in
some.
California, Dave?
No, I'm in Illinois. I don't live with Derek anymore in Michigan.
What's it, Illinois? Is that central?
Well,
Is that
it's
up near
next door to
Chicago?
Michigan. It's more west. It's in between Michigan and Iowa.
So is that near the Great
I
Lakes?
don't. I think. Oh shit! What's the province in Canada up from us? It's the one west of Quebec.
I don't know where that is. Just tell me in lines down. Is it central or sort of more east or more west?
Yeah, it's Central Time. Central Time.
It's central, right? Okay, I'm with you.
Well,
I know
go
where that
ahead
is.
and rap on about
Are you
whatever. I
both?
gotta go, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right, mate. Okay, cool.
All right.
Well, hopefully someone will jump in. What about Robert J. Morris? He's still there, Robert? Maybe you should jump on. Oh. Give me 10, he said. Right, okay. Cool. Oh, I think a mozzie's just bitten my right tit just above my nipple. God damn, that itches like crazy. Oh. Mate, the lump feels like the size of a freaking orange. Jesus. Well, not quite that big, about a cherry size. Oh, must have been a horsefly or something. They're freaking horrible. See if there's anything else on while we're waiting. Oh, Pops is on live. Okay, now. Play a bit of Pops.
Real psychotic hitman to get in there and start taking them all out. Yep. All right. So, I mean, this is when you see this is scary because BC's in control over our domestic food supply. Now, they're gonna put 20% ethanol in your gas. Okay. Now, what that is basically.
I can't put that in the chat, so I don't know how to do that.
But how do you get a gallon of ethanol?
All right, Robert. I can't see you come in there. I can't see what's happening. Shit. I can't put that in the chat, so I don't know how to do that. What's it still going? I can't see you come in there. Shit. I can't put that in the chat, so I don't know how to do that. Okay, Robert. Yeah, I can see you in the chat now, in the private chat. Who's that private wars? One of us needs to sacrifice okay, Robert, yeah, I can see our salvation. You'll have to close YouTube, Robert. Who's that private wars? One of us needs to sacrifice our salvation to be sacrificed. You'll have to close YouTube, Robert. I can hear myself talking back. Yeah, you know what? I was just thinking that Private Wars a couple of days ago. I just can't believe someone on the inside hasn't tried to do something and rebel. I can hear myself talking back.
Here, wait a minute. Oh, good.
Yeah, you know what? I was just
thinking that. There you go. Now you got somebody to talk to.
I believe someone on the inside hasn't tried to do something.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Put noise in the truck. Sorry. You came when I was outside. Now you Hammer can run the show while I go to Dollar General. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a really bad echo coming in. Someone's got YouTube running while StreamYard's on.
No, what it is I got. I'm trying to find where it's looping back. I got an audio channel that's going somewhere here. I'm just gonna cut my audio feed. Period.
Okay.
No, what it is I got. I'm trying to find where it's.
Yeah, he's got kind of a complicated setup. I don't know anything about that kind of studio stuff.
I'm just got my audio feed. Period.
Okay.
No, what it is I got. I'm trying to find where it's.
Yeah, he's got kind of a complicated setup. I don't know anything about that kind of studio stuff.
Well, where you went out, I basically played another stream that's running at the same time, but it doesn't come through very well.
No, what it is I got
Okay.
Pipewire. I got multiple audio channels going out to different devices, and I didn't turn them down on the mixer, and they ended up getting included into my into our stream here that we're talking on.
Yeah, it's still happening.
Yeah, I know. I just said what it is. I got to go get to the mixer and
Okay, cool.
turn it
Yeah,
down.
he's hunting it down.
Yeah,
here,
there's
let me
only.
go
I got it.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
I know. I just said what it is. I gotta go get to the mixer and turn it
Yeah,
down.
he's hunting it down.
Yeah. There's
Here, let me
only.
go
I got it. There we go.
I fucking shit. I'm not listening to any sound now. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
But
Why didn't that stop?
you've
Oh, I
still
see.
got,
Oh,
you've still got the loop
I-
running. Because,
yeah. I gotta mute these fucking channels because the there's already
You guys
sound. What the fuck? I got,
Oh, I see. Oh,
what the fuck?
oh shit, I'm on pops there.
I got everything closed. What the?
already.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Oh shit, I'm on pops there.
I got everything closed. Okay.
It's not on, is it? Oh, fucking is as well, bitch. It might have been me actually, Robert. I just closed. I had something running. I didn't realise. I must have clicked the screen by accident, and the I got a window open, and I think that window was playing. That might have been me running in the background. I was blaming you for it, and it was me. So I'm sorry about that. You have to unmute yourself, Robert. I can't hear you.
Yeah. You fucking joker, you.
Sorry, mate.
You fucking guy.
I had another stream running, and then I clicked another window open. So I had three windows open, and I went back because I was on the wrong one, and I went to stop the other one that was playing when Dave went down the shop, and then he came back and said he hadn't even left yet.
Well, it's weird because I did have it set up because I had multiple channels going, and occasionally Pipewire crashes on me. Right? It's the program that
Right.
lets me do that, and fucking. So I thought, oh shit, okay, yeah, that's kind of that's usually what happens. You get all set up to go, you hit the go button, you get in, and then something crashes. Right? It's like it
Right,
happens. If it doesn't happen in the first 10 seconds, then you're pretty good. Usually
How
good to
many
go.
channels are you streaming to?
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh, just with you guys. That's why I'm still set up for streaming, but really all I'm doing is just using my virtual cam and my setup here. Yeah, I just did some background graphics for our. We're doing a review show later tonight. We're doing 6 different shows on the different streaming platforms like fucking The Boys and what is it? The Strange New World, Stranger Things. We're doing From that horror series. And what the fuck else? Orville.
I'm not familiar with any of that, so it's like you're
Yeah.
speaking Greek to me.
That's cool. It's like they're speaking Greek to me now because like these shows are all woke now. Some of them, eh? It's like crazy.
Well, the more the better, mate. So if they're properly
Oh.
awake,
They've just
they're not awake and they call themselves woke. I mean, I think it's the media that call them woke, but it's
Well, no, it's like I say awake but not woke now. But like it's weird that I had to change my fucking language just to accommodate their fucking inability to cope with fucking stress. You know, that's all it is.
me and Dave were talking.
Tear
about
down
that
the
earlier.
statues.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's funny, man.
Nah, man.
I mean, some of the statues needed to go, but because I mean, like,
Well, some people it's just ugly. Just chop the heads off. You know.
but I mean, they left the fucking paedophile one over the BBC headquarters, the fucking gargoyle or the fucking what I can't remember what it is now. Over there. There's something there,
As the words say, lest we not forget.
Yeah, it's but they left that fucker, but they took another one down out of Oxford University. I can't remember. I think it was Charles Darwin. They removed it from Oxford University courtyard or one of the colleges there. They took it out of the courtyard where it was. So
Well, that's funny because that happened in
I mean, you're
Toronto.
talking about the heart of the establishment's fucking education system.
Well,
That's the
well,
pinnacle,
hang on.
you know what I mean, in the world.
You'll love this. The University of Toronto, I think it was a university, I'm pretty sure, but they had a Sir Wilfrid Laurier statue there, right? And it had like a bronzed, it was all bronze completely, right? But anyway, somebody like just stole the whole statue, and like literally like you can see like it was they're using like a tractor loader basically like they were like basically like a forklift. You can see the forklift, like you can see the fucking blades. They went right into the fucking ground when they picked it up. So they just scooped it up and took off with the Sir Wilfrid Laurier statue. The thing had to be about like 13, 14 feet tall. It was ginormous.
It must have weighed quite a few tons then.
Oh, well, you know they make them hollow, right? But yeah,
Oh, right,
exactly.
okay.
It would be heavy as fuck for sure. Like
Yeah.
you're not just loading that up into the back of your at Ford F-150.
So I mean,
That.
was that criminals who took it, or do you think that was part of this fucking agenda?
Oh yeah, it was definitely criminal. Someone probably broke into a
right.
warehouse. They had a fucking hey, we got a forklift. You know what we can do with this? Yeah,
Right.
we're living La Vida Loca tomorrow. We're going to scrap in.
Yeah, it can be like that in Britain as well. They stuff gets nicked, so they can't really put a lot out there.
I heard that the system, like the justice system in Britain, like a lot of Britain anyway, is like just so backed up that some of the smaller crimes they can't. Their just hands are tied. They don't do anything. Like
Well,
people walk into.
really in Britain, nothing's really changed. I've become more aware of the truth of the system, and the truth of the system is they try and get all the worst kind of criminals back out on the street.
Right.
And
How you doing with all that?
The middle class, and they fleece them for all the money they can get through fucking petty fucking speeding fines and
Jesus.
parking tickets and all sorts of other various infractions against their fucking unlawful statutes, you know,
Yeah.
representing the sovereignty.
So how's that working out for you? How's that working out for you?
It's fucking grim over here, you know. I mean, it's like I'm not sure with you guys in Canada. You'll have to give me some fucking history because in Britain they've had 800 years at this New World Order mind control, and they've become very sophisticated, and so much so that the parents of their own children will brainwash
just
their own
British.
fucking children with the worst kind of shit and just set them up for failure before they're even fucking born, basically. And that's the level of the system now. And to question that is literally like Oliver asking for a second bowl of porridge at the fucking
Ma?
the borstal or the fucking, you know, the hostel place.
Fucking Jesus. Yeah. Well, guess what? I hate to say it, but we're a British colony. We've been here. We've been here about 250 years. We're just Brits. We were still Brits. We burnt down the White House.
Yeah, you know something, Robert? I've got a lot of respect for you guys in Canada because I think what you've done with the fucking Hong Kong,
Somebody has to, because I don't.
you know what? You guys fucking rock, mate. I love you guys, and I think you just fucking lead the world in for the truth movement. You know, you fucking really held it down. And
Well, we have to.
You know,
Have you seen our fucking leader? We have to.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But no,
We don't really have a choice.
I love you guys, man. So.
Oh, dude,
I fucking respect to everything you've done. I mean, it's just fucking amazing.
The
truth movement desperately needed some kind of fucking big event like that to feel the. Just to feel the love again. You know, the fucking amazing thing about that, there was no
I cried.
enough for 2 fucking weeks.
I cried. I cried like a baby. Like when I saw the kids playing.
There was no crime. Love was on the street again. It's like
No, but when I saw the kids, playing.
Yeah,
when I saw the kids though playing, they were just being kids. They were playing on the street together, no masks, and they were having fun. They were smiling like they never smiled before.
Food and people who were
starving. I'm getting choked up. I'm getting choked up thinking about it because it was just it was such a pleasure to see.
I feel that over here. It was emotional. I was like watching Raging Dissident all through last year, and he was just sort of like laying it out, and it was just fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
He came from the other side of the country to go to Ottawa to do that. So it's quite an event, to up sticks for 2 fucking weeks, stop living, and just go and support that stuff. But it was fucking amazing, it really was. And I don't think that many people in Britain are fucking aware of what fucking happened up there, but that was big.
Well, that's because of the main narrative in the Western media system, like all the way from the Associated Press to Reuters and you name it. Look at the freaking the CBC here in Canada.
I'm talking about the truthers. They're supposed to know that shit, But it seems to me not many of them in Britain are paying a fucking.
If they didn't hear about the trucker movement, then they better get a new profession.
Yeah, some of them are. But it's just like the way that we're talking about it. It's just like the power of it and the impact.
It's easy.
The importance of it for the hearts of the people to have a little bit of fucking respite against this fucking just monstrous fucking relentless.
Listen, we just want a fucking normal day. You know what I mean? A day.
Just like leave us the fuck alone just for 5 fucking minutes and catch our breath.
Yeah.
But they won't. They just keep on and on and on and on every day.
Like since when in record fucking history? Since when do they announce an upcoming pathogen? Like this is unheard of. Like in 3 months when the next it's like and people aren't buying it.
It's absolutely absurd what's going on in the media. It's just fucking absurd. I commented last year. I was on a guy's stream, and it's when I first got back on the internet, and he was sort of like getting really stressed out about something that was on television over this COVID shit, and I laughed and I sort of like made a comment in the chat to say that I'm so glad I don't watch telly anymore because I just laugh at that shit when people talk about it. And he fucking took umbrage at that. Well, not umbrage, but he sort of like noted that. He said, "Fucking hell," he's like, people. This is what we have to deal with. This is what we're trying to do is wake these fuckers up who watch telly all day long.
Yeah. I repeat this over and over again, and I don't mind doing it because anyone listening to me for the first time, they must know about this and what I believe is that like people genuinely are good, right? And we've been taught to defer.
That was what was amazing about the
but we've been taught though, like to do our part, like with not our part of society is basically get a job, don't be a hindrance, be polite, the basic keystones of social behavior and defer to the experts on things that you didn't dedicate your time to studying and entrusting these people. This is the thing. This is what's happening. This is an absolute betrayal of our trust. And as we defer to the experts, who are selling a goddamn fucking snake oil fucking menu to the entire population with in various formats, right? And violating that trust. But yet the people don't know. They don't know. They're still in the process of trusting them and taking it, and developing opinions based on it, on lies. And it's just it's so fucking horrible.
Canada. Well, I think we should. All of us in the Western world should be fucking concerned at this latest thing that happened yesterday.
I was going to say, if it hasn't affected a country near you, well, you're catching up.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, there was a thing that happened yesterday with Raging Dissident. The day before, actually, he was on a guy called Derek's stream, or Derek Rant's stream, and he had on a fucking CSIS member, and this guy's a fucking Muslim who was fighting for ISIS for 6 years in fucking Syria against the people, and now he's been employed for the last, I can't remember how many years, but he's been all over the fucking Middle East. He's basically like this double agent, been selling each side out against the other, and now he's supposed to be working for CSIS, but this guy's come from those people fighting against the Canadian military who've been going out there and fighting a war in Afghanistan. And this people, you know, and this is the guy who's investigating Raging Dissident. And Raging Dissident, he was incensed about there was a fucking guy like from Afghanistan who was given $40 million or something of Canadian money to come over there and set up shop.
That's like $5 US, isn't it?
He was invited on national television, and Rage went outside and fucking.
That's like £4 British pounds.
Fuck? You know, we were fighting these people like literally 2 years ago, and now you're giving them all this money, inviting them into our country. You must be fucking mad. They're throwing acid in women's faces because they're not wearing a burqa. That's who this man is. He was sending people out to do this every day. You know, torturing people's life, and like. So that's why I got a lot of respect for the military guys. I think we need to listen to what they've got to say, because if we don't listen to them and get their advice, we'll get all fucked over here, mate. You know, when the army of God, GOG, that's out of the Bible. That's China. That's fucking Russia. That's the Muslims. Look at what we've been doing over the last 100 years.
Also a retro gaming platform.
What do you mean?
GOG. It's also a retro video games. Platform.
It's going to be a real game pretty soon.
I mean, it's already. Hey, no, the games are just getting started, buddy. Are you kidding me? This is just starting to get interesting. You wait. There's more to come.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean,
we were talking the first time I had met you. I came on and you were with us, and if you remember, I had a channel, the Robert J. Morris channel, back in 2014, and then we had this huge group.
Actually, now you say that, yeah.
Yeah, we had this huge group, and it was insane. Like, because we were actually getting some shit done. Like, and this is crazy because, like, the CBC put out a story during we had a crisis in our Parliament building. Some crazy wacko runs in with a gun. He shoots two of the guards who were unarmed. They were just in dress uniform, you know, doing like a military drill, basically. Really, like it's more symbolic. They didn't have live ammo or nothing.
In London as well, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, one guy gets shot and killed apparently, and then this guy runs into the Parliament building all crazed, and some guy, like some officer, it was retired, never shot a service pistol in his career, like in the line of, you know, like in active duty rather, but somehow did this matrix move, jumping around a corner like fucking Jack Bauer, fucking planting fucking 6 shots into this guy and 2 into the wall, and they're bullet holes, and they're. Yeah, it was all over. It was all over the CBC. It was all over Global News and blah blah blah. And then fucking next thing you know, fucking after about 2 days, it only took 2 days for us, right? But one of the guys ended up doing like a fucking walkthrough of the Parliament building that they put on, like it was a VR walkthrough that they posted. Those bullet holes were there back in that walkthrough, and they weren't even bullet holes. They were just for the freaking bolts for the shelf. Like they plastered them in and they yanked them out when they took the shelf off.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like, okay. And anyway, we went after all the freaking stations and networks, and you know, like correct your shit.
Yeah, good.
And they said, "Oh, we were in error." They didn't say flat out that we made up a story because it sounded good. Like we were in error. They didn't retract shit. But it was nice though, because at least we knew we were getting to them.
Fucking hell! Wow.
Yeah. At least we got to them. You know what I mean? We got them to start changing their tune. That meant there was a feedback happening. Like we, you know.
That's a corporate apology, really, isn't it? I suppose that's the best you're going to get from their fucking lies.
Totally. I mean, you're just going to get another lie, but it's at least it's.
Can't do anything but lie, yeah.
But you called the other one out, which is the important thing. And then right after we did that, another guy, he was a lawyer, and he had an office like right on the street behind the Parliament building. So like off to the side, like near a service road, you had full line of sight of the rear parking lot, and all 30 of the police cars were back there, just all their engines running. They were all in there waiting for something to happen, and then they all came out.
That's the same thing in London with the 7/7 bombing. You know, no fucking numerology going on there, then, is there?
No, not at all. 3s and 7s. Give me, come on. That's tinfoil hat talk.
Do you know what? You talking about that psyop that you exposed? There's a guy, I don't know if you know him, Zachary K. Hubbard on Geometria Effect News on YouTube. Do you know that guy?
I've heard his name thrown around a few times. I've been in and out of the gematria circles. Like I have a few friends. In fact, my co-host is Gematria Database. That's the name he goes by. So it's
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's like brought some. I
he's
think he broke some new ground. I think it was last year. He came out with what's really going on is like they're running a PSYOP cycle every 19 years. In
yeah
it follows the moon cycle, which is also 19 years, because it's all
right.
connected to astrology. And
Which moon cycle is that? Is that?
so for example, right, COVID starts in
Yeah
2020. It's going to carry on for the next 20 year or 19 years, so it will finish
right
in 2039. This is
yeah
the war on biology. Prior to
uh-huh.
that, we had the war on terror, and that started
Hmm.
on 2001 and completed in
Right
2019. Prior to that, you had the war on drugs, which started in 1981, ran 19 years up to 2000. Then we had the war on terror. Then we got COVID, war on biology. It's all the war on man. Before that, it was Vietnam. Before that, it was Second World War, First World War, and then carry on back every 20 years.
they're
That's
all
because,
continuations of the same story. I think. Like I
right? So
like when
there's an
yeah
agenda behind it, and the reason they're doing
yeah.
it is to suppress each new generation coming of age. So when you are
Oh, they've done
born,
it. They've
by
succeeded.
the time you get to 20, see what they've done to this new batch that's come out, the millennials are now 20, they're becoming adults. Or,
Yeah, they're not having enough kids.
they
They,
are being suppressed by this new agenda
yeah.
of the war on
They
biology,
won't
which
be
is
making enough
it's for
babies. They
your
won't be.
safety. Come and get our
Yeah,
poisons because it's for your safety. Obviously,
yeah,
it's to
yeah,
poison
yeah.
people. I listened to an interesting stream yesterday. They were saying that there's a book out there apparently saying that they have first, second, and third reasons for doing shit. And like, so for example,
That's more than
microwaves.
me.
Microwaves are originally a military application, and then they
Yeah,
discovered that in the lab that they ran this test, and this guy had a chocolate bar in his pocket, and it melted the chocolate bar in his pocket. So they realized that you could cook food with
it
it. So then
tastes good too.
so things have a primary use, and that was for a weapon, but they have secondary things, so they can use them to cook with. So that's like with when you transfer that to Teflon, which was used for cooking pans to line all the cooking
Yeah,
stuff on there. Um, the primary reason is to poison people, and the secondary thing is to make it not stick. You make your food not stick to the pan when you're
yeah.
cooking it. And they've had
Like
like parakeets have like dropped dead in the kitchen where these things have been cooking something on them.
yeah,
That's how much poison's coming off them. It'll kill a bird in the same room.
yeah.
So it's no
Right,
joke.
right.
And that's like, so the primary reason is to poison people, but the secondary reason and the third reasons and so on and so forth.
Let's stick to let's at least allow ourselves to be strict with our scientific knowledge. If you don't have much scientific knowledge, then that's fine. I'm not picking on you, but like poison
Well, there's a
usually
book
denotes
out there
like.
that lays all
Hey,
this stuff
listen,
out.
listen. Let me finish. Just let me
Yeah, yeah.
finish. Let me finish. I was just saying, like, poison denotes something of a chemical or a chemical or physical nature, whereas radiation is a completely different thing, and it damages things at a cellular level, which is not necessarily poison. You can take so many rads of radiation before the cell experiences anything at all, but once you hit a certain threshold, then the breakdown is very, very fast. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
no, I totally get what you're saying. But
yeah.
I like to keep things properly addressed because a lot of people be banging their desks listening. Oh, you got it all wrong.
Yeah, well, as I say, there's a guy who's written a book of it. I can't remember the name of the book. I'll have to go back on the stream. It's
Yeah.
Wisdom Radio on YouTube. It's in the latest stream, and I just put up it right at the beginning. So
My
so.
one of my previous clients, and also I was kind of like her muse. I traveled around Central America with Amanda Mary Jewell, who's known for being a rather unorthodox holistic practitioner, and I learned quite a lot about the whole thing. It was basically like being an intern, it's like having an internship. Like I did a lot of volunteer work at the clinics in Mexico and the one in Belize, uh, out in out and about. We went to a few different places and we set up shop like to get people, like basically what she would do is she would consult other doctors and show them her techniques. They would use the Western techniques that worked for certain things, right? And then
Yeah.
and complement that with the holistic stuff, which would kind of treat the organism as a whole rather than treating just the symptom. And, you know, when the symptom's gone, well, then the problem's gone. No, because something inherent was creating that symptom. So we have to find out what that is. You know what I mean? And that's what that's what her approach was. And hey, if it came down to it, to saving a life, she had no problem with it, with a dose of chemotherapy or cutting the thing out. If it had to go, it had to go. You know what I mean? Like there was certain things she would break because, you know, life is life, period. You know what I mean? Like, so in a pinch, you do what you got to do. But and Western medicine is good for that, at least, because, you know, that they can scientifically do. You know what I mean? Like,
well, they're the best at trauma surgery, that's for sure.
Yeah. But hey, listen, they get you right from the beginning. Anyone listening, this is important. If you suspect that you have cancer or a nodule or you know, a freckle that kind of went weird, well, don't let them do a fucking biopsy. That's the last thing you want to do, because your body is trying to compartmentalize it and separate it from the body. And that's how the body keeps itself alive, by not allowing the cancer to actually spread. You know what I mean? Like it can't spread its what do you they're basically cancer stem cells that are equivalent of. And if you if you poke a hole in that fucking, basically there's a bag, if you poke a hole in it, it's going to release it into your bloodstream or into, and then it can go haywire into all your different systems. You know, it can go into your lymphatic system, it can go into your bones. Yeah. Or even worse, it'll sit there and the cancer that you're being treated for, they'll get, okay, so 2-3 weeks later, you get your lab results back and all your other tests and all your other, you know, you got your blood work done for your nagalase count and, you know, and all this other, you know, white blood cell density and what have you, blah, blah, blah. Now you got it done, and you get treatment, and let's say you go into remission a couple of months later and everything's, you know, is looking good, it's looking up, and you get this secondary cancer. Where the fuck did that come from? Well, remember that biopsy you got? Well, that thing was just hanging around until you started fucking up again, and people always fuck up. Whatever it was that they were doing in their life that depleted their immune system to the point where these cells turned into cancer, because nobody gets cancer. Everybody has cancer. It's just when certain conditions of the immune system are compromised, cancer's allowed to happen, and often it will, you know, and sometimes it doesn't, but often it does. And when it does, it produces nagalase. Nagalase attacks your macrophage production, which is, again, your immune system just gets hit and just slaughtered. And, you know, when you get back on your feet and you defeat it, and your immune system is winning that war, it's like a war, you know what I mean, with soldiers. You know what I mean? It's a numbers. It's a numbers game, and you know, and but you can also starve the cancer, because all the cancer wants is sugar. The actual the mitochondrial DNA of the cancer cell doesn't have the process that our healthy cells do, which is a detriment to us, because we have. It's not a detriment to us that we have 10 systems in, you know, converting sugar into various different things that we use, because this it's a process called glycolysis, right? Cancer cells don't have that. They have a one-step process. So they consume that sugar before your cells have a chance to, and that's what causes the cancer to build mass and grow, is sugar. And look how much sugar is in our fucking society's diet. Like, it's just insanity.
Do you rate that cure for cancer that Italian doctors using by putting bicarbonate of soda into maple syrup and injecting that into the
Abso-fucking-lutely not. Absolutely not. That makes no sense, because people go.
Well, what he's doing is that the cancer cell will consume the maple syrup to get the obviously the sugar content, but it will also take in the bicarbonate soda, which is 2 molecules of oxygen and 1 of carbon. And basically that's what kills the cancer cell, because the cancer cell wouldn't eat it on its own, but because it's in the maple syrup, it will consume it, and then that bicarbonate will kill it.
That's like taking out criminals who have kids for like as a hostage, and you just aim high and just blaze. Hopefully you don't hit anything. You know what I mean? You hope. Yeah, that's a gamble because that like, even when you go, if you go, there's certain types of exams you get, like MRIs and different kinds of scans and shit, right? One of them, what they do is they take this radioactive isotope and they put it into a dye, and it's sugar based, believe it or not, and the cancer will suck that right up, like, and then it has that exactly what you're saying with the treatment. It's the same thing. It'll absorb all of that, but at the same time, it absorbs the radioactive isotope, and then it shows up on the scanning machine, right? And but hey, you always have a 2 or 3% mass increase just from that scan alone. And if you have to come back for regular scans, Jesus crying out loud! No wonder they're just fucking asking the thing to grow. You know.
So, do you have any homeopathic cures that you recommend?
There's no such thing as a cure. What? And this is a misconception that people use. Like, it's not about a cure. And people shouldn't use the word cure, not because like they made it illegal to use it, because of pharmaceutical industry reasons. That they're full of fucking shit too. So don't listen to them. And by the way, I'm not a professional medical doctor, and I don't. This is just editorial nonsense that I'm spewing, but
it's good info. It's just info. It's not.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
we're above the legal world. We're the sovereigns.
Well, in a weird way, we're in a slightly better situation now because it's not the focus. And if that makes any sense at all, it just means that good doctors who want to help are doing so, and well, any doctors that are left, we can talk about that later. But anyway, going back to what I was saying about the whole sugar thing, you can starve your cancer out. You can start Mary, like, just when I flew out to Mexico to meet up with her, because I offered to come out and just kind of write her story, or work with her like in a writing sense, and do videos and stuff, right? And at the same time, I was kind of vetting her, like I was kind of like, because there was a lot of mixed opinions out there about her, and she's definitely unorthodox, and she's quirky as hell. Like, she's a strange one for sure. But I know for a fact that she was just trying to help people, and I didn't feel like I had to actually vet her at all. And I ended up working with her and for her for about 2 years then afterwards. You know what I mean? Actually, 2 or 3, 4 years in total. So it was like, why not? Like, if your intention is to help people, then that's what it is. But yeah, she was just basically coming off of 30 days. She had cancer before, like about, 15 years back or whatever it was. And when she discovered that she had it, they gave her options, and she just kind of backed out right from the get-go. I don't think she even got the biopsy or anything. Like, something just told her not to, you know what I mean? Like, just let me think about this. Yeah. It could have been fear too, It could have been just fear, like, I don't want to know, so fuck off. I'm out of here, Like, some people react that way too. And yeah, she went through the whole thing though, right? And eventually she kicked it. But then come back, fast forward another 15 years, and she had her suspicions. Because she knew that she wasn't being careful with her body, like with her eating habits. You know what I mean? Like, this is a huge point that I have to make, by the way, after I'm through this part. But yeah, she starved 30 days, no food with sugar. Actually, no food, period. She basically had water and lemon and the occasional, what was it? What the hell? I'm trying to think if it was spinach or something. Yeah, she didn't want any vegetables that had any sort of sugar in it whatsoever. She starved it out because she could detect that she had something come back, something returned, and she caught it quick, B just snuffed it out and just let it wither away and die because it couldn't consume anything, right? She didn't introduce anything into her body that it would be interested in eating. So,
well, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
So, and I mean, it's possible. Like, it's absolutely possible. You combine that also with things like CBD oils are very good. and what have you. But here's the thing. Here's the kicker: is that we had so many good stories, and then they'd go upside down 3 years later, find out that boom, it came back, or it jumps systems, and then, believe it or not, they don't come to her first, right? They do everything. They go through all their options, and they've done the biopsy, they've done all the treatments and the chemo. So now, like, their last option is like to reach out to Mary, and so we get some fucked up people and save them, And then you got to remember, whatever it was that they were doing in their lifestyle, that, like, whether it was bad food or working around nauseous substances, or doing substance abuse, or stress. Stress is a big one. Like, that's 50% of your immune system right there.
Stress.
And like, so, like, whatever the case may be, they end up, we would have a strict protocol, like, during the treatment period, but especially after. And the after is also a lot more mental. There's a lot more mantras and things to kind of keep in mind and to remind yourself of. And it's to not fall into the same bad habits, because, like, people like their things, they like their vices. Like, oh, one won't hurt me, But the thing is, you don't know that you got another pesky little fucker that's brewing in your bone marrow somewhere. It's like, oh yeah, that piece of cake. I love cake. Just have that one piece of cake. That fucking piece of cake was what it was waiting for. And you know what? The people that have gone and passed on, who gets blamed? It's the last person that dealt with them, right? And whether it's 2 years down the road or 2 months after, but yeah, and I've seen it happen, sadly, over and over again, and it breaks my heart, because I met some really good people.
Have you heard of Dr. William Davis?
I've heard the name, definitely. I'm just horrible with names, but yeah.
He runs wheatbellyblog.com, and that's about, he was a endopllastic surgeon. He used to do triple heart bypasses, and he did that for 20 years. He used to do 8 to 10 procedures a day. Triple
I was going to say, no, but triple bypasses, that's a grade above, like, fucking plastic surgery. Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, he obviously had to make.
Or is that just a title, like, that you hold or something? I'm not,
Yeah,
I don't know.
he's just highly skilled, and he was doing it for a long time, and he discovered something.
He just wanted to touch boobies. I appreciate that.
Well, I tell you what, I can't remember. I think it was 6 years just to qualify to do this, and 3 years training.
I'm just teasing.
Specific surgery, and he. Let me tell you the story though, because he used to open people's chests up, break their rib cages and open them right up, so that he could see all the vital organs inside their chests. Right, to get to the heart. That's what he did. And what he was finding was that, I remember, he's doing 8 to 10 of these a day. Can you imagine can you imagine that job? Unbelievable, right? So
I had a friend, he worked at a slaughterhouse where they killed chickens all day. Like, he worked there for like 8 years. I think about that sometimes.
yeah, it's just fucking intense, isn't it? I think you have to be a little bit detached.
I think you have to be a lot detached, but yeah, I agree.
What, right? As I've got older, I've found that doctors have all got the same demeanour. No matter where they are around the world, they're all educated the same way. And they have this detached, superior attitude towards anyone else. It's quite laughable, because I can now see their isolation from the rest of the herd, that they think they're sort of right.
Just like everybody else, man. Some of them are indoctrinated.
They don't get it, they haven't.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Had the rug pulled out from under them now, because they can.
In their defense, though, it's unwittingly, like, because, like, there's more incentive to be the way that they are than not to be the way they are. Like, there's more incentive in place. You can have a wonderful career if you're that doctor. You know what I mean? If you want to have if you want to be blacklisted and fucking censored and, like, and having to fight for your practice every damn day, you do the other thing.
It was the recent Dr. Andrew Wakefield, wasn't it, with the MMR vaccine? He got struck.
I don't know, man.
Register.
I will say this one thing for all honesty's sake, and to be completely transparent. When I finally washed my hands of my journalistic duties with Mary, and me and her went our separate ways when it came to the website and the Healing Oracle website and what have you. I got out of the whole medical game, so I haven't. I've been reluctant to research anything dealing with that other than the apparent virus of unknown origin.
Yeah, it's a fucking. I sort of like dipped my toe into it a little bit a few years ago, and it was just.
Yeah.
It's a whole new.
And we lost. We lost people that we knew. Like we lost like professional doctors, like in the industry, like professional doctors that were also holistic, and they were getting murdered on a very, very casually, regular basis.
Yeah, I
and
know, I heard about that. Yeah.
A couple hundred of them over the course of 4 years.
Yeah,
like, at least.
That's made the headlines as well. It made the truth community headlines anyway.
And we personally knew a few of them, and it really hit close to home one time, and I won't forget it.
Mate, they came after me, mate. They're still. I'm on a watch list. They still monitor me, and if I ever get up like raging dissident again, because that's the kind of person I was, not quite as extreme as him, but I'm not really extreme. I'm just talking common sense, but people view it as extreme, you know, and they view him as extreme, but he's not. He's talking common sense. But everyone else thinks they're normal, but they're not. They're fucking crazy. And that's why.
It's not me, it's them.
When we talk, we sound crazy to the crazy people because they don't know what fucking normal is.
They don't even know what syllables are.
Yeah.
You know, I just figured out what the word lit meant. Like, honestly, I just figured it all out. Like, I was like, lit, because like, hey, lit, bro. It's totally lit. And I was like, what, is legit too many fucking syllables for you? Holy shit. Like, what's happening?
Do you know what? I like Professor Griff when he said, he goes like, because he gives his number out on the air. You know, this is Professor Griff from fucking Public Enemy. Yeah, the music.
Yeah, I've always liked that guy, man, because he was.
He just gives his number out on fucking to the world. You know what I mean?
He's always been an activist. He just puts it out.
He always makes me laugh because he goes. Because you can imagine it. I mean, he's black in the black community, so you know the way that they talk and that. Oh, I mate. Well, just the American way, isn't it? And
yeah.
You
sounded kind of remotely Irish there for a second. I don't know.
Sorry, I don't know. That was trying to be American, but it just completely fucked up there. It's really late over here. It's 20.
Actually, kind of sound like Canadian Newfoundland, but hey,
I got
whatever.
up at 7 o'clock in the morning, so I've been up for ages. But yeah, he goes. When they say to me, "You get what I'm saying, man? You get what I'm saying, man?" He goes, "No, I don't get what you're saying, man." He goes, "What the fuck do you mean? Please spit it out." You know, and he really like.
Was he saying, do you see what I'm saying, or get? Was it see or get? Because I do that to people.
When people like,
because like, do you see what I'm saying? It's like, I don't
just like, all right, mate, how you doing? It's like, you get me, you get what I'm saying, man. You get what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
Like, and like, no, what the fuck are you talking about?
Hey,
You know?
do you remember LL Cool J? LL Cool J used to do that, like in a single sentence. He would have, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? I went to the store, you know what I'm saying? Because I was out of bread, you know what I'm saying?
It's become like street lingo, isn't it? And that's how people talk to one another. The youngsters talk to one another, but no one really expresses their emotions or true feelings because they've got locked into this culture, which is another mind control device to make sure that people don't connect with one another. Do you know something, right? John Taylor Gatto's got digressed slightly. It's on topic though. He fucking gave me this quote when I first started looking at his stuff, and this is a quote from fucking Horace Mann, and this is about 1850. And he was like one of these managers for the fucking New World Order. This is 1850. He's overlooking a group of workmen on a building site one day, and he jots down this little note in his notebook. We must find a way to break the bonds of association among the working man. And that's 1850, he said that. And they've taken that, and they've now engineered it into the mind control and the brainwashing and the programming into humanity with social engineering. And now people don't talk to one another anymore. They have no compassion for their neighbours. They won't help each other. They're each other's enemies. I mean, literally down my street, people are fucking literally at each other's throats. You know,
here's what they've done.
I haven't really experienced before, and it's just fucking, and it's, and then I had another.
And you won't again. You won't again, because here's what's going to happen. ultimately, first off, like I remember Noam Chomsky in one of the books I read of his back in the day, and it was about the segregation of language, right, and how it's used to divide not just people in a social sense, but it's to categorize and turn knowledge into a commodity by making different skill sets incompatible in terms of language. And I looked at that and I was like, wow, I mean, that would work in a social principle as well. And what they've done, like these philanthropy freaking groups, like, you know, like the Soros Foundation and what have you, they've gone and basically infiltrated all of the education systems, because like governments would fund the public school system with taxpayer money, which is always how it worked. But schools were always getting pulled back, like they were getting their subsidies pulled back, you know, the public school systems in Canada and the US specifically. That's all I know anyway. But yeah, and you think who's gonna pay the bill? Well, of course you're gonna have the capitalist, you know, regime, and which is, by the way, I believe in capitalism, but we'll return to that. You get these capitalist endeavors taking place, and they're going to groom the kids. The corporations are going to come in, they're going to pick up the tab where the government can't do it, and now they're also going to assign groomers, and these groomers are going to be the ones who shape these kids, like in the form of guidance counselors and this and that, and the curriculums start to change, you know, and then they start, and it takes a generation to happen, but what ends up happening is like the level of IQs go down, so rational reasoning and critical thinking go out the window. I heard a lady the other day say that she works for a department of critical thinking, and I'm like, oh, that must look good on your business card. Really? Oh yeah. Oh fuck, that must be magical. So how much critical thinking do you do? Oh well, she gave me her elevator speech, like she fucking says it a million times every time she picks up the phone to make a phone call, and I was just like, all right, click. But I digress. Yeah, so they effectively, what they've gone and done though, if you take that and expand on it another generation with like the millennials and now Gen Z, you've got this. Like, look what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse. You know, like with like you've got groups, and when the general gist of people's emotions are heightened for a long period of time, things start happening with legislation, and there's like a bit of a confusion vacuum. It's all the vacuous fucking brains that aren't working at the same time is what's happening, and that's when these like plants basically move in, like and that's when they start creating groups like Antifa. You know, BLM is a great example.
Did you see that fucking shit where the cops are kneeling on the ground before Antifa fucking protested?
Fuck off! See,
this is they've been released from prison, and you know, fucking 6 hours before, bust in.
Listen.
Like, fuck me, man. And this guy was a double. That guy that Rittenhouse shot
in another state.
It was a double.
While the whole. Yeah. Well, while the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was going down, like while like, you know, every left wing station, well, I guess I could just say all mainstream media television was making Kyle look like a fucking murderer, right? Fucking, it was insane. In another city, in another state, maybe the next state over, I'm not sure, but there was Antifa doing protests, and they literally called the cops off, said let them hash it out. They had a firefight. 2 guys got killed, like, and they're shooting at each other. They burnt down a business, killed a couple guys, and nobody got charged.
Right. Well, there you go.
And this is insane. Like, what fucking planet did we all somehow like conjure up in this? It's just unbelievable. But to be honest with you, it's because everyone's been affected with this kind of like, you know, the social justice attitude, right? Look, like racism, our generation, your generation, my generation, worldwide, on a collective level, we abolished racism just by whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we just didn't give a fuck because we were all in it together. Literally, like, we were all getting the same shithouse treatment. So, like, the racism thing was gone. Like, I mean, of course, you still get your, you know, you still get your few bigots and your few assholes and pricks, but I mean, geez, come on, like that's just laws of averages dictate that you're going to get those occurrences. It just happens. But on a whole,
Well,
like
they focus on those people and paint them
well,
as a an average for the truth community, which they call conspiracy theorists, or
well, 3 years ago, the worst thing you could be. Yeah, well, 3 years ago, the worst possible thing, and still today, but it's a little bit less bad, but it's not great. But the worst thing to be was a white heterosexual male. Like it's like you're done. You are done. You are not speaking. You're not allowed to defend yourself. Yeah, in fact, if you do, you'll get canceled because we want you on the street. In fact, we want you to just survive long enough to know what you did. It's like, what did I do?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
and die on the street like a fucking animal. And they like, oh man, those Twitter takedowns were harsh, man. Remember like 3-4 years ago? That was some fucking horrible shit. Like somebody would get canceled like every couple of weeks. And what was it? 2016, the Me Too movement started, and you get a few people getting free lunches there. And I'm not saying that women, didn't deserve, to face their, attackers and announce who these fucking losers are. But at the same time, some are like, I might be able to get something out of somebody out of this, and
I think it's all psyops. It's just distractions to take people's attention away. But
I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong.
What I'm about to tell you, I picked it up in about 2 years. The first 2 years I got into it because I was watching so much of it, I could see it repeating, and then when I see a pattern, I know that there's an agenda behind it. And
I'm the same way. I pick up
cards. They always
I pick up patterns too.
When they get in hot water, they always play the paedophile card, and it never fails to garner all the public's attention away into that fucking story and away from what really we should be like. For example, Occupy and all of that. That was more important to focus on.
But here's the thing. Well, yeah, and here's the weird thing is that they've been so desensitized to it now that it's become a conspiracy theory. Like Pizzagate happened. Like I don't know why there weren't hundreds of arrests. To be honest with you, so much evidence came out about the whole Pizzagate thing with the network of underground tunnels in New York or whatever it was. It happens everywhere. It happens in every country. That's the fucking problem. These networks are everywhere. Especially banana republics, places like Belize and I'm trying to think of another good one. Canada. No, I'm just joking. But I mean, it happens everywhere. It's freaking ridiculous. And here's where I have a problem. It's when you see exposés on like some of these mainstream channels or networks, and it's like they're not doing anything about it. They're just like especially when they get like exclusive interviews. It's like, okay, well, what did that do? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't you have a team of guys from SWAT? You know what I mean? Like, come in, like, especially when I don't know, man. It's just like when something is happening in a place,
Well, I mean, it did happen. I mean, Ted Gunderson investigated the Franklin cover-up, and he found tunnels under that fucking church, or was it a school or something, that had been covered up and filled in and that, and they excavated it and found out, the kids were telling the truth. The kids were telling the story that they were taking down these tunnels, and transported around the country to fucking the White House and to President Bush and people like that. So, I mean, it went right to the fucking top, and he got hounded out and called out and made to look a fucking lunatic when really he was telling the truth.
Well, that's just it.
I'm not sure whether they killed him. I think they killed him in the end, didn't they, Ted Gunderson?
I think he turned up dead. I think
3 assassination attempts on his life, during his career, and he left the FBI and he was doing it on his own for 20 years. So
I don't know that particular case specifically, but I know of a case where I think if it's the one I'm thinking of, I think he just turned up. I think they found him dead somewhere, and it's like, you got to remember too, like these they're prostitutes, whether they're boy or girl, but I mean the way that they're treated, they're kind of like tracked, you know what I mean? But they also have a lifestyle, and their lifestyle probably involves a lot of drugs, a lot of dark alleyways, a lot of places where they would go. and find themselves alone at some point. And that's the worst kind of lifestyle to have if if you've got some critical information and you don't really realize how important it is. Well, I don't know if that's a Darwin Award or if that's, but I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit cynical sometimes.
I lost your train of thought there, Robert. What were you speaking about specifically?
I was talking about the prostitutes that they were like the boys that they were bringing to the White House, for instance.
Yeah.
One of them did turn up dead. Like I read one story about one of them that turned up dead, and it just turned up dead in an alleyway near like one of the gay bars. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying is that a lot of these people that they use as as product. Yeah. Basically, they have lifestyles, they have friends, and they have networks of their own that usually involve drugs and late night partying and being in places of I would say that most of us wouldn't want to find ourselves in personally. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No. Well, I'm not quite sure about that, but I mean, I think that a lot of these, you got to remember these boys were at the Franklin cover-up. They were underage. They were at a school. And they were taken from the school, and that was in in Nebraska, was it Boys Town or something?
Yeah. Well, these particular ones, they were older boys, but they still have. What I'm saying is, they still have a nightlife. They still go clubbing or raving. They do lots of drugs. Like I mean, wow, 16, 17.
Like 10 and
Yeah, I know, but the good ones they stick around for a while. Like they have their high price. Like it's insane. It's like a. It's like a meat market.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, male prostitutes for hire. But I mean, we're not talking about that. We're talking about them.
They're still underage. They're still effectively underage. Listen, they're still, from a legal sense, they're still legally underage.
That's interesting because the court in America recently ruled that that's, even though it's underage, if they are willing, because this is what's happened in the fucking. Epstein case is that these girls have been I think some of them have been paid off, but some of them have, like, the judge has said that, well, you were a willing participant even though you were underage. You didn't.
Yeah, that's when you got a piece of shit. That judge is on payroll then if he says something like that. If he can't fucking empathize with a little girl being in a horrible fucking situation and not have any empathy. I that's dubious as fuck.
Well, I mean, exactly, but I mean, this is what's happening. But I mean, who's really interested in it? Who's doing anything about it? Where's the fucking protests outside the courtthouse saying justice for all the girls who were done over by the public in the fucking New World Order? Where is that happening?
Well, the average Jane, the average Joe, they want to come home from work. They don't want to think about these things. They want to reject these things and think about who's on Donahue. I just dated myself huge, but you know what I'm saying. Who the fuck is Donahue?
The trouble is, right? I mean, I'm trying to sort of understand the population because it's no good. There was a guy.
Don't. You'll drive yourself nuts.
There was a guy gave a talk on fucking one of Jeff Berwick's fucking get-togethers in where does he do that? Acapulco.
Oh yeah.
And there's one guy that on there. It was in sales and
in Acapulco.
That's
what they call it, Anarchapulco.
Anarchapulco. He said that they had one speaker on. He was only on for 10 minutes, but he made a really excellent point. And his point was that when people in the truth movement get someone who's not awake, hasn't really been exposed to any kind exposed to information of this gravity and this size before, and they get something wrong or they defend their position and say that you must be crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist, and then the truthers tear them apart and fucking just tear them a new psychological asshole as you like.
It's a bit of a hazing ritual.
And then high five each other. How excellent they floored that fucking poor individual, And he said that's not the way to win friends and influence people.
No, it's not. It depends on the severity. It depends on the severity.
You've got to be, sell it in a different way, and this is what you're doing is, by congratulating yourself how smart you are and how dumb they are, and just. Yeah,
that's the thing.
Forward. Yeah.
Like positive behavior cannot be promoted with negative reinforcement. It just doesn't
I've
work
just
that
come
way.
to
Like,
understand that,
yeah,
most of humanity.
I mean, a little bit of ball busting. Like, listen, a little bit of ball busting, and in jest, to relax the atmosphere. Have a little fun.
I don't know,
A bit of
maybe not.
teasing.
I disagree with that. Because
No. Well, hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish. To keep it light, and jovial, not competitive, and you're a fucking, a piece of shit because you didn't do your research. No, what you did is right. You can always benefit from giving people compliments for their efforts. You know what I mean? And like I found with people who just discover this stuff, there's two basic ways they go. One way is down into a depressive state because they're just unbelievably just like, wow, they're just stunned by the shock and awe of the whole thing that they didn't see
shocking.
under their nose.
It is shocking.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But some people benefit from it in a different sense, though, because they're like, wow, they get energized. They like, and then those ones, they'll go and tell everybody that they know about what they just discovered. Like they're the first person who's discovered it, and it's glorious to see. 'Cause they're like, oh yeah, just run your mouth. They're like, I knew this shit 14 years ago. But I won't tell this motherfucker. Just keep going. But it's good though. Like I find it intriguing. The energy, and it's like, and so what? They get a few things wrong. They're not going to know all the connections. Some rabbit holes take 14 years to fucking fall down, man. Like, come on.
I'm reading. All right, no mask. I'm just reading him in the chat. He's making me laugh. Luckily, all true.
Fucking. Dude, I've been down rabbit holes so long I had to fucking take furniture down there and fucking start adding some decor. Jeez.
Yeah. I had a thought in my head about 2 minutes ago and it's gone now. So
that happens to me all the time.
Just jump out of my head, but it might come back to me.
Yeah, it's but the thing is though is
I know what it was. No, I was going to say that humanity is they're psychologically traumatized. The MK Ultra has been done on the whole planet now via the television and via the lifestyle and all the shenanigans that are going on, silent wars, and I bet there's a whole load of shit that we don't know about. It's not in that book. And,
of course, yeah, because that when that book was being inked, like when the person was writing the words on those pages, like there's in another room somewhere else 14 guys and they were running shit through shredding machines like faster than you can imagine. You know what I mean?
Do you know the story behind that book?
I know bits and pieces.
Well,
I didn't focus on it.
It's a pamphlet.
I know, but
30 pages. And it basically it came from one of the Royal Navy, not the Royal Navy, the US Navy's photocopying machines. And that machine got thrown out, and that was before the Navy realised that it had a hard drive in there that copied every document first before it was going to print it. And it stored the documents. So someone got that hard drive out of a garbage. They fucking got that hard drive out of it. Realised it come from the Navy. Looked, see what was on it. Read that.
There was a lot of that.
And that's where
happened.
It came from, and then it got put on the internet.
The early days of computers was awesome because people were so dumb. Well, not dumb. They're ignorant. They didn't know. Like they just didn't know. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna throw it in the garbage. It's going in the bin.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah. Well,
that's
typical government, isn't it? They're so wasteful because they don't pay for anything themselves. If you had to pay for that shit yourself, you'd be fucking stripping everything off and selling it off for spares.
Well, the government's pretty careful. I think the government is pretty careful because they're so compartmentalized.
How much money they get from us, but they're not.
Well, hang on. They're so compartmentalized. Like when it's time to upgrade the computers, like another department handles the upgrading of the computer. So it's like they just get like a knock on the door. It's like, the truck of computers is here. Can we get your computer? So the guys come in, they take the computers away, bring in the new ones, and then there's a system so that they believe that would prevent that from happening. However, the other lobbies, the other satellite offices, the other groups, the person leaving with a thumb drive kind of deal. You know what I mean? Stuff gets out, and people are just lazy, ignorant, or just plain stupid.
Well, actually, you don't see that much stuff coming out from the government or the military. Not much.
Well, no, because
coming out of Area 51 and shit like that.
Yeah. They learn very quickly. You know when they erase videotapes, they have this big magnet thing, right? And it's got a foot pedal. You put your foot on it, and it just shoots
Right.
magnetic fucking current through it, and it just deletes the tape. They can do that to hard drives, and they found out like, okay, that's what we're doing. We're doing that. We're just gonna zap every single one of those. But I mean, no, I got it down to a fine art.
You can actually recover info. You can read all the information on the hard drive, even if it's been erased 7 times. There's a special process you have to do to.
Oh yeah, I am aware. Yeah, I'm an IT guy. Yeah, no, you actually have to read. You
definitely.
have to write data to every. Yeah, you have to basically write over the data again, like write over it with a 0 or a 1. And
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. And it has to
'Cause,
do
yeah,
it
it-
7 times. Yeah, to do a proper
Yeah,
scrub. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what that means for the new solid state drives, though. I don't know what that's going to do. Whether
well,
it'll be a
solid
complete
state
waste.
drives. Well, I'm sure it's going to get better, but here's right now the Achilles heel for solid state drives, as far as I'm aware at this particular point, is that they have a lifespan because the materials the materials they use for the semiconductors that make up the solid state memory address ports, like where the bits are stored,
Yeah.
they can only be accessed and read from so many times before they are pretty unreliable. Like, you know what I mean? Like the error detection rate. The error detection rate just starts to go up exponentially at a certain point because material itself is breaking down. So like there's a limitation physically to how
agree with
much
that,
it's
yeah.
used. Yeah. So that right now is a limitation. However, it's a limitation that's being very quickly dealt with. Like seriously, yeah. They're I don't even know what it involves. Like I said,
Have you heard about crystal computing?
yes, I was just gonna say, yeah.
I haven't seen much of that. I want to get into that. Yeah.
Well, it's probably, I say it's probably 10 years off, but they do have working models, and it's pretty interesting because they're actually driven by optical processing units.
Apparently they can hold like 1,000 times more data than they can fit on.
Yeah, but they can also run
process.
processes. Instead of a microchip that works with electricity, right? You know, because right now the limitation to microchips is because of the physical size of the pathways. Because when you get down to 3, 4, 5 nanometer scale for electrons to kind of do their thing, you start getting into
3 nanometers, isn't it? That's the smallest.
I think 3 is that's
3.
three.
Small though. That's small.
Yeah,
they're trying to get to 1 nanometer, aren't they? That's what they're trying to do.
But we're getting quantum at this point, and you're getting a lot of unreliable results.
They can't manufacture.
Yeah, they can't make. Well, they can't make it accurate
quantum.
either at certain heat levels. You know, you get a lot of noise in the data stream, right? And there's problems. However, but hang on.
They're running the electricity
Optical.
wrong. That's why they need to run Marco Rodin system. That's what they need to do.
Well, here's what they figured, right? Because they had optic CPUs about 10 years ago that they were developed. Well, more than that, probably about 20 years ago, but very simple optical CPUs. So imagine the same thing with electricity. You have all these pathways, and basically they're transistor switches, address locations that perform these functions as they kind of work at scale, and do the same thing with light. And what there is though is that there is electricity being used to dope the mirrors and the reflective surfaces of the pathways and controlling light, because that can be augmented at a very, very super high frequency, and you can oscillate the light and make the light pathways smaller and smaller and smaller and get beyond the nanometer
So what's
scale.
the frequency of electricity then?
What do you mean?
Well, how do you measure light frequency? Because you're saying that the frequency.
Okay. In an electronic system, right? You have to use like a 555 a clock chip that will produce a pulse. So it produces a pulse, which is kind of like in a drum machine for a recording studio. Someone's got to drop the metronome. So it standardizes the metronome, so you'll have like a timing. And that's what I'm talking about. So everything will be timed to that. So your read and your write data states will be changed to that beat. And and then it even goes down to like a half beat to a quarter beat. Like some Some things will use a transistor to change the frequency of something else, and if there's no match, well, then it'll open up another pathway to go to another function, and then that can be programmed by GPIO or whatever
I'm getting
programming.
into programming, so I know exactly what you're talking about there. That's interesting.
Yeah.
When you want to go stuff like very high resolution, high frequency trading, shit like that, that's where you need to have that shit running properly. Yeah. And also a lot of the code has been written. They've got multi-threading that's been out for 10 years, and none of the code's been utilising the multi-threading. They're all still trying to pass it through one port.
When I was a kid,
we've got many ports we can use. We can speed this process up by 100 times.
When I was a kid, people were writing programs, like simple programs with not much memory, but in assembler, basically assembly language, and like we are so beyond that now. Like I'm not saying you can't do it. People still do it, like, you know, for fun. But there's so many higher level languages now, like, that are out that are just it's languages inside of languages inside of languages. You know, like. Yeah,
well, it's slowing the machine down. But if you, the funny thing is, I've watched a few. I've been getting into coding a lot, and the coders that I trust, they all say the same thing. And that is, if you want to...
Oh, when I say languages inside of languages, I just wanted... Sorry, I wanted to correct what I said.
You want to write in a core language like C++, because that's a very low-level language, and that's getting right down to the CPU. I mean, I can destroy the chip just by writing code.
Well, C++ is actually higher level than C. Like, if you want to go as low level... If you want to go as low level without getting to assembler... Yeah, if you want to go as low level as you can without going assembly, you want to learn C. Now,
you don't want to do assembly, no, fuck that.
Now, the thing is, the thing that makes C++ attractive is because it already has all the handlers and everything for object-oriented programming and making instances of classes.
The difference between C and C++ is that C++
That's exactly,
object-oriented programming,
Right. So, but with that, though...
The thing was used... Because they use C to build Windows, so that's what that runs on. I'm getting into that now because I want to fucking overtake Microsoft. I'm sick and tired of their bullshit.
So when I say that languages inside of languages, what you can do is you can pre-compile functions in C that get triggered through an object-oriented approach in C++. So you can actually have you can basically have binaries running that get launched by your C++ code. You know what I mean? So you can have your languages inside of languages, and this is where things like PHP got birthed from, because they're basically encapsulating. They're all the principles from C++, into basically similar functionality, but more geared for the internet and the way it works, because it works differently than how a computer on its own, works on a local network.
It's funny now though. I mean, it's like this coder I'm listening to at the moment. He's saying it's all going online anyway. So even if you're writing C++, you need to learn the web stack stuff, basically all the web programs. And there's there is an argument to that, because if you're in the truth community, you definitely don't want to keep all your information local. You need it stored on a remote server, because if your house gets fucking taken, you're fucked.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I don't have anything of value. Other than my art.
The only thing of value is the data. If you can't access your history and your data, you're fucked.
Yeah, but I mean, what data do I need?
All your fucking journals, all your to-do lists,
your
goals.
See, I've got multiple
and
that stuff. Yeah,
all that shit.
That's all. I have multiple redundancies for all of that stuff.
But that's your platform. That's your safety net, and nobody does any disaster recovery plans, but I'm into all of that sort of corporate stuff, and they're into all of that disaster recovery.
But I'm divorced. I'm divorced from giving a shit. Like, if we had a solar flare that fucking wiped everything out, I'd be like, oh well, fuck it, I'm going out for a jog.
I must admit, the more older I get, the less I get worried about that sort of shit.
I think we bored the shit out of everybody that was listening. All 4 listeners probably just left.
There's still 3 now.
No, there's
okay, good.
It's important stuff.
Okay.
Because, that is the cutting edge at the moment. That's the only free space on the planet is in coding, folks. I'm sorry, but that is the free space now, is the web. That's the only freedom that there is left now. You can't literally do
it's
anything
amazing. It's amazing though that any of it works. Like the internet, like TCP/IP protocol, like the World Wide Web, the WWW part of it, like the whole
else.
thing
It's so fucking
is like
complicated as well. You know, it's
it's
amazing.
it's packet routing, like packet routing. When they came up with the idea in 1967, with Joseph Licklider working at DARPA in the Information Processing Techniques Office, he comes up, he's like, yeah, we want to do packet routing. Like everyone in the room, like, really? That's really hard. That's really, really hard. And really, like I'm telling you, anybody who does any kind of network programming, like it's amazing that it works at all. Let alone to the level of sophistication that it does. Like,
it's just amazing that the whole internet works, mate. It's just fucking,
oh yeah, like it doesn't just stop running like a fucking feeble a feeble drunk. It's hilarious. But I mean, but that's a good thing, and it's actually positive for anyone listening. It's positive because it means that the thing doesn't work if rules aren't followed, like the technical rules of the internet, not any social rules, no etiquette, no. I'm talking about the actual nuts and bolts of how it works. If you don't do the thing right, the thing doesn't work. Well, that's a good thing because there's a lot of smarter people on our side than on their side until they get older, jaded, and then they get caught, and then they get caught doing something stupid, and then
right.
The thing is, they're not going to give up their positions and their money as soon as the government start putting the pressure on. They're just going to shut us out. You know, they're not
assuming they're making money. Yeah.
There's only been a couple. There's like Leo Zagami came out of fucking that Masonic lodge in Italy, that Due fucking, which was Berlusconi's lodge, the prime minister.
Well, a common thing for hackers to go through is being broke.
Nobody fucking helped him, so he had to go back to his own fucking where he come from, which is the New World Order.
Yeah. See, like back in the 80s, like in the 80s and the 90s, right? Like a lot of systems were a lot simpler, and we were still doing phone freaking. Like the hacker community was rather tight. But even go back further, go back to like early 80s, you go late 70s. It was an interesting time period, but it was also extremely simple. And hackers would go in one of two directions or one of three directions, and it would be like they were inspired and loved that they could control a thing like this electronic device. They could control it and use it and make it do what they wanted to do, and they just kept going with it and start up a company, you know, whatever. And then there's another guy who's like falls on his face every fucking time he tries to do something in life, and then next thing you know, he's getting desperate, just got knocked up his girlfriend, he can't get a job, and well, you know, he's got some skills and he tries to do stuff. You know, the third one's more of a fantasy where you're really good at doing stuff and you get hired by like the mob to, no, I don't know, just joking anyway, fuck. But yeah, but I mean, like it's still not far from the truth because it kind of always gets to that point because like if it does lead to a criminal element, now what's happening is you're eventually getting caught.
Where's Dave? Dave's dropped out.
Oh yeah? Well, who's the host now?
I don't know.
Oh, he's back.
No, I was just trying to. You guys are having the discussion.
I saw you were fucking with the windows there.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody comes here from me.
Hey, man.
Do you know? Are you familiar with a guy called Richard Stallman?
Again with the names, I don't know. No, I'm just joking.
He wrote, he wrote the GNU operating system.
Oh, okay. I don't know his name, but I know the guy you're talking about now.
Right,
so I can kind
everybody knows it as Linux, but Linux is only the parser, and
and
that
was Torvalds. Linus Torvalds is the guy who wrote Linux, though.
That's right,
yeah. I run Linux. I'm running Linux right now. I got Manjaro.
Into it. The only thing is like the people in Linux don't understand that. You know, they have to appreciate not everybody's got that amount of brain space in their brain to remember all of that fucking code all the time.
Listen.
10 years,
if I can do it, you can do it. Because I'm pretty retarded on a good day.
I just want to put. I want to click a button. I don't want to have to type a line of fucking code to get it to perform a function.
I don't want to read 12 pages on a website.
Eh?
I don't want to read 12 pages on. I don't want to read 12 pages on a website to teach me how to fucking compile my own kernel and install drivers so I could. Yeah, I know. It's insane. It's maddening. But I don't have to do any of that with Manjaro. That's great.
Well,
I'll give you some tips, man.
Richard Stallman was really into open web, and he was talking about
he was on the Afterstep project, wasn't he? He was with Afterstep.
You can watch videos about him on YouTube. He gives loads of lectures and that. It's really interesting.
Am I right? Am I right about that?
I've no idea. I can answer that.
Okay. Because Afterstep was a offshoot. It was the people who did the operating system for Apple originally when they did. I think it was when they first did Leopard or OS X. I don't know. One of those.
Actually, you might be right about that. Yeah.
And then they branched off and they created Afterstep, which was kind of like a licensed but open source. No, it wasn't open source. This was a licensed product.
Right, it's interesting, right? Because he basically that Linus guy, he gave away his parser for free, and when he did that, it made
that was OpenStep. Okay,
everybody said to Richard Stallman, "You will never ever write an operating system yourself because it's like 20 million lines of code or something like that to be able to do it." And he fucking took him 20 years and he done it.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I just realized I'm wrong. Afterstep, I think, is.
So he's like a fucking amazing guy, and it took him 20 years, but he wrote his own operating system. But they released Ubuntu to go on Linux, which runs on Linux, but because like more like a Windows-based system, but it's compromised. It's been set up and run by the government. The same thing as that fucking.
Who Linux? No.
No, Ubuntu.
Ubuntu
is not a secure platform, and that's what's being run on Linux.
It's not. It's open source. Anybody can read the code. If something gets in there that somebody doesn't like,
and nobody's gonna sit there and read the fucking source code to the operating system.
But programmers do. The open source community is huge, bro. The GitHub fucking. There's more people on GitHub than you know.
Yeah, but this is the point, right? The public are not aware.
No, the public doesn't need to be aware. The public doesn't need to know about it because the updates go through GitHub and they go through like version management. Like this is a myth. Like for open source software,
that's what Stallman's saying, and you know I would trust him.
Yeah, well, Stallman's wrong.
Operating system, and nobody else has ever done that. Because that is a mammoth fucking project.
I think we're separated by about 10 years. I think there's about a 10-year gap between that and where we are now, though, with the open source community.
I would agree. Like, yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that might have been a thing because I did hear rumors about Ubuntu going that way as well. But it didn't make sense to me. I thought that was a psyop in a way because, like, you know, get people to get off Linux because you know they went to Linux to be safe, right?
I don't think it was to get off Linux. I think it was just warning people about Ubuntu. There was another one as well that they run on Linux. And
they did it to Red Hat, which also does Fedora. They've done it to what's the other? It was
familiar.
There's another big one that they did. SUSE. The SUSE was being blamed for the same shit, just because they had a sexy, more proprietary version of Linux that was a little bit more bulletproof. Yeah. They got accused of doing the same thing because theirs is proprietary. You can buy SUSE Linux. It's a box product. You know what I mean? And people start getting a little, you know, they start getting their freaking knickers in a twist, as my grandma would say.
Well, I mean, if it's compromised, then obviously there's good cause. Yeah.
But Ubuntu right now is not compromised. The problem with Ubuntu is its development cycle. It's falling into this trap where it's being its dependencies are dependent on things that don't change or don't update at the same frequency or time scale. Because Fedora plays it safe, and their TLS, like LTS is long-term service versions of their software, which is like 3 years, you're going to get a thing that works and it's not going to stop working. You know what I mean? But you won't have all the fancy cutting edge, bleeding fucking edge techie fucking stuff, you know? Right. And I like that stuff. That's what. Yeah, I like that shit. So that's why everything's broken on my system. Nothing ever fucking works because I'm running all this cutting edge stuff, right? But hey, it comes at a price in my embarrassment. But whatever.
You know what? I'm just sitting here and fixing Windows all day long to get it before I can actually do some work. You know. It's like I'm thinking
Yeah,
about
well, because
migrating to
Windows
Apple.
sucks.
Yeah, I'm thinking about migrating to Apple because that's what my mate said. Is he said, if you actually want to get on with your work, get an Apple. But
Yeah,
the thing is now Apple's £50,000 over here plus VAT. That's
fuck
70,
Apple. Fuck Apple.
that's
Like,
70,000.
you
That's a
say,
maxed out Apple Mac, the new one. And you
people
haven't
say,
bought an operating system yet. You haven't bought any software with it, and the software, fuck me. I mean, you need
and
about
nothing
1,000
works with
programs.
anything else.
You need
You got to
about
buy
1,000
50.
programs now to fucking function. It's
Yeah,
like,
you got to have 50 fucking dongles in your pocket to use all your different
Oh,
fucking
mate,
peripherals.
don't even talk to me about
Fuck
fucking
Apple.
dongles.
They say think
Dongles.
different.
Cubase,
Think
man,
get
and
fucked.
dongles. God damn, I want to shoot Cubase in the fucking head, man.
And not only that, if you break it, you're not even. They make it very difficult for you to repair it yourself. Like
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, it'll be $2,000, and we can't save your photos. Like if it was your phone or your lap or your
Yeah,
fucking
that's the
tablet.
thing that puts me off about Apple is that the uncompatibility, because like all my stuff's Word documents and stuff. It's like, so it means I've got to buy Word from them, but I'll have to go through Microsoft. And now you can't buy it. You'll have to fucking rent it from them on an annual basis.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is that? You know, it's like, god
Like,
damn.
you get these flashy fucks that, they got like Adobe Photoshop. It's like, oh yeah, you rent your software, by the way. Like, they're paying $30 a month to use the software that they create things with. It's
Yeah,
like, I
that's
don't
horrible,
get it.
isn't Adobe's
it's-
trying to make everyone go online so that you can't even download the fucking thing, so you won't even be able to use
Well,
it.
they've
I was
done it
gonna
over
say
and
to you,
over
the
again.
other thing is, Adobe bought Macromedia, and that took
Oh
up,
yeah.
that bought it up Fireworks and Dreamweaver.
They did it
Right?
just so they could
Fucking
go in the backyard.
Macromedia was fucking hell, man. They were the bollocks, mate, because anyone
Oh,
could
at the
go on
time?
there, you could
Yeah.
design any logo, anything on the screen, make it move all the
Dude,
with Flash and that.
I was a Flash developer.
That's the
I was a
first thing
Flash
they did is
developer.
They fucking discontinued it all.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
all. That's why they bought
and then
it. They bought it
promoted
to kill it.
They promoted their shitty fucking Photoshop, which is a load of crap compared to fucking Fireworks.
Well, hang on. It gets funner. It gets funner than that because
any code, it wrote all the code for you and made it web compatible, and it's
what was
like
it
it was up
called?
and running, and it was like wicked.
I'm
And
trying
now
to think
it's
of the
just like-
name. Because they had a competing software with vector animation. It was live something. I can't remember. But Adobe had their technology. They bought Macromedia so they could shut fucking
it's just horrible.
so they could shut it down.
October.
They wanted to take it to the backyard and shoot it in the head. Like that's what they did. And guess what's funny is that it caused a revolution because Flash is still more popular and their technology. It was there was what the hell, Shockwave. That's what it was called. It was called Shockwave. And Shockwave fucking died like a fucking like it's a diseased animal in the desert without a glass of water. Like
Yeah,
it
it's
just
funny,
died.
though. It's like the New World Order always got their shit. It's a load of crap. That's why they ended up buying YouTube.
Yeah.
'Cause
And then they
you remember it was Google Video before YouTube, and Google Video sucked bad because as soon as you wanted to flip the video back 10 minutes to re-listen to something, it crashed the video, so it didn't function. And then when YouTube,
I like how
it was like a revelation,
I always
on
find it
screen.
funny. It's amusing because they started a numbered company called Alphabet Inc.
Yeah. That's funny. Wasn't that to do with Apple? Wasn't that Apple that
What's
did
that?
They
No,
started a company
no.
called Alphabet. No, who did that?
No, Alphabet owns Google and all of the Google.
Oh right, yeah. No, right.
Subspecies.
Yeah.
And the deep learning APIs, like they.
You know who owns Google, don't you?
I don't know anymore.
The royal family.
Hey, one time I actually went in your
Right,
Wayback
Google-
Machine and watched.
Hang on, Dave. Google headquarters is 1 mile down, or used to be 1 mile down the road from Buckingham Palace, and they moved recently to their own purpose-built site 3 miles further down the road. But it was on Pall Mall, which is like the road to Buckingham Palace. That's the big road.
And right between, there's probably a hipster cafe that sells like 14-pound sandwiches.
And then they bought YouTube, and that's who owns it, and that's why it's fucked now. And that's they took away
Jesus.
the international messaging within 1 week of taking it over. They shut that down straight away.
No,
Just
I
so
was
you know
gonna tell.
who's the enemy.
I was gonna tell him a while back. I went in his Wayback Machine and found when he still has a video or the old Google Hangouts, because you were talking about different platforms, and
Mhm.
I was just gonna say I have fond memories of those days. All
And I
the
had some not so
arguments.
fond ones.
What are you talking about? What, on Google Plus, Dave?
Yeah, I remember before we had StreamYards and whatnot, they had the Google Hangouts that you
Oh, Google Hangouts.
did
Yeah.
shows
No.
and
on.
and
Yeah.
it was half-ass connected to YouTube. Like it was
Yeah,
it
it
was like
was. Yeah, I mean, I was on the YouTube really more than. I never really liked Google Plus. I always thought it was fucking shit, and it never worked properly either.
as soon as they acquired fucking
No, it
YouTube,
was like
that as soon as Google acquired YouTube, they forced everyone to get a Google Plus account, and then
Yeah,
what is it?
yeah.
A year later, they went, "Oh, you don't need a Google Plus account."
that
What they got here was fucking data,
Oh,
fucking
man.
cunts.
Yeah, there's a girl who done a song about that, saying "fuck you, Google Plus."
A friend of mine,
Twitter.
FYGP. He's a guy that we used to have on our podcast all the time. FYGP was fuck you Google Plus, but now it's free. Yeah, now he's free your mind globally, but we all know what it really means.
right.
I laugh every time.
You know, it's
I'm
interesting
gonna-
with, today, like thinking about the truth and what's happened with the internet. I mean, it's definitely had a major impact on the systems around the world. Just
I will tell you one thing. One thing well, the truth movement itself, like the truth community, one thing you do not rely on them for is financial advice. Just do not take financial advice from a truther.
I was listening to a stream yesterday. They were talking about.
It's a joke. But
Yeah, no, I get it.
Right,
It's
yeah.
they were talking about the thing about the Amish and people like that is they're living by the law of God, which is
sure. Okay.
love
We'll
your neighbor, show them compassion, help them when they need help, and obviously, that's how you get along. But since the introduction of commerce has taken the compassion away from mankind and the help your neighbor and get on together and look after the earth and what have you,
even the Amish, in order to stay like productive and like to stay like in business, they had to change their own rules. Like the Amish, like they still have to defer to a department of their Amish community that's
You have to buy
only
a
allowed to
permission-
handle the computers.
Yeah, you have to buy a
so
permission slip from the
Well,
church.
they only have a mental age of they educate them up to a 12-year-old, don't they? And that's it. They don't get any more education. So
Wow, Mormons got them beat.
yeah. Well, Mormonism's the new religion, brother.
Mormonism is the new.
That's the new Jewish. That's what they're going to sell to the masses anyway. It's
Jesus!
gonna be
I
repackaged,
was trying to come up with a word. I was going to say Menonism.
Well, it could be, mate. It could be the same thing. It could be the same.
Fucking. That's hilarious, man.
Just-
I don't mean any disrespect, by the way, to anyone out there. It's just funny to play with the
Well,
words
it's all
because,
psyop. It's a whole lot. It's all a derivation of the Anunnaki.
Did
They
you
put
see
all
the
these
speech of
religions on the
Trudeau?
planet. They put these
Did you
religions
see-
on the planet to
Oh fuck!
to destroy us and keep us down.
Yeah, it's there's that's a can of worms that I don't want to open because that's a long conversation, and at the end of the day, it doesn't go anywhere. And that's that's a big tactic used, because you'll get people in the truth community arguing over things that have absolutely nothing to do with the fucking price of tea in China. Like it's like why are you wasting time on this?
Well, I could argue that one and say that the tea and the fucking coffee is like poisoning everybody and giving them dehydrating you every day, and that's what people drinking every day.
That's flipping the script on the whole thing. I was trying to.
That's why you listen to get into that stuff, because it answers a lot of questions that haven't been answered.
I wasn't talking about.
Anyone who tells me not to look somewhere, I automatically have a raised red flag, and I'm not talking about looking at shit stuff. I'm talking about the real stuff, and that book written by Zecharia Sitchin, that Lost Book of Enki, that lays out the history of Earth. All the Bible, everything that's in there comes from the Lost Book of Enki. I mean, it's verbatim, and it lays it out for you: the genetic manipulation, the religions, and the control, and why all the wars are still carrying on today, and who's in charge, and how they got there. But it takes you a while to get into that kind of stuff, because you have to sort of tread through all the other crap that's out there on the internet first. See, I mean, most of the stuff we know now, we
Sorry
should
about
know
that.
this at school. You know?
Yeah. You know, yeah. When I said price of tea in China, I wasn't actually talking about tea. I just meant like people are arguing about things that.
I get it.
Yeah, you know, like I have a good example, and Dave might remember this one, and it was about the the Trans-Asia Air flight that went down, and people were arguing over whether it lost a wing or not because in one frame there was a wing, another frame it didn't have a wing, and the thing was is that what they were arguing about was how a processor handles frame buffers and digital compression, and they're arguing over it like it was gospel because it's there, it's on the screen. There's no wing, but then there's a wing, and then there's no wing. Come on, it's like, well, no, because the processor's oscillating. But the thing is, though, is that the argument was breaking friendships and the whole thing, and it's like, and why are you having this argument? Because it has nothing to. You're not even focusing on a point of like motive, your execution of said event. Like, there's so many other aspects that you could be arguing about to actually achieve something.
I watched the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Exactly.
That actually came up at in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. That the frame rate that was used on certain cameras was not fucking functioning on other ones, and that is unbelievable.
Yeah,
I was like, fucking
and you need somebody with technical experience and you know what I mean, and technical knowledge of the systems involved, because you know, just like the human brain processes your input from your eyeballs, it'll draw things in and then cut out information that your brain doesn't need to process. Like, it does the same thing. Well, they can do that on chips, believe it or not. Yeah, it's insane technology. But
we got a lot of people arguing about like this Ukraine stuff, and I mean, from what I know, because of being in the military and the stuff I have to research and whatnot, it's not making no sense as far as, you know, when they say, oh, this was a battle area. It's like, okay, it got bombed.
You already know. Yeah, you already know what's up, though, right? Because you were in the military.
Well, no, I was never in the military. It's more the history aspect.
I see.
And
yeah.
Those same conflict neighborhoods. Why aren't you seeing a bunch of holes in the wall? How come you're not seeing that?
Yeah.
You know, it's not like past conflicts when they had Vietnam on TV and then World War II at the movie theater and all that.
Yeah. I will say this.
I saw four.
I get what you're saying, Robert, and I'm not interested in like the flat Earth. I won't listen to like QAnon and things like that. But
I don't entertain that. I don't entertain like the whole.
The ancient books. I mean, remember that Lost Book of Enki is taken from 5,000-year-old Sumerian clay tablets, and they're talking about, you know, Enki lands in his fucking Klingon bird of prey in Saudi Arabia. You know, I mean, they actually, even the Saudi Arabian people, like the local people there today, say Minerva landed here. They don't say she was born here or she grew up here. She landed here in a spaceship.
Yeah, and we're talking about a culture who openly talks about the wars in the sky. Like this, it's a culture that like.
I mean, that's the Arabs. You can go to India, they talk about the Ramana. You can go to.
And it's not hyperbole. They talk about it like it happened.
Find ships in their fucking calendar, and you know.
Oh, and you've got the introduction of the Olmec. The Olmec came in, and just within 200 years they were gone from history again. Like the Olmec kind of appeared across the Mayans, across the Aztecs. Like the Olmec just kind of appear out of nowhere. They're the ones with the blocky kind of big meathead kind of looking.
So like,
they just kind of pop up and go.
You know them statues, the Olmec statues on Easter Island.
Their
whole bodies, eh?
When you
Spanish.
listen to the Lost Book of Enki, you find out how that happens.
Who you're talking about, the real Indian-looking South Americans and stuff. What they call them in Mexico and stuff, they call them mestizo.
Mestizo. Oh yeah, they're the real dark skinned and like short as fuck.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it's the thing is what gets you that label is it doesn't matter how dark you are, it's how Anglo you look. And like you
It's
said,
the other way around. Oh, okay,
the-
okay.
yeah,
I got you.
you can be dark skinned down there. It's just, are you more Anglo, or are you more like what you were talking about, the like Aztec and all, the real Indian, strong features and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because the North American Anglo perception of the Mayan culture is that it was huge. It was very it flourished for I don't know several thousand years. But hang on, and then just disappeared like a fart in the wind and didn't go anywhere.
And they
our tour guide
found a lot of stuff in the sky.
Yeah. But when I was in Belize, we went on a tour guided tour kind of thing of a Mayan temple, and this place, by the way, only 5% of everything was uncovered. There's 95% of a city, an entire city was underground still. That they just didn't have what they needed.
But that fits right into the Lost Book of Enki. Perfect.
Yeah. But our tour guide, he said to us, he goes, like in the books of history, they'll say that the Mayan culture disappeared. He goes, we didn't go anywhere. He just drops it like it's hot.
Right. Yeah. No, that's cool.
Yeah, he goes, we didn't go anywhere.
Apparently,
and it makes sense.
Yeah, that's interesting what you said about that city because, that comes out of Lost Book. They had a very advanced culture, but that was brought to us by the Anunnaki, and they
that was in Belize City, by the way, like right off the coast on the east side of Belize. There, that's a Belize City right there.
It's
like
that
a harbor
on the Pacific coast.
On the
Pacific Ocean, yeah.
Yeah. On the east, that's right. Yeah, I don't remember my oceans.
Yeah, that's the big. I'm trying to get a bear in here, yeah, because I'm not quite sure.
The big one on the right. It's a big.
Well, we got the Atlantic. The two big ones, the Atlantic and the Pacific. Yeah.
Sorry, Dave. Go ahead. I didn't hear you. You're breaking up.
I said, were you able to the pyramids? Were you able to get close to them, catch them, and stuff?
Yeah.
Climb on.
Yeah, we got.
Or they kind of control that.
No, we got into them, and they were like smaller, but I could tell that they were just like the tips of the iceberg, if you know what I mean, right? Because like so much is still buried, I think. But they were pretty cool.
That's probably like new stuff built on old stuff.
Yeah. The most impressive place, man, that I've ever seen in my life, because I've never been to Egypt. I never saw that shit, and plus it looks pretty hot. But I was in I was in Teotihuacan, it's about 20 miles away from Mexico City. From Puebla, and man, it was wild, man. They had the Sun Pyramid, the Moon Pyramid. They had a lot of smaller pyramids.
Yeah, it's good shit that is out there,
and it was just amazing.
Yeah, you know something that artwork the Mayans have got, and particularly Egypt, that is the Anunnaki stuff. That's where that comes from. I'm sure of it. Because like when you listen to Lost Book of Enki, they explain about the flood, and they knew it was going to happen, and it was by the northern ice shelf fell off into the ocean, a massive shelf, and it basically, I can't remember whether they did it themselves to wipe out humanity, because they created us from the original Cro-Magnon man that was here, which is a hairy creature.
Well, and it's funny you say that.
They had a lot of trouble trying to get it right, and they created a lot of different species that were wrong.
It's funny you say that, because you have your original buildings that were erected, and they had like some technology of some kind to make things like so perfectly fitting and everything. And then there's another layer on top of it, like it's as if it was squatted. You know what I mean? Like, and like there's like there's
the whole planet
and dodgy building techniques. No, I'm just talking about another civilization like right immediately moved into it, and tried to build onto it, like to maintain it. But you can see that their technology was dodgy and like all like cobbled together and like completely they had the same intention, you know what I mean, but just not the follow through. if you would.
No, I get
So,
it. I get it. It's,
but definitely, you know, that hand in hand with the war that we were just talking about, the war in the skies. I mean, all of these things like feel to me anyway. They feel like puzzle pieces that kind of need more
honestly,
in-depth looking.
You've got to listen to Lost Book of Enki, read by Josh Reeves. It's on YouTube. It's on. I'll give you the link. I'll try and find the link.
Yeah. That sounds like it's a lot, very much along the similar lines as Eric Von Daniken and what have you.
It fills in so many questions that you're
not Eric Von Daniken. I'm sorry, I don't mean him. Sorry, him too, but mostly Zecharia Sitchin. I meant to say.
You know what? I haven't read Von Daniken stuff. I haven't done him yet.
It's you know how like how Alex Jones is kind of considered kind of like Truther Jr., like kind of, you know, like stuff, and it kind of opens your mind to go look at other stuff.
I'm with you.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Go for it.
I was just gonna say I forgot to say something to you. If you drop the things or plug something or whatever, feel free. Don't worry about it. Just knock yourself out.
Cool. Well, I don't do that because I won't be able to say anything if I'm knocked out.
Dave, can you make me a mod so that I can have a spanner, please? So that I can post something in the chat.
I really don't have hang-ups on that kind of stuff.
Pardon?
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
If you make me a mod, Dave, I can post it in the YouTube chat. Otherwise, it'll just be us privately that'll see it.
Yeah, let me see here. Well, the comments, you can only read them, we can't add to them. So I got to go back to the YouTube.
Link in there and you can have the.
Yeah, I got to open that up. So I shut it down because I thought maybe I was having an echo problem, but some other guy did.
It hasn't underlined it. Give me a spanner.
Where is he? I'll have. Let me go into. I have to hit it from the YouTube side, so give me a second.
Right.
Whoa. Volume there. Sorry about that.
So that's that's to a channel that's put up a load of Josh Reeves audiobooks because he reads audiobooks live on the air, and that's like he does a commentary with it, but he's a very, very good reader, and it's a joy to listen to him read this stuff because he just lays it out really quickly, and it sounds so natural as you're taking in the information, and the information is like every page is just like mind blowing. When
I've been feeling
the scale of what they're talking about. It's like interplanetary and heavenly bodies crashing into one another, and they did that shit. They crashed the planets into one another on purpose. They had the technology to do it, and they describe how they do it. It's fucking amazing.
You tell me that the scar there on Mars, like that huge Mariana Vallis. I can't say that. I can't remember. That whole.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the one. Anyway, doesn't that look like it was hit with a high energy like welding torch, like a colossal size one? Yeah. That's what it looks like to me. Like it looks like a scorch. Like I've seen a lot of welding, and even melting. Like if you're putting like a industrial size like tower up, and you got to put you put your anchors into the concrete, and then you weld the plates in. I mean, you get molten concrete kind of coming out of some spots. I mean, I've seen it look exactly like that. Even the striations from the arcing and the plasma itself.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah. Well,
looks like the thing got hit.
That's shit. Who's that guy? Hold on a second, he came up today somewhere. Yesterday was it? Joseph Farrell. That's what he's saying, that he might be right about this as well, because I've reconsidered about the wars on the planets and the heavenly bodies. That may have been the use for the pyramids, is to create some kind of fucking energy weapon that could destroy a planet. Maybe they've done it from a few different planets. At Tiamat,
I don't know.
completely destroyed the planet.
Yeah, I don't know that if the pyramids were actually the weapon itself. I think the weapon is probably located somewhere else. I think it's the energy collection system is what the pyramids are. It's just my own personal theory, just from what I've seen from like the engineering aspects of the pyramids.
I
That's,
mean,
you
I
know,
don't. I've no idea whether. Yeah, I'm just putting some of the theories that have
yeah.
been put forward out there, basically to sort of like
Because those
give people
pyramids,
a
you got to
brief
remember,
synopsis of what my knowledge is. Yeah.
that was a coastal city. Like that, all of Giza had like it had a water table like
Right.
a few feet under the ground. So
Yeah.
and the chambers underneath, they did experiments with acoustics, and they found that there's basically a pressure dampening system with the tunnels underneath, and if one was filled with water, it would undulate, and that undulation created like, or it regulated. Remember, I was talking about a clock function on a electric board. Like it kind of regulated a system or something. Like
Right.
I can't remember exactly, but
Hey,
the simulation is it was plausible.
Do you know that's funny?
And
you
let
say
me
that. I
interrupt
had a-
real quick. Jammer, wait.
Go for
Jammer,
it.
put a comment in the chat box so I can mod you.
I
I thought you were
have.
going to say put a
I have.
cock in it.
I've already done it. I've already done it right at the bottom, Dave.
Okay, I'll have to refresh. Sorry.
Hang on, I'll do it again. I don't know. It hasn't come up on your on the StreamYard for some reason. If you look on YouTube, it's in there. I'll do another one. It's still there.
I'm looking at
I know
YouTube.
why,
All I
I
got
know why.
is Big Nine.
Because I'm putting because, yeah, I've posted that twice, that link, but you can't see it because it's blocked it. I'll just say hell.
No, just say hi or something.
I just said hell o.
Okay.
Does that come up? It hasn't come up yet, is it? In thingy.
Well, no, I gotta refresh everything. Everything's slow on
If
my
you
end.
put the link in private
Oh,
chat, I'll put it in.
Right, before that hello, I've posted that link twice in fucking YouTube chat, but it hasn't gone up there.
Man, I gotta eat something, man. I'm gonna pass out. I just realized I haven't eaten in a day.
Yeah, I've got to do another drink.
We'll go
'cause it's
grab
been
something and
chatting
come
for-
back.
Yeah.
You can eat on the panel if you want to. I don't
Yeah,
care.
we'll have to have a 2-minute break.
I don't want to make you guys jealous because you're gonna see me watching I'm gonna eat my can of unseasoned chickpeas because I'm poor and I'm Canadian.
More than welcome, mate. Tuck in, no worries. It's quite chilled out in here.
Yeah, both of us, both viewers. That's the
But
problem.
that,
Anyway, I got a great idea. By the way, I got a great idea for a show there, Dave. I'll tell you about it in a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna take you up on that offer because I'm hungry.
Oh, I'm gonna make a drink as well. So.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Go do what you need to do. Go to the bathroom, whatever. There's no formalities here. There you go. You're modded up. You should be.
Yeah,
Pretty sure you
that
are.
girl
Come on.
today down the beach, Dave. She I went down the fucking shop to buy a load of fucking stuff for a barbecue, and then they fucked off. It's pissed me off, that did. Well, I'm not really pissed off. It's like I can use the
Check.
stuff, but
Well, it sucks you don't live nearby here because I got a
Check
perfectly
to see-
working barbecue.
Check to see if you're modded now.
alright.
I think I'm a mod now.
Well, it's my signal's weak. We got funky weather, and I'm out in the middle of no fucking where. And
That might be me in a month, man. I might
still
be.
not hot, Dave.
Things might be changing for me soon. Against my will.
How
but
hard can
whatever.
it be, Dave? To click me a mod.
you still do construction at all?
Look, I've got
But if
two
I do
tabs
go,
on.
I'll be going off grid.
You know, the only conversation worth talking about, Robert, is the free energy. Because until we get that, we're beholden to these people for handouts or like in a begging bowl. And that's just not good, is it?
Nah, well, sucks. Whatever. I'm just gonna go
Okay,
with my
you're
Gen
modded.
X fucking philosophy. my Generation X philosophy is whatever.
Right? Yeah, you're both modded now, so if you want to post stuff, go ahead.
How's your puppy dogs? Oh, there we go.
In fact,
Have
I
you
got
done it now,
literally.
Dave? Yeah?
What's that?
I had to find my can opener. That's my can opener.
Damn.
No, I'm still not a mod, Dave.
Refresh
Oh,
your page then, because you're probably
Right, okay, I'll do it. Hang on.
because maybe your cache might be
Yeah, it's
expired.
probably a long way back by now.
Yeah, because when I kept going back to your name, it said remove mod, and so that's why I didn't do anything.
Maybe yours is fucked. You need to refresh yours, Dave. I don't know.
No,
Somebody refresh.
my problem is my
it
signal
still didn't
here
work,
where I
though.
live. What's that?
Still not working, look.
Okay, here, let me try to fix it.
Yeah, you were in a bit of a mood last night there. I understand you had some drama there. You doing all right today or what?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's some dumb shit. Same old crap, different
Yeah.
day. You know how
Usually
it is.
Totally. Fucking dog is just staring at me, licking her chops. Like, no, you can't have my chickpeas.
That Zachariah Sitchin, that's funny, that Lost Book of Enki. Because in certain places in that, I'm gonna ruin it for you because it's so funny. But when you hear it,
Well, no, I've read the 11th Planet, and I've read parts of the Lost Book of Enki, because he goes on about Enki and Enlil in the 11th
Marduk.
Planet as well.
Marduk and
And
all
yep,
that.
the whole, yeah.
The
I
whole,
think
the
what he
whole
does
family,
is he.
innit? The whole royal fucking family, the whole rotten lot of them.
It really
I mean,
is, and it's funny because it's the pantheon of 12 that Zakar. I just did a flip flop there, but it's the same pantheon of 12 that what's his nuts there talks about. Eric von Daniken. That's it.
Right. Okay. Well, you
He's a
know where
little.
George Lucas got all his fucking ideas from. I mean, literally, that is the Lost Book of Enki, fucking verbatim. But it's been like dramatized into a fucking story about. I mean, they changed all the names, but that's where it is.
But it's a hero's journey. It's a standard story trope. Like it's a standard. It's like there's like only 7 stories that you can write, and like anything you write is a derivative of one of those 7. You know what I mean?
It's funny, right? Because he says like when Enki's trying to he's trying to create man, and he's like all of a sudden they create man and woman and that, and he finds woman to be very attractive, and he sort of like grabs hold of a woman, and he goes, and then he poured his semen into her womb. It's so funny.
I hate it when that happens.
Loads of times throughout the book, he does that for various different women, and it's just so funny. When you hear it, if you post this fucking thing, I'll give you the link and you can listen to it.
This is Maya.
Dave's lost his avatar.
Don't lose your avatar, Dave. You don't know what it's going to do.
Right? I don't know how to fucking do it here.
I'll tell you what, everybody else doing shit for her. She's the most ungrateful person I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is about. I just work here, man.
What's going on in the background there, Dave?
Somebody got in shit.
LARPing.
Laughing. Make me a mod, Dave. You haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty.
I'm trying to post this link for you, and I can't. I'll have to put it in the private chat.
Yeah, put it in a private chat. I'll copy and paste it and check it out there.
There it is.
I mean, I'll post it. I mean, sorry. Got nothing but food in my face and my
But
mind.
that's all the best books there. That's the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And that Emerald Tablets of Thoth that he reads, you can't fucking find that online. I couldn't find it anywhere.
Well.
There's loads of different versions of it, and most of them have been cut right down, so there's no decent information in there.
There you go. Now try it.
All right.
And I got Jammer. He should be mod now.
No, yeah, Whee! We're in.
Be bad.
Cheers, buddy.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Look at that. I feel as though I've been promoted. You've given me a prefix badge or something.
Drop the spanner.
What the hell was that? Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out myself, man. Oh, I thought you were
Yeah,
talking
man.
about earlier, but
Look,
it's
shit hit the fan already.
Hey, it posted it. Excellent. I posted that twice earlier, but it just blocks it automatically if you do that. Oh, you done it already, Robert? Cool.
Yeah, I know. I've been living like the apocalypse has happened already.
You want to come join my tribe?
Yeah,
Well, we used
if
to-
I
we used
if
to be tribes, you know, before they came out.
I
with all the
guarantee.
countries
I
and
guarantee
bullshit.
our tribe will be a nuclear power within inside a year.
yeah. I got Amazon too, motherfucker.
Well, you know, the funny thing about the Lost Book of Enki is that Enki wrote that book so that humanity wouldn't follow in their footsteps, so that they would learn the lessons that they got wrong and all the things that they did, because they realised at the end that they
Hey,
shouldn't have done
James,
what they've
what's
done.
happening? You want to come up?
Pardon?
Oh, James Owens. He's a Scot. I think he's Scot. Yeah.
Yeah, but this Lost Book of Enki, believe me, that is where the Bible came from. All that shit is coming out of the Lost Book of Enki. You need to listen to the original source.
Oh yeah, and a lot of the
You won't have
Christian
any
holidays were a lot of things
The
are lifted
Bible's
right
full
out of
all this
paganism.
nonsense, you know, and it just confuses the mind. But when you hear it laid out for you verbatim, just the
Yeah.
facts, it's
Yeah.
a completely different understanding.
Yeah,
And-
no,
and then you're-
I've been down. I know the story. I believe me, I'm pretty familiar with
Yeah.
it anyway. I might not know all the details from that book, but he's put a lot of them into the other book that I read. But it's funny though.
I mean, Josh actually comments in that apparently Sitchin was accused of being a CIA agent. But I think that's a story to put people off actually listening to it. People should listen to the
I mean-
look at the book, look at the work. I mean, don't
And
look
so
at
what-
the person, look at the work. I mean, that's what you got.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, so what if he was? Maybe he just had a shitty job and he decided to moonlight in the other stuff. Who knows? You know. But everyone's
I mean,
gonna have.
I don't want to say don't look at the person. Obviously, if they're fucking questionable, then obviously you got to look at the person and their affiliations. But we're not talking about
I
that.
compliment like Elon Musk a lot, right? And people, oh, he could be the Antichrist and this and that. It's like, well, you know what? At the current moment and the current condition of current state of affairs, let's say, if he's fighting the same people that I don't like, well, I'll take what I can get, and if he does something stupid and fucked up, sometime
Mate,
after
he's not
now,
fighting the same people.
we
Get real. God damn, he's a Bilderberg. He goes to the Bilderberg meeting.
so what? So if
Yeah,
you
but you're
go,
not going
maybe
there if you're not part of the team, are you?
well, you just go there if you're a fucking Fortune 500 company. No, it's all based upon your company affiliation.
Because they want you in lockstep with what they're doing. That's why. And if you
Yeah,
don't
but
go
but
along
but
with them,
listen,
they're gonna
listen.
shut you down.
To jump to a conclusion and say that he's with the enemy, you could jump to the same exact opposite conclusion. Say, oh well, he's just a spy. Who knows? We don't fucking know.
Well,
Nobody
this
has
is
any
where you
fucking.
gotta talk to
But
the military.
if he's fighting the same people I don't like right now, I'll take that over the other option. Period. Flat out. And if he fucks around, then we'll fuck with him back. That's how it works.
And I think, yeah, but the thing you got to listen to the military boys because they'll tell you straight. Does he have his own army? And if he hasn't got his own army, he's basically towing the line for somebody
Listen,
else.
the way I look at it, he's done more in 2 years.
The Federal Reserve. I mean, that's who really runs the fucking America. Is the Federal Reserve, and in England.
No, Federal Reserve. It's the IMF. It's the IMF, the WEF.
Well, it's it's the financial house.
It's these other groups.
Apparently, the fucking insurance companies own all that shit. And
the Federal Reserve,
the oligarchs and hegemony.
The Federal Reserve is just a way station. It's just a waypoint to receive things. It's and to document and to create records.
Well, the Federal Reserve is there to suck all the wealth out of America, which is what it's doing very, very well.
America didn't have anything anyway. They were already in. America didn't have anything anyway. China fucking paid off their debt a while back, and pretty much owns most of America for that matter. If you want to get technical.
As well.
That's why do you think they're printing off money like they can't fucking make it fast enough?
Well, the thing you see, this falls right into line with the Bible. Is like the army of Gog. Is that when China cannot get value for their purchases, they'll be coming over with weapons of war, and they've been building jets for the last 20 years on the east coast of China because they've got 15 aluminium smelting stations.
And they don't even need to launch a single sortie of them over onto American soil. They're already doing it. It's an information war. They've been doing it for 20 years now. We've been in a state of war longer than people even realize. That's the truth.
Well, they buy up all our debt.
China doesn't have Western values. China doesn't value life, and it just throws away.
No, they value life. They value life, right? But they don't value as a culture. They value honor and a few other things. Oh no, that's Japan. Sorry, but they value life, but they don't value the social niceties. They don't value undermining government. They don't. They have a completely different system. That's all it is. The people with boots on their faces getting stomped down, they care about life, believe me.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about generally. I mean, like they.
Well, that's a problem. We can't be talking generally, though.
I mean, if you don't go along with the justice system in China, they'll try you in the police station, accuse you of sort of shit. There'll be no evidence, and then they'll take you out to a van and harvest your organs. As they exterminate you, I mean, that's a genocide.
They'll do that in Toronto too.
Well, they're not doing it yet, but if you let them get away with it, they will. Well, I mean, Trudeau's all in bed with China anyway, so he wants to bring that shit over to fucking Canada.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because the 20th we're going to be lifting the mandates in Ontario, which is far away from me. But
they still not fucking done that yet. Jesus Christ!
No. Canada is third from last, and China and Taiwan are still got mandates, and Canada's going to be third longest running.
But even Australia stopped. I mean, that was the worst country in the West, wasn't it? At one point, Australia. The police were beating up women on the street for not wearing a mask.
That was insane.
I mean, literally hardcore. I mean, it's fucking unbelievable, mate.
A buddy of mine there,
state, mate, that
Southern Truth on Twitch. A friend of mine. He lives in Adelaide, and we were covering that live when they were, and I saw that formation when they formed up into like basically a broad line formation. I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. They're gonna get the order, and they're not gonna stop. They're gonna stomp anything in their path.
All riot
SWAT, at that point, didn't you?
SWAT team type action is Roman in nature. The tactics and the formations. It's ancient Roman. The actual uniforms, the way they wear their tactical and shit, is more like 12th century feudalist Japan kind of uniform.
Right. Yeah.
No, I just see shit like that.
Yeah, that's interesting, Dave. That was really good. I mean, I think a minigun would sort that out. I mean, I thought the gun stopped that kind of front attacking the people, because that used to be the old military strategy. Two fucking armies would just confront each other, and it was basically whoever had more people in it was probably going to win.
They took away yours. They're trying to take away his to make
I mean,
beat
that's
so you're
how.
the same, and then we're not too far behind,
I can't
It
remember
reminds me of Starship Troopers.
I can't
right?
remember which king it was. in
It's a
England,
numbers game.
It was called the Hammer of the Scots, and that's how he beat the Scots. Is that they had a big battle up there. That was what's that? That was Braveheart, and they had a big battle, and the English just had more people in theirs, and they won because the Scottish had much better fighters because they had their heart in it. Most of the English.
Wow.
I mean, I don't think all the English were all the English. I think some of them were German. They paid for a fucking army to come over from Germany and from the continent,
that's
and then
how
they
the-
marched out to Scotland.
Well, that's how the Allies won against Germany. They were willing to accept 13-1 losses.
Wow, yeah. It was never whoever made those decisions. It wasn't them on the field taking the losses, was it?
Well,
In the 1980s, a British tank crew stationed in the Fulda Gap in Germany, if the Russians were to pour over the border, it was less than 6 minutes.
You'd have to repeat that again, Dave, because it was just so crackly that we can't really make out what you're saying.
No,
Yeah.
I was just saying in the 1980s, British and American troops were stationed in Germany to stop the Russians, supposedly.
Yeah.
And they would tell the tank crew, well, tank crews would tell you that they knew their life expectancy was less than 6 minutes
Uh-huh.
against any kind of Russian incursion.
Yeah.
That's kind of
What's that
fucked
film?
up.
What's that
We,
film?
we
with
heard it
Tom
when I was
Cruise
in the
it?
military.
That makes
in
sense. Life
infantry.
Life expectancy in Vietnam was like 98 seconds or something like that, or 3
Yeah,
minutes.
it's up to 3. It's like a minute to 3 minutes, and it's funny
fucking
because
disgusting, isn't
the key point is after enemy contact. The average lifespan of an infantry soldier after enemy contact is like it's like 30 seconds to like 3 minutes.
Yeah,
like
I think you reminded me. I think it was about 26 seconds or something like that.
Oh, it's
Or even
ridiculous.
18
It's-
seconds, I think. It's in that film. I think.
people have this they
yeah, I think
imagine
Jack
because of
Nicholson
movies.
says that, Tom Cruise. I think he says that. What was the life expectancy? He doesn't know, and he tells him at the end it's fucking 18 seconds or something.
Most
like that.
firefights are very, very short.
Yeah.
Most firefights are very, very short. You got to think about the mechanics of how that would work. And like you're basically spraying down enough lead to make them not shoot back. You have to win.
Yeah.
Winning the firefight is suppressing them and suppressing their ability to fire back, closing in on them, and then throwing a thing that goes bang, and takes
Yeah.
them out. And it's a systematic process. It's it's a very systematic process, and that's why it's so effective.
When I
There's
read,
kind of like
when I read the Tragedy and Hope, they give you the statistics on the in the First World War,
excuse me.
and they are dropping 15 tons of munitions every 11 yards on the front.
Oh yeah,
And it's just total carnage. The blood
And
and body parts are fucking blown everywhere, and it's just
Yeah.
like you just get the feeling it's just like a cattle market, and they're just wheeling soldiers down the fucking trenches for them to just be blown to
It's called-
smithereens
in the-
a couple
in
of
the-
minutes later.
In the meatpacking industry, it's called the Judas Lamb. The
Right.
first one through the chute doesn't get killed because it led all the other
Yeah.
ones.
right.
No, that's an
Well,
industry.
Yeah.
if they didn't go down there,
That's
the officers shoot them in the back of the fucking head for desertion.
It's very rare that you'll find depending on your platoon or your company that you have and how they simply load. It's not very often you'll have an actual officer with you. It happens like for a platoon you might get one officer.
They've had quite a few in Britain. It's a very aggressive country, and they
Yeah.
believe me.
No, I just mean distribution of leadership. Like you'll get like one.
Canada, do you know something about you guys in Canada? I heard a lot of your average people like me talking on the street through that protest, and one of the things that sent a chill up my spine is that you sound exactly the same as we do in England when we talk about our government and social systems and all the other shit that's going on. You know, culturally, you sound, what you're talking about is expressing exactly what we feel over
It's
here.
essentially the same system. Like, listen to this. It wasn't until 1987, yeah, it was or 1983. That's 1983 that we actually had a human, like a charter and bill of rights in our. And basically, what is it? I get this all.
Constitution,
Dog.
yeah.
The dog is freaking out about somebody out there. Anyway,
1986.
it was 80. I can't remember, but anyway, no, it was 83.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was
I didn't know that.
it was 1983 with the Constitution. It was the Constitution Act of 1983 or 82. One of those ones. Anyway.
Wow, that's really. Do you know what? You sound similar
Yeah.
to Australia. You know, they
Yeah.
figured out that they're not even a country apparently.
Because
They're just a
technically,
corporation. I'm not talking in the Freeman stuff. I'm talking. This is
but
on
here's the
another
thing.
level.
Here's the thing: is that we inherited the British. What was it? Well, what's it called? It's not. The British don't call it the Constitution. They call it. There's another term for it. I just can't remember what the hell it is. Anyway, but. The Magna Carta, thank you. The Magna Carta, we inherited it, but didn't admit it. Yeah, but we didn't, like, administratively speaking, we didn't actually draft our own constitution to define the contents of the borders of this country, like the inhabitants, right? So, like, we just basically absorbed the same constitution that you guys had, like, you know, because we were you guys. Like,
Exactly, yeah.
Some other guy said, "Oh, now we're Canada." It's like, "Oh, well, I'm not British anymore." Okay, whatever, whatever.
Mate, I think I prefer to become and be Canadian, or Canada sounds good. It's just so fucking cold up there.
Well, you could take my spot, and I'll use your airfare to go to Mexico, and I'll tell you how that is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just.
Someone said to me, "He goes,
you can't really go anywhere because they're going to get you anywhere. You know, it's just like just getting away from them."
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. Like, a lot of people say to me,
because it's the home of the New World Order.
There's a high concentration of corrupt government working with the mafia in Mexico, and I trust the mafia in Mexico a lot more than I trust the government.
Apparently, the mafia in Mexico are more honest than the cops. It's just funny, man.
Well, the thing is, if you're not fucking with their shit, they're not fucking with your shit. Just don't fuck with their shit. They don't, you know what I mean? Now, there is the occasional time where somebody's wrong place, wrong time, and they end up becoming a hostage for a border crossing scenario. But hey, if you're in that situation, hey, well, you signed on for it, I guess.
Well,
if you go looking for trouble, you'll find it.
Says about Mexico, he says that, you know, if you want trouble, you can find it, but if you're sensible, you just stay away from those places. You know.
That's right.
It's the same in my own country. There's certain places I won't go because it's not Britain anymore. It's like it's dark as Africa. Literally is. It's like fucking. Honestly, it's like you're living in the jungle and you're in central London. It doesn't even feel like London. It's amazing how they do that. Yeah.
It's funny, man.
You have to go there to experience that, to understand what I'm talking about, but it's just a completely other world. I'm not talking about Chinatown because that's kind of fake, but this is completely
I drove through London. I drove through London down. I don't remember the highway number, but all the way down to the Southamptons. And where did we land? I'm trying to think of what airport we landed in. And I have my passport here somewhere. I fucking hate Heathrow. I did, but the second time I went, we didn't land in Heathrow. We landed in another one. I'm just trying to think. It was a smaller airport. Probably wasn't too far though. It might have been Southampton. No. We didn't land in Southampton because we drove there. It was another one. It was a bit more north. It was a bit more to the north.
You took Stansted, Manchester.
It wasn't Manchester.
Quite a long way out.
It wasn't that far north.
Luton Airport.
Luton. It was Luton that we landed. That's right. I knew when I heard it, I recognized it. Yeah. And fucking, I got deported from Heathrow. Heathrow's a goddamn. The whole fucking city's the airport, by the way. It is the airport. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And they have I stayed.
It used to be an open field with an airstrip on the top of it because it's quite high up there. Yeah.
Well, the barracks they locked me up in. I was in a high security overnight because the airport security place closed, so they shipped me over there, and I stayed in a fucking room. It had a half-eaten sandwich sitting on the freaking thing. I was like, "What the hell?" Housekeeping. Oh man, it was insane. Yeah, I got deported. I got denied access and deported the first time I tried to go to England.
Really? Why? What was that for?
I guess maybe I look like a scumbag. I don't know. Fuck.
What? Because you're in
I
the
was
prison?
new. I was new. I was new. No, you know what? I wasn't popular enough, really. Maybe I was on a list, and that got them to ask the right questions. I was new at traveling, so I didn't know exactly how to answer them. Like, you don't tell them the fucking truth. That's the first mistake I made.
Yeah, right.
You know. And then secondly, I mean, I had long hair. I looked like a mountain man. Like I came out of the freaking. I came out of the a camp up North Canada, like from the friggin'. It was on a gold claim, and it was the middle of the winter. Oh no, it was before I did that. Was it before I did that? Yeah, it was before I did that. Getting all my stories mixed up. Yeah, it was definitely before I did that. But I still look like a mountain man though. And I had a cowboy hat. It was after I toured across a few provinces. I was living out of my car there, and I had a Ford Explorer, and I just drove across BC. I drove across Alberta, and I went into Saskatchewan, and then I got stuck in Regina, the place that rhymes with fun. I got stuck there for about 3 months, and it was a horrible place because like there was no work, like just enough work to keep you there and not be able to leave. And I was there. I was
Did
desperate
you say
to leave.
Regina rhymes with cunts?
No, I said Regina, the place that rhymes with fun.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah, right. Okay, that's funny, right? The Calgary, what are you saying, James? The Calgary plan. I'm not quite sure. You need to jump on, mate. Speak to us.
Yeah,
Calgary's nice.
I've had him on a lot of times in the past.
Immigration on steroids, right? Oh, right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm with you now. I see what you're saying.
He's a pretty smart dude.
Yeah.
James Owens,
America never left Britain. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, you know, it's funny.
Yeah, well, there we go.
It's funny because in Washington D.C., like Kitty Corner, like where they have like the city, like they have the Washington Monument and all this stuff. Like Kitty Corner on all these urban centers are like statues and monoliths and like the cornerstones, and like you got all of the different British Commonwealth symbology, and it's really bizarre. Like I'm just remembering that off the top.
Right? Since I've been listening to Canada for the last year, 18 months, I've noticed that all the names of the places are English names of places. And
totally.
Cities over here. It's like funny. You've got London over there, and all sorts of places like that. It's so funny.
Yeah. No, we gotta.
It's like, what the
it's
fuck?
got it's like Britain. It's like Britain, but with a fun, like Native American Indian twist. You know what I mean?
You know what? I love the best thing about the protest was watching the Indian women drumming on the drums. It was like there's one set of drumming that they did. It was like so enchanting. It was like literally lifted the whole place, and it was like
it's amazing.
It was just like heaven was like landing on earth again. It was like
and you've got this beat, and it's like timed with a heartbeat, and then you get this underlying beat that goes kind of like a half beat off, and it goes and trails behind it. Yeah, and then you get them droning. I've seen groups like as large as like 30, and then and it's just it's so. It tells me something. It tells me something because
a lot of them. If you get over 5 of them singing in unison, it's like very powerful. You know, it's like, you know what? I think it's funny, right? The whole truth movement is the sort of. I think the people who are not into this is they're frightened of expressing love like that, like those Indian women do with the drumming and that. They're frightened of that feeling. That feeling is what they'll go to war and die over, rather than explore it. I mean, how fucking crazy and mad and insane is that?
Well, I can't speak for them because I don't know what their motive.
And enjoy, and that frightened the security services, the 4-year-olds psychologically 4-year-old adults out there who just can't take any of the truth or change what they're doing, or stop drinking beer for 5 minutes and learn something.
Oh yeah, I gotta get my beer. I forgot that. Thanks for reminding me.
You Canadians, man, you're fucking bad drinkers over there. All of you drink like fish over there.
Oh man,
you're all fucking fish people, really.
No, fish are like you drink a lot. Yeah, man. No. Oh, by the way, that woman that got trampled at the Ottawa, friggin' with the dust up there, the scuffle, the kerfuffle. No, she didn't die. Actually, she didn't die. She did get injuries on her back when she was trampled. She had some complications apparently, but she didn't die. She was actually a member of the Native community, and she lashed out. I'm sure there's been some retaliation from the from like legitimate Native reservations have their own government, like they have their own.
That's just what I was talking about. That's she had that sign up, and she was literally saying love and peace, and that was what literally caused them to charge. Because she offered.
They're like, we'll show her.
They're more frightened of love and peace than they are of anything else. I guarantee it.
I don't think those guys. Okay, listen. I mean, I had a suspicion when I saw them what they did in Australia. I had this suspicion. I'm like, there's no way that other Australians could do this to their kinmen. Like it just doesn't make any sense. Like
that's exactly it, isn't it? That's exactly.
They had to be brought in. Yeah. They had to be brought in, and I think those motherfuckers. And they looked very Eastern European to me. Like they looked very Eastern European.
That guy that was on Rage's stream, well, he wasn't on Rage's stream. It was a rant stream, but Rage went on there, because he's a propaganda agent working for CSIS to try and undermine our movement and make us look ridiculous.
They've been doing this since years.
And yet
they destabilized us.
Considering half the stuff that we talk about, in the scope of what we talk about, he can't handle that. He's stuck in the fucking government New World Order narrative. So he's like clueless as to what the fuck is going on the planet. Thinks he knows, but he's coming from ISIS. This is who's a fucking senior fucking security force. So this the top place in fucking the police in Canada. I mean, this CSIS investigate the police. That's who they are. Now they're investigating Rage because he's talking about love and peace.
They're the Canadian equivalent. They're like the NSA. They're like
arguing for the government in Canada to actually be a government and stop acting like a bunch of fucking tyrannical criminals. That's all.
You know what? I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But there's a flip side to that. Canadians need to start acting like responsible fucking adults and stop fucking bitching and whining and just fucking sloughing it off. Oh, all the politicians are screwed, so I'm just going to be cynical about politics. No, get fucking involved. Start changing shit, because the reason why they're in there in power is because we fucking let them. We let them do this to us.
Yeah, well, it's true, but we're not going to change the system by... trying to, it's like Einstein said, we're not going to...
Well, we don't lay down and make it easy for them either.
The same level of mentality that created the problem in the first place.
Yeah, that's it. It's a hopelessness, and you can't change anything.
Well,
heard my dad say to me.
Well, we can. I understand exactly what you're saying, but we do need to get together in a serious way. We need to do it in a military style. We need to...
No. Listen.
Involved, we need to
you need to go to the rallies. Listen, you need to go to the rallies. You need to be the politician. Okay, look, if all the politicians are scumbags, then be the politician that isn't. You got to lead by example, and then other people, good people, will see that.
You're talking about that. You're talking about money, Robert. It's like people.
Dude. Bullshit. See, those are the excuses that people use all the time, and that's why we let those fucking criminals in power.
If you're talking about fighting them, look at what Trump spent. He spent.
You don't have to spend. He's already rich. He was already independently wealthy. Look, I'm not saying not every person can do it, but what I am saying is that just giving up and giving in is not going to make it hard for them.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You got to be actively involved. If you want something to change, it's not going to change if you don't try. That's for sure.
Well, the other thing that
I'm not trying to be mean or be an asshole. Cool.
No, spit, brother. It doesn't matter. It's all opinions in this conversation are valid. You've got sensible people. But it's
Well, I mean, and here's another thing too, right? Is like if you came in, let's say, as an independent, you know, and you weren't on a platform based on
what I'm
cash
trying to say
alone.
is there are many
But hang on, let me
independents
finish.
that already do that.
Let me finish the thought.
Yeah.
Let me finish the thought. Then you wouldn't have these like bipartisan situations taking place. You know, like if you were to get involved, you become another party, and that other party now is another option. And like the reason that the United States has fallen into this conundrum is because now both sides have been taken over. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, for sure.
you know, and Canada's not much better. Like the NDP is supposed to be like the opposing party to the Liberals, and fucking they're in bed with them. You know, like you know, you got Green Party, you got like you got a couple other, they get a couple of seats in a cabinet of 30, let's say. You know, it's like they're always going to be third best. You know, and I don't know.
I
If
will check
wokeism-
that, I will check that out, James. That Kalergi plan. I have heard of it before, but now you said that, it will make me look into it. Cheers for that.
Oh, sorry, James. I didn't even notice. I was looking
He's posting loads of stuff
at the-
in the chat. I keep sort of
at the
looking
screen, but I wasn't looking at the chat column. It's like, holy shit, there's a whole page of reading.
at it. Yeah.
But yeah, man. Yeah, it's
I
pretty
mean-
messed up here.
I have thought about going into politics, but it's to be honest, it's like we're already in. If you're in the truth movement, you're already in politics, and the only thing that separates us from actually entering into that game is the finance, because it does cost a lot of fucking money to do it. You've got to run your household to do that shit, and if you don't get elected, you're not going to earn any money.
Absolutely,
So you probably wasted 2
but
years of your life going down there. You've lost £60,000.
But here's the thing. There's a lot of nuance.
You ain't doing it.
There's a lot of nuance to this, though. So, like, you don't have to go into politics, but you're already a podcaster. You could support a politician that does support the things that you want to see, and then branches out. You have other writers that are,
Well, look at what's
like
happened
this
to
could come.
Bernier in Canada. He stepped down now, isn't he? He was
Who?
in the OPP, the CPP or the OPP. What's it called?
Oh, that's just the Ontario Provincial Police. So that's just a provincial level. Yeah, he stepped down because he didn't want to be the guy that they look at 10 years from now and say, yeah, he fucking choked out these, because he didn't agree. He knew what was going on. He stepped down. He's like, I ain't fucking with this anymore. Fuck that. You know, he threw away his career.
He could have been elected. I mean, he had a lot of people behind
For
him.
the wrong reasons, because the people wouldn't have believed it, because at the time the people were being lied to by all of the media that was mainstream. Like everybody was kind of fucked, and the cop is like, the best thing I can do to do no further harm is leave my post, because these are unlawful orders and I'm not going to accept that. And that is a moral choice and a good one, and good on him, and kudos, you know.
Yeah, it's
You know,
See,
it's
that's
what-
why I don't think politics. Yeah, I mean, I think James says it right. I mean, it's basically that. It's well, the blue and the red.
He's right.
two
He's
cheeks of
right.
the same arm. Yeah.
It is both cheeks of the same arse. But here's the thing. Here's the problem: is that it is a game, and you've got to play it. But I mean, if you don't, the other guy's going to win anyway. In fact, they'll play both sides, just like what you see in the States.
That's why I consider it. But you know, it's a dirty game, that politics, man.
Oh, it sure is, and it's not for everybody. Not everyone's cut out for it, but people coming together in an organic sense is definitely in a supportive role. Like it doesn't make the onus any less for us as a people to overcome this problem. Like everyone's just waiting for someone else to solve the problem. You know, while we just sit and bitch about it and get shut down repeatedly, and our numbers are waning, more and more of us are dying, and less us are getting the news.
I'm getting older.
Like,
I'm approaching that life myself, mate. So I hear you on that one.
So,
I mean, I've
there
already
you
done
go.
15 years in this shit. I've been on there 15 years. Dave's heading on for 20.
and that was the logic behind what I was saying about Elon. You know, like, I mean, do I trust him 100%? No, but he's the best we got right now. You know what I mean? So let's go with it. You know.
Someone said to me that he paid 44 billion to buy Twitter. I was like, he never would have fucking paid 44 billion for fucking.
Well, he
Twitter.
hasn't yet, because he discovered that the amount of humans that use it are not matching up with what he's seeing in the system. So now
apparently I heard- I heard
He's going to
different.
sue them to lower the price. He's
I heard
already.
different that he was calling their bluff because they said they weren't going to sell, and he
Yeah.
said, "Well, I'll offer you £54 a share."
Right. And then they went, and I think they probably had a backroom
And then-
meeting and
then
said,
they
okay,
said,
you know what? We'll show him.
Yeah, go on then. We'll have that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
then
then he's
said,
like,
"No,
wait
no,
a minute here.
Yeah.
Because like they said only 5% of
Yeah.
the 5% of the accounts were bot accounts. And he's like, no, it's more like 20. We're gonna have to reevaluate that 44. You know, like we're gonna have to see if the things are not what they seem. And then, you know, Twitter employees are just freaking the fuck out.
I mean, to
of
put
course.
that into perspective, back in the day when YouTube got sold, it was valued at 250 million. So the three people that started it, that was really what they were going to get. But the Royals came in and offered them 1.5 billion. So that
Yeah.
was 5 times what it was worth. And they took that offer, they couldn't resist it. It was an offer they couldn't refuse. So Twitter is never fucking worth anything like 44 billion. Fuck me, you could buy 10 Googles for that.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
James just brought up a good point there. He said he wishes there was an organic movement, but they end up being co-opted. Hey, GCHQ in Britain, like they were training internet wizards since like 2013, 2014. They started off actually earlier, 2008. They started off with the gaming networks on like Ventrilo and TeamSpeak, and they went through World of Warcraft and EVE Online and a bunch of other gaming networks to train, and they came into the YouTube sphere around 2013 and started just being Valentine agents, basically. Like they would make friends and then start instigating things,
You know
bringing
what?
up issues.
That's so
It was-
interesting you said that. I've just had a revelation. Up until that point, about 2016, all the agents they put on YouTube to lead us down up the garden path and nowhere again into the middle of a field like a Monty Python. The Truth Movement had somebody who was a fucking much more knowledgeable than their fucking patsy, and they were quaffed, and they couldn't survive. But then, from 2016, they started censoring like fucking mad all those people that could shut down their agents.
Do
And
you
they've all
know
been
why?
banned they've already been removed from YouTube. Everything, all the law stuff is gone.
You know why? Because in
Yeah.
all those countries, in those specific countries, there's 12 of them that signed the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, in 2015. The legislations that were agreed upon by those nations to follow a particular standard for whatever it is that they have planned included infiltration and basically the destabilization of these social groups that were basically pegged as, well, you know the word, fake news. And we
You
were
just hit the nail on the head there, Robert. That's perfect way you said that.
Yeah,
That is exactly what they've done.
we tore ourselves apart from the inside out with with a few keystrokes on their part, and that was it. It was enough to send us into a tizzy.
That's what they've been really good at, is dividing us and getting
Absolutely.
us arguing about petty things, and it's just waste of.
And they've
I'll tell
gotten
you,
better.
You just don't have fucking time to get into that shit. There's so much important work to be done, and that's things like build.
We're done.
Replacement
Listen.
for YouTube, or it's like what you just said there, James. It's I wish there was more an organic movement. There will never be an organic movement until we have a reliable, truth-based platform that says, no to YouTube and Google and censorship. That's the only way that that's ever going to start. Because that's why they bought YouTube, was because on YouTube it was so big. You had 1.5 billion people on there. They were actually changing the global understanding of how the world worked, and the criminals, all of a sudden, the light was being shone on them for the first time in our recent cultural history. Not talking about the Anunnaki, but recently.
I could just see the Queen going,
And
"What's a Mark Zuckerberg?"
Who the fuck they were and what they've been doing, and how they've been fucking us over for centuries. And that's why they had to buy YouTube. They wouldn't mind paying fucking 3 billion. Those idiots could have asked for $1 trillion and they would have got it for that. That's how powerful YouTube, and they were idiots to sell it. They just gave it away for a bowl of porridge.
There's a certain point where you just don't give a shit. Like, get me my adrenochrome. Get me my adrenochrome now.
Yeah, they can take all the. I tell you what, mate. It's like I've done drugs in the past, but drugs is nothing compared to the truth movement.
No,
The truth.
no,
and
no.
divine
Oh, sorry,
power
you're not getting me. Adrenochrome is it's adrenal fluid. It's from the
Yeah, I
adrenal
know what it
gland
is.
of children.
I know
Yeah,
what it
yeah,
is,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But it's a drug, isn't it? It's the same fucking thing, you know.
I guess
It's
used as a drug.
artificially-
It's
Well,
not a
it's not really
drug.
a drug,
It's part of human biology. So it's not a drug. It's just it's a supplement for people who they're still addicts. They're treating it like a drug, sure, but whatever. There's a video I saw on Rumble the other day, and it was
15 grand a bottle, apparently.
yeah, in Davos they have delivery vehicles that deliver adrenochrome, and like I'm shitting you not. Like there's a
Do
fucking
you know
video I
what,
just
right?
saw on Rumble.
I've never understood why you get fucking armed guards delivering fucking medical supplies. And now I understand it. It's because there's probably £100,000 worth of fucking adrenochrome in there, isn't it?
And but not just that.
Like that.
But hey, listen. This is no word of a lie. Like in Eastern Bloc, like after like the Balkan Wars and what have you, they were doing a lot of like black market organ, sales. I would say sales and collections. But here's the thing, right? Is that would if you didn't have an armed transport with a heart going to a hospital for let's say a patient, that guy's getting it. They're getting knocked over and nicked. It's like done.
Yeah.
Like that's just the way the way things worked. I mean, in the vacuum, the power vacuum following the war. I mean, the like Serbian, the Bosnians, like they all had their mafias like filling that power void, and on one level, they're distributing things to people who need it. So they're kind of acting as the infrastructure for the society that's right now completely fucked. But they can also skim off the top and take advantage because they're scumbags.
Do you think that adrenochrome is like they had in Jupiter Rising or Ascending? Or something?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Human beings to make one little flask of fucking adrenochrome or something.
I have no idea. There's so much.
It's so evil in it. It's like James says, man. It's just unbelievable.
I mean, you can get adrenochrome. You get adrenochrome just from drinking someone's blood. So I mean, there's so much of this vampirism and being alluded to.
I think that's 100% on it, mate. They do live a long time, and there's a reason for it. Yeah.
Oh, I think there's something to it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well,
but yeah.
David Rockefeller, just before he died, he had a fucking blood transfusion, and he was on camera, and you could literally see the blood coming out of his fucking eyeballs. It was coming out of his eyes. They were completely red and bloodshot. It was
crank it up to 10. I need some juice.
A fucking vampire, Mitch. I'm telling you, he was a fucking vampire.
These people are
out of a horror movie. It's like, oh my god.
They don't see us as human.
Well,
and
105 or something.
Yeah, and he was probably O negative blood. Guaranteed. They're all O negative blood, by the way, which is the most unique bloodline. Like these guys, they've got generations of inbreeding to make sure that they don't have their bloodlines what's the word? Contaminated.
That's funny, because the girl I met today, that's what she said. Her blood is rhesus negative. She said, which is the same as like that bloodline. She's got problems. She's highly intelligent.
See, I'm O, but I'm O positive. Like, so I'm not O negative. So I've got the monkey gene, man. I got the monkey gene.
Oh, that's cool. So you like music and
I can climb a tree like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Do you know what? When I was a kid, I used to love climbing trees.
Oh, I like climbing anything. Well, not so much anymore. I can't do like I can't like do kneeling and stuff anymore because my knees pop out of joint. It sucks because I go to tie up my shoelaces. It's like there it goes. It slips out of joint. I have to extend my leg and it pops back in.
Too much time in front of the keyboard, man. You got to get out and do some exercise.
No, I damaged it in the military actually during training. I had a wee fall. It was fun.
How long ago since you was in the military then?
Oh shit, 1992.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, did you go to the Gulf then?
No, I didn't do any active service. Canada was doing shit. We pulled. You know what? The year I went in,
That was the first Gulf War. That was 91, wasn't it? They went in.
Yeah, I was 16 during the Gulf War, so I turned 17, and
Wow.
I went out, and Canada turned into a bunch of punk ass pussies and pulled out of everything. Mind you, a lot of people don't know some of the, and I can't even say, like, I'm still bound by my, I'm still bound, like, you know.
Have you seen James Topp in Canada? He's walking across Canada at the moment.
Yeah, where's he at now? He started.
He was
Shit,
at
low
Sudbury,
battery.
I think, the last I heard, a couple of days ago.
Sudbury. Wow, he's literally
He's
left
2
from
weeks
like
after
Victoria
that.
Island. Yeah,
2
he
weeks
started in
after that,
Victoria.
Yeah, right across the other side of the continent. Yeah,
Yeah, man. Fuck.
yeah, it's a long way, 3,000 miles or something, isn't it?
I did that on a Greyhound bus, and that was shit.
Yeah.
That was absolute shit.
I was
But
saying
guys,
on the blog, I was saying that he's going to wear his fucking pelvis out doing that. That's a long way. Isn't
well,
it?
you know,
3,000 miles.
there's only a few. When I say characters, what I mean to say, what I mean by that is like, there's a few people who become iconic, right? And I saw him, and I'm like, you know what? I think he's going to be one of those guys. You know, Terry Fox is a good example. Yeah, man. I mean, they even used the Terry Fox memorial as friggin' gasoline to throw onto the dumpster fire that was going on during the trucker protest. It was so fucking savage, man. Holy fuck.
Yeah, right.
But I've got to go, guys. I really do. I've enjoyed talking to you guys.
No problem.
Kinda,
Good. Enjoyed talking to you as well, Robert. That's cool.
yeah, man. Fucking. I figured I might as well, because I'm going to be going on. We're doing some movie reviews, or not movies, but sorry, series reviews. You know, I don't consider myself part of the truth movement per se. I'm a truth seeker. I do journalism. I editorialize. I'm a writer though as well, and a content creator. I wear all those hats, and I decided at a certain point to disconnect in a certain way, but just be happy and be creative and deliver what I can do.
Yeah,
you know what I
good luck,
mean?
mate.
And
Well, that's the best thing to do. Yeah,
because
definitely.
I'm going to be 50 when I turn 50 in a couple of years.
Yeah.
When I turn 50 in a couple of years, I look back and go, oh yeah, and I wasted 30 years of my life, you know, sacrificing the things that other people take for granted. And you know, I want a little time for me as well, but I'm always about the truth, brother.
Yeah, well, I've done the same thing, and I fully understand where you're coming from. It gets too much, the truth movement, after a while. You basically go around the loop, and then you've been around it a couple of times. You think, well, I've already heard this.
Yeah,
I already know this.
And for other people that don't understand, it's not like giving up at all, because what it is, it's more about realizing what's important to you in your life, and then incorporating that which you believe in into that system, and and becoming who you are, really, rather than
you just drain yourself. Otherwise, you can't do it.
Yeah, it'll suck the life and the
energy out of you. I got very ill doing what I did. I learned a lot of shit.
Me too. I'm still battling depression. Like, to be honest with you, like, it's still
14 and a half
an ongoing
stone. I
thing.
was a bit overweight, and then by the time I finished, I was 7 stone. Well, just about 7.5 stone, just over 7.5. So I've lost nearly half the weight that I had, and it was just like, fucking hell. You know, but that's a lot. That's a lot of weight to lose. So
but anybody listening to this, anyone listening, present or post, just hey, it's gonna get a lot worse. So just be smart. Just be smart.
That's the problem. That's the thing that keeps you coming back. Is there's always more. They keep throwing more stuff down the pipe.
Yeah,
so
it's not going to get better, and that's the problem. And we got to ride this out. We've already lost the war. The war has already been lost. There's nothing left to fight for. Now it's a war of attrition. We need to survive and make it through what happens next, and we have to rebuild.
Clint Richardson went on Gnostic Media a few years ago, and that's the last time he was ever allowed on there again, because he told too much truth. But he said, you've got to understand that we as a people, and he was talking about America, but you could apply this to every country on earth, is that we have been utterly conquered. We are
absolutely
defeated. Even our languages have been destroyed. and they've given
and
ourselves
and
code language.
and their social constructs, like
Until we accept that how low we are, we can never take a step to our freedom until we accept that. And
Yeah.
that's where humanity is today. They cannot accept they are utterly destroyed and defeated. And that's the problem right there. And, you know, Tsarian said this 15 years ago, and nobody, it's like you said a few, you know, an hour ago, Robert, it's like there's not enough people fighting back. They're all sitting back and enjoying themselves. And, you know, I realised yesterday, which is or a couple of days ago, it's quite a shocker. I realised that as knowing this information, it's like my responsibility, I suppose, to talk. I mean, I keep thinking about leaving. I just talked on here tonight about leaving the country and going somewhere else to get away, but really, my responsibility is to talk to my own
your responsibility is to the people that love you.
Well,
that's your responsibility.
Well, but not really. It's to, you see, the problem is our generation, Generation X, which is we're now the people that have to take over all of the fucking government and the politics and all of that. And most of us don't want to fucking know. They're drug addicts. They're strung out. They're divorced. They're
most of us are dead, bro.
Well, a lot of us are dead, but some of us are still there. You know,
most of us are dead. Like I mean, there's more dead ex-geners than there are alive now. You know what I mean? Like we've crossed that threshold.
That's frightening. Don't tell me anymore.
I'm pretty sure that's true because I'm sure half of us died from drug overdoses and bad bar fights.
It's just fucking tragic, and they're just unreachable. Most of them people. They just.
But here's the thing, man. Like we didn't leave behind us. We didn't leave behind a very good legacy at all. But we still have a chance at least to give a few breadcrumbs in the trail because
some of us have put a lot of effort in, and
here's the problem, right? Is that with the millennials and Gen Z,
what we've done is we just get hated for it, and it's just, and we give
it doesn't
love doing it.
It doesn't matter because we're gonna die. We're gonna die and move, and we're gonna die, and everything moves on forward, right?
Yeah,
but guess what? When the
that.
millennials get old, the millennials won't have anyone to take care of them when they're old. Yeah. There's going to be a very, very tiny population on this planet at this point, and it's going to be that tiny population that is going to have to seek to repopulate the planet. And I don't know what it looks like. I have no idea what that looks like, but it doesn't sound good.
It's game over because they'll get.
No, it's already come to that. It's because the numbers.
But when they get their 500 million, they're never breaking out there from there.
No. You're not thinking about this. You're not thinking about this in terms of generations. Like right now, the people that are capable of having kids and raising families aren't doing it. They're not having kids. We've already got the studies from Japan from 10 years ago because it started there first. And now, when those millennials get old, there's nobody to take care of them because there's nobody younger than them. They're going to be the last generation. Now, I'm not saying there will be nothing. Like, of course, there's going to be a very tiny, small group of humans left that are going to be able to procreate. They're going to have to procreate like mad, like rabbits, man, because well, they'll be below.
They can't because it's too fucking expensive. I mean, houses now, they got flats on the front overlooking the sea are £500,000 each. I mean, people are earning 15,000 a year. How the fuck?
But maybe they're, but you know, and maybe the Gen Z kids, maybe their thing, they'll be plugged into the freaking metaverse, and their next god will be a digital 3D avatar, giving them doses of dopamine. That'll be their new god. Who knows? And we'll be dead.
We have to do something.
Yeah, we're pretty fucked. Yeah, eugenics is here right now. It was the dreams of Gates' fucking mother and father. Like I think it was her mother, his mother was in the Planned Parenthood committee, and I don't remember what the father did, but had some other it's a family.
It was to do with it as well. The original.
They're all eugenicists.
Yeah,
they're all eugenicists.
Was involved in it. Yeah. The original shit. Yeah. It's just a continuation, though, of eugenics. These people are copying the Anunnaki and what they put down because they're the custodians. But they're going against what the Anunnaki warned us about. These people, but they're doing it to maintain control, so that they live as kings and we are the fucking slaves. That's how they're running it.
I think it's a little. it's a little bit more basic than that. It's that they don't build. They're not the builders of things. They need slavery. They need us to build it for them. We built the internet. We built everything. We pumped the gas. We took the stuff out of the ground. We did the processing.
That's not necessarily true because they suppress so much stuff. All the good stuff is suppressed.
And then when we build it, and then he can use it, they use it on us. It's that simple.
You know, in just before you go, because I always keep going on and you'll never get away, but they in the Climate Science Report and the Houses of Parliament in 2009, this is in the report coming out of the House of Parliament, so it's not me saying this, they are planning to build a space mirror, which is going to be trillions of tiny little mirrors on rods so that they can just flip over and shut the sun off during the day. And I'll tell you, Robert, they are going to build it. Humanity is so stupid that they'll build it for. They're spraying the sky now. They've been doing it for 15 years now, and it's like we've literally had no fucking sun for 15 years, pretty much. We get the odd day or here and there, maybe a week here and there, less and less so as time goes on. And that chemtrail agenda is going on for 150 years.
And not only that, here's what people don't think about.
You know?
See, people don't think about this. It's not just a singular, like the chemtrailing is just a delivery system. You don't know what they're spraying at any given time or who's spraying it. Like anybody could spray anything. So there's like 12 different freaking chemtrail programs, like from different companies, and
it's unbelievable that official.
It's
we need
it's
to go
just a delivery system.
Them out, man, and get the judges. And you know they nearly did it in Britain a couple of years ago, but.
I flew from Bulgaria. I flew from Bulgaria to Amsterdam, right? And up in the air, I was looking, and this is above the clouds. Like this is on the right, like it was like 33,000 feet or something. Good number, right? But anyway, fucking whatever we were, it was above the cloud ceiling, and there was these planes that would drop this. You know, they drop this like clean white puffy stream, and about 100 or so miles behind it was another plane, but dropping this black sooty looking trail right on top of the right on top of the other
carbon. That's what they're spraying, black carbon. I've heard about that shit.
It was just like, wow.
There's a reason they do that. They do that for something. It's not very good.
But is it like you know how epoxy is like a two-part mixture to create another thing? Are they doing some kind of aerosol mixing? Is that
when they lay the chemtrails down, it causes artificial wind, causes the air to rush underneath it.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about laying down two different materials, though. I'm saying they lay down a white one and then the black one inside it.
I think it's to do with separating the chemtrails or something like that. And
is it to give like? Is it to give like particles for the other stuff to stick to?
Partly an invisible chemtrail where you can't see it being fucking sprayed. Once it's sprayed, it blocks everything out, but you can't see it.
Well, nobody would have been able to see this because it was above cloud cover, except for I saw because I was in the plane, right? And I was nobody else noticed it, but I did. I took video of it. I got video. I got it here somewhere. I got to find it.
They're spraying at night over here, so it's like then it's not even. They can't even use global warming as that excuse when they're spraying at night.
Well, no, they don't use global warming as an excuse. They don't use global warming as an excuse anymore. They changed it to climate change.
Right. Well, but why would you? Obviously, that's based on global warming. So why would you spray at night if that was the case? You know, it's just fucking mad, isn't it?
Well,
anyway,
like I said, there's all sorts of things that you can dump in the air, and for different reasons. So, and I'm sure they've utilized all of them. If you go back to 1960, I want to say 67, there was a huge hurricane that hit Florida, did fucking mega damage. Like that was geoengineering.
I remember that.
And the United States was actually bragging about how they can harness the power of tornadoes hurricanes and move and nudge them. I think they use the term nudge or something like that. Yeah. And then they tried to do that with the one it backfired, supposedly, and caused lots of damage, and then they never talked about geoengineering again.
Right. Yeah, it's funny how that happens, and they do that.
But if I don't fuck off right now, I'm not going to, so I gotta go.
Go. Yeah, it's a nightmare being on there.
You want to make any plugs before you go?
Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Do you want to
What's that? Sure. Yeah, I'm.
Before
You
go,
can find. Yeah, I'll drop my link in the chat there.
Yeah, do
Um,
that, Robert. I'll sub to you if you do that. Cheers, mate. Cool.
And because I didn't do that last time, and I need more subs now than
Do you know
ever
what?
because
Since over the
I'm
last
gonna be
couple of
homeless.
years, I've lost like none of like the. I'm subscribed to over 500 people, but hardly anyone comes up in the stream anymore. It's
I'm
like they've
shadow
all either
banned.
gone quiet, or they've just been
Yeah.
deleted, or they're just. I don't know.
I'm shadow banned like you wouldn't believe. I've been at 1.9 thousand for since 2014. Like I
I
just
had 750 subscribers at one point, and I've now got 88, so I lost most of my subscriber base.
yeah, I've
It's
lost
like-
I lost 30 people in the last month, but I think that's just because they've been watching my shows. Anyway,
Yeah,
all right,
nice
guys,
to
it's
talk
been
to you
it's
anyway,
been a lot of
Robert,
fun.
Robert.
That's
All right,
my
man.
channel in there,
Okay, cool.
and yeah, man, I'm probably going to be doing the Truth Hurts podcast tomorrow, and I'll send out some invites. Going to probably do the Daily Noonerino soonish, but I gotta do a few things first.
Right, I'm stuck
But,
to you now, mate. So
yeah, no problem.
Oh, sweet. All right, bros and Joes and Janes and Does. We'll see y'all later.
man.
All right.
Yeah.
Peace out, guys. Don't do
Come
anything
back
I wouldn't do.
anytime.
All right. Thanks,
Anytime.
man. Peace out.
Hey.
Roger Dodger. Okay. How do I get out of this place? Not there.
Yeah, I did that last time. You can't get out when you once you said goodbye. You're trying to click out, but it keeps you in there. That's funny.
Keep you in the box.
I'll tell you what, Dave. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning over here, so I'm gonna head out as well, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I probably better wrap it up soon anyway. Unless anybody else comes up and has anything going on. So that was nice having you.
Say that again, Dave.
No, I said it was nice having you, though.
Oh, right. Yeah. No. Cool. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Are you still there? Yeah, I've seen that they admit that they used it in Vietnam, James, but they well, they did obviously spray dye Agent Orange over there. I saw something recently on that they was spraying the sky in Vietnam pre the bombing campaigns and stuff. He's still there. Come back in then, Dave. Something to you. Dave, you still there? Must have problems with his connection, I suppose. Stop, like, so all that stuff. Blah blah blah. Okay. I wonder if. Oh, you're back. Cool. What happened there, Dave?
I had some kind of dipsy doodle going.
He has one shitty connection. Yeah, you have, Dave. Your connection sucks, man. Can you hear me? No, is the answer to that. Shit. That's funny. Yeah, Dave's got to set up his own internet company where he lives so that he can actually get online. That's what you got to do, Dave. Stop arguing with people who don't like you. I've figured out that's what the trick in life is. That is, Dave. Like my neighbour, he came round today after them girls fucking. He had a big argument. He had to tell me about it, and it was like I was quiet and silent, and he eventually he just went. He wore himself out and went. I realised that is the quickest way to get rid of someone, because if you engage, they'll be there for fucking hours, and he was gone in about half an hour. Which is, a relief, because normally he's there for ages. Are you back in now, Dave? Right, I heard a brief Dalek sound then. Is it actually... Where have I seen you from before, James? I'm not sure where. Were you on? Did you used to be on Becky's stream or King Nine's stream back in the day, about 2014 or something? I mean, I do know your name. I've seen you on the chat for ages. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't online for about 3 years.
Thanks for coming, James. Still there.
It was actually my mate next door, the one I was talking about just now. He, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Dave, you sound all right now. That's cleared up a bit. Dave?
Yeah.
Oh, now it's shitty again. Oh, mate, that sucks, that connection.
That's my...
Are you getting that, James? Can you hear what I'm hearing? That's just fucking terrible, isn't it? You're not even managing to get through one syllable, Dave. It cuts off the actual syllable, let alone 2 or 3. That's how much we can hear of you. He's using dial-up, yeah. Hopefully it's a bit better. I don't think dial-up 56k, that wouldn't even do voice, probably. Voice over IP. I would be waiting 24 hours for it to download a sentence if it's dial-up. He might be, though. You could be right there. That is really shit, isn't it? I think we should call it a night tonight. It's good. Count our blessings, or count our luck. I don't like blessings. That's a be lesser, isn't it? I don't like a bit of be lesser. Tin cans, yeah, absolutely. Tin can. Do you know what? If we'd probably get on, we'd have a much clearer connection if we had those tin cans with a bit of string in the middle. Excellent. We should lay our little bits of string across the earth so we can talk to one another reliably. It'd probably work better. I'm going to stop on that train of thought before it goes crazy. It might actually work, the crazy thing might actually work. Hey, we don't need fucking wires, we just need bits of string and tin cans. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I just had my signal keeps cutting in and out, so that's why I was going to end it. The signal's getting shittier, so...
That's so funny you saying that.
All this awesome technology and all.
Yeah. I've got a fucking Intel Mac computer and just running... All I've got running is StreamYard and
right.
A YouTube. Like, I've got the chat running so I can read the YouTube chat, because otherwise it's bright white in here, isn't it? It's just fucking terrible. But I've got it all dark mode in YouTube, and it's just much easier to read it.
Shit, that light's bright. Sorry.
And my fans are screaming their tits off. I've got 4 fans in that fucking computer. It's like Windows 2007, and I think like all the latest stuff has gone up to I like YouTube streams in 1080p. Actually, I didn't change the settings in there.
Oh,
So
wow.
I didn't change that. I can't do it in StreamYard.
Huh.
But on the play mode in YouTube, you can change the settings. Actually, I don't know whether I can do it on a live stream, but it's all anyway. It's 1080p. But like when you're watching a YouTube video or even the film on the streaming sites now, you can downgrade the streaming bitrate to like 240k. I find that's great to like even you can read not very well, but you can read some text on there as well.
Right.
But it doesn't stress the computer out and the chip make it work its tits off. I'm sure that chip's going to pack up soon.
Oh, I'm
It's got
sure.
like, what Robert was talking about earlier. Fucking Macs charge you a fortune to do anything. Mac's got this fucking massive heatsink on the top of the chip, and it's got bespoke type fittings, so you need a special tool to undo the cunt. But it's full of fucking dust because it hasn't been cleaned out properly. I have to stick a straw down there and tape it with a bit of fucking insulation tape to my Hoover and try and suck it out by just pulling it against the edge of the grill. That's all I can do. But this heatsink's fucking massive and it's full of dust, and I know that's why the chip's getting too hot and the fans are screaming their tits off.
Wow.
So it's gonna
Got a
fucking
little,
blow up soon. And I've had this computer for about 5-6 years now.
You have a little compressor you can blow it out with.
I haven't, unfortunately. Well, the thing is, if you look in an Intel Mac, where they load it, they put it. It's just behind the fans, and that's where the heatsink is. And there's like loads of shit around it, and it's all like molded in, so you can't fucking take it out. You can't take the stuff out around it because like most of it's sort of bolted to the fucking motherboard on the side, and you can't take the heatsink out unless you've got the key to unlock these bolts, and then you'll have to put fucking new like graphite grease on it to reseal the chip. Otherwise, I've done that recently as well. I blew up a computer.
Well, that's
because we didn't put any graphite grease on the fucking the heatsink, and it earthed out. So it just blew it up.
Yeah, they're put engineering obsolescence in it, so it burns up and you buy a new one.
And also also the fact that they're starting to stream and the web, the code is all changing, so it's forcing you to upgrade. It's like, and mate, my fucking Outlook crashed recently, and I was reading online, and I noticed like even people with the latest Outlook 2016, that's all crashed as well. It's not working. It's like, how the fuck can Microsoft not fucking have Outlook working? And there's no support for Microsoft for this, and people are paying £30 a month for that shit, and there's no support, there's no queues, there's no, and they're doing it on purpose, is what they're doing, to slow us the fuck down.
Right.
And like when you've got 30 email accounts, you need a fucking email client, because you just can't fucking log in online to every single email account that you've got to see who's trying to contact you. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're doing it on purpose so that people can't be anonymous on the web because they're tracking emails. So I just set up a new email for every single account. That's what I'm trying to do. But without an email client that's reliable, and there literally isn't fucking one out there. There's Thunderbird, which is like Firefox's one, but Firefox sucks now. It's like they lost 50 million users in the last 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Because it doesn't function properly. Yeah. Honestly, mate, go on to Brave. It's a 10 times better fucking thing. The only thing is it does crash now and then, and you have to like delete it and reload it again, and it's all right again.
I've been having a lot of trouble with a lot of apps.
Well, what browser are you using?
All of them. I have to switch around.
Full of nicotine, yeah. I bet mine's full of nicotine as well, James. Definitely. I tried, yeah. I have hoovered it quite a lot of times. It's all right, but the grill's looking a bit yellowy. It's a bit nasty. I need to get some sort of white spirit on there and try and mop it off. But those little fine holes on the front, they're a bitch to clean inside them on the sides. It'll take me fucking all day to do. It'll probably take me 3 days just to do the fucking little holes.
Damn.
You know what an Intel Mac's like? Have you seen one? Fucking mission, they are.
No, I don't know much about computers, period.
But the good thing about the Mac is that you do get ripped off for it and everything else, but They do work and they are built really well. Well, the old ones were. I don't know what they're like now. They're built in China because this thing was built in America.
Right.
So that was when they manufactured them over there. They were fucking shit hot. And mate, America's losing all of its high tech, man. It's fucking, you know, that shit in Taiwan. Apparently, Taiwan's manufacturing all the chips, and that's why there's a big fucking presence of US military warships out there. Because if the US loses its supremacy in the information technology, that's it. It's fucking game over. It was game on for China, basically. Because there's going to be a free for all then. I mean, the New World Order could get kicked out, man, by a political group. Maybe China, maybe Chinese will do it. Because no one's going to stop them. I don't think.
Yeah, but then later on, they'll just have another gang take over.
Well, there'd have to be a pretty fucking big gang, mate, to beat the Chinese. I mean, the only people they got over there, 3 billion now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's all part of the Ponzi scheme, is shifting it around the world to make people think, yeah, we can get over on those guys over there, and then they lose it, and then somebody else gets it.
Yeah. You know what? With all of that, man, I'm a bit like Robert. I'm just kind of trying to take care of myself a little bit now. I got very sick doing this shit, and no one gives a flying fuck. And it's cost me my family, my home, my life, my children, fucking everything. I've lost everything to do this, to fucking bring the love and fucking give it, and no one fucking appreciates it. You know, I was out there challenging the council tax before John Harris ever did it. You know, who was probably a fucking agent, although someone today sort of thought he'd been murdered. But the fact that he was involved with Brian Gerrish, I just don't trust it. And the fact that if you ask another guy that I was involved with, Michael Abernathy, I think James might know who that is. I used to work with him, and he was the one who got me into that Freeman side of it, because I wasn't really into that. I was into commerce, and we challenged the council tax and fucking won it before James. I think that's because when me, him, and Michael Derriere were doing it, they were doing the mortgage stuff, and I was still challenging the council tax, and that's what prompted them, the UK column, to launch fucking Harris. I can't remember his name now. Fucking lost it. That Harris guy, that's what launched him. He suddenly appeared on the scene out of fucking nowhere. Had his little blog that seemed to be well funded and well organized and well managed and well maintained. I mean, how the fuck he managed to do all of that shit? Because literally, I know, because it literally takes you fucking weeks and weeks and weeks of work all day long, 18 hours a day, to sit down and write those fucking letters to the council to get it right, you know, and then you'll get it wrong and you'll have to start again and do it all again. And that's just, it's relentless, mate. Absolutely fucking relentless. I suddenly realized earlier this year, the people I'm dealing with, that they have hundreds and thousands of people in an office and millions of pounds in budgets and office equipment and fucking facilities and connections and libraries and lawyers and fucking solicitors at their disposal. And I'm sitting here on my own with absolutely nothing, trying to live on £37 a fucking week. And I'm in the truth movement fighting this, giving up my career as a DJ. I gave up mechanics to go and be a musician, which is what I really wanted to do. And I studied for 10 years to do it. I went to college and everything. I'm fucking good at it. You know, I can make people's fucking hair raise up on the back of their necks, you know, and get them, you know, kill their ego so that they can be themselves for a couple of hours. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, and I gave that up because the truth was so important, all of this stuff. But I hear what Robert's saying. It's a little bit like, it's kind of like you feel as though you've wasted your life doing this shit. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
it's the most important thing to do, to sacrifice all of that shit, you know. And people don't know what I've given up, and I'm not the only one. There's a lot. I mean, some people have lost their fucking lives doing this. Have been murdered, you know. I mean, Judy Wood's student in her class, who was Eugene Malov. That's that was the Fire from Ice guy. Wrote the book Fire from Ice. His nephew, who was Judy Wood's student, he was murdered, and so was Eugene Malov. And that was connected to Stephen E. Jones, who runs 9/11 Scholars for 9/11 Truth. He was behind all of that shit, or connected to it. And people listened to that Architects and Engineers and ignored Dr. Judy Wood. And Stephen E. Jones was the guy who came out. Not only did he try to discredit Judy Wood, he also discredited Pons and Flashman, who came out with the cold fusion back in the day. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
15 years ago. Well, it turned out Dr. Stephen E. Jones is the same guy who came out from fucking Brigham Young University and said that didn't work and they hadn't proved it, to discredit what they'd done. And they've been working for 25 fucking years to do that stuff.
Right.
You know, and it's fucking mega important, all of this stuff, but people haven't got the time to listen, even to someone like me, to tell them for 5 seconds. And yeah, I feel where people like Robert, when they say things like that, I feel that a lot. You know, we're all at our various different levels, but I've been vocal, you know, I've been on here talking about this shit and they come after me, mate, and it's cost a lot.
No, I feel you. You know how many channels I've lost.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you've had channels deleted. It's what I'm saying is not just, people don't realize it's not just the losses in the IT space. It's the losses and the impact on your own life, you know, and your relationships with people. It's like I've literally got no friends left. You know, I have to make a whole new load of friends because, you know, that's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find my tribe now, because I need to find my new friends, because I realize now that my old friends weren't really my friends. They were just fucking hangers on and pretenders, you know what I mean?
Sounds like that one girl you met would have been
yeah, mate. I mean, it's just a show. It's just typical, isn't it? You know, it's just fucking.
I know. You find someone that can get close to your level, and then something gets fucked up, and then
John
you're
Harris, cheers, James. Yeah, that's who it was.
Rambling around again like this.
Yeah, no, I hear you, James. Are you in the same position as me? You've done this for a long time as well. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, you know, people have been in it for a few years, you know, seem to be forgotten. You know, but we're important people, because we've got you know, now you can't do what we did back then because the information is just not available as it was back then. It was freely available when we did it, and now it's not. You have to really make even more effort to do what we did. You have to make even more effort than we did to find this information now. And I would say that's almost impossible because it's so fucking hard. This,
like, there's this guy named Truth Virus. He got hit again last week. He's up like to 18 or 19 now.
Have they taken his 16 down? Have they? Wow, I wonder why I hadn't seen a couple of his street. I saw one recently.
And there's another guy from New York, Anthony 2B, Citizen of Gotham. Yeah, they hit all those little guys. That's why all these little guys are little guys, because they keep shoving your head under the water.
Right. Yeah. You know, it's like during that Scamo virus, when, I mean, I'm, you know, as you've heard, I mean, I'm always been quite vocal about being anti-religion and stuff because I realise what's behind it. But when they started boarding up the churches, stopping people going to stopping them going to Easter Sunday service, when the cops went in there and shut the service down, even at that point, I was like, fucking hell, I want to defend the Christians and give them the right to actually go into church and pray, the little old ladies to do their seasonal thing. You know, I mean, I'm in the truth movement. I'm not against them going and doing their family thing.
Right.
For the little local people, it's really more of a family occasional thing to have a couple of days off and have something to eat and see the kids. Well, that's really what it means to little people, you know?
Even in the 21st century, you still got brown shirts running into libraries and churches and crap and rounding people up, taking books and information and shit, and trying to throw you in jail.
I you know, even as a kid, I thought this place was a fucking insane asylum. I just didn't realize that that's what I understood. You know, even as a 5-year-old boy.
You're like me. You're like me and James. You got that authority disorder.
Yeah, we've got wrong think. That's what they call it these days. Wrong. I mean, straight out of 1984, isn't it?
I used to get that back in elementary school when I was little. They try to shuck and jive my folks, and I wind up telling them, yeah, these people are full of shit. I mean, I already, you know, they knew it, and I knew it. You know.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of guys from the UK and other places. You know, they got the same problem with their kids in school. They they do some kind of activism, and then they start trying to hold their kids hostage and shit. You know, you're an unfit hoe
There's this guy down
and all this crap.
let me tell you this. There's this guy who lives just a couple of doors down from me. And he is crazy, but he fucking ripped this woman's light off because that was a crazy thing he did. And but to pay him back, the council, he had his car out the back in the car park, but because it didn't have any tax and insurance on it, they sent a guy round to fucking collect it and tow it away, and they fucking took his car. And it was full of his fucking computer stuff and also someone else's stuff he had stored in there as well. He weren't very fucking happy that.
Well, like when they had the TV license, they'd try to bust in your house and steal all your shit and your kids' Christmas gifts and all that crap.
Yeah, I haven't even got a TV. I waited 20 years to pay them back because they frightened the shit out of my missus one day when I was at work, and they came round and said that we've got a warrant to come in, search your premises because you haven't got a TV license. So she was terrified. And two men, you know what I mean, come in and fucking I weren't there and that. And it's like, I fucking waited for 20 years. I haven't had a fucking TV, but when I first got rid of it, I just didn't pay it, obviously. And they came round banging on the fucking door.
You know, there's a cure for stuff like that. You want to know what it is?
What's that?
A genuine, made out of Ashwood, Louisville Slugger baseball bat.
Yeah.
Ain't no motherfucker want to catch that upside the side of their head.
Man, I'm getting into you Yanks, man. I want to get guns and fucking ammo, man. That's the only thing they're going to listen to, because really having a fist fight with these people, I don't even want to touch them anymore. I'm not breaking my hands on their face. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to use fucking guns, man.
Well,
you got it right.
That's why now I'm really eager to give up my rights and let them give me a precursory pat down. So if they get handsy later and I decide I don't want it, they can't claim that I got a weapon because they already searched me.
Yeah, chitty bang bang, James, 100% on that one, man. I've been saying that for fucking decades. That is just fucking laying it out. People don't believe in that paedophilia shit, mate. That is laying it out. Oh yeah,
Jimmy Savile.
Fucking program there.
I remember hearing about that dude all the time.
You know, the public are fucking 4-year-old children. When they watch that shit and don't make the connection with the paedophilia, you know they're too frightened to even look anywhere near the fucking truth. And that's why they can get away with they can make a film and mock everybody, because they know that we're so weak and helpless that we can't do anything about it. It's just
who's tragic, the big pedophile that BBC's got hired right now?
Probably all of them, man. They're probably all fucking pedophiles in there. You can't just have one on his own. I mean, that would never happen, would it? They've all got to be involved. It's like the one that got me was when I saw all that shit come up about Esther Rantzen. She really surprised me. That, you know, first I was like taken aback when I saw her, and I was, you know, and it was like she was implicated, and realised that she was involved in that. So that was like, you know, this was they ran. You don't understand probably over there, Dave, but over here they ran a national television show, and that was the only thing that you could watch back then nationally, was the fucking telly, and there was only 3 channels. There was 2 to start with, and then there was 3 eventually. But they ran this Childline, which was on the BBC, where vulnerable children who were living on the streets and homeless and destitute, they couldn't go home because they were going to be beaten up by their family or paedophiles at home or whatever. Phone Childline, and we'll help you and put you in touch with the good people. Well, they were recruiting the children that they were going to fucking target through the BBC, through the national BBC, and Esther Rantzen knew all about it. It's just that shock.
That doesn't shock
me. Just fucking now. You know, they're getting the most vulnerable people at the worst time in their lives, and as children, you know, they're not really ready to fucking deal with a whole load of other adults.
They got to turn them into dysfunctional adults.
You know, it's funny because that's what who were we talking about earlier? That cop, he did the Franklin cover up. That's what he said. He said that you just couldn't believe that. What was it he said? Fucking hell. Yeah, he said you just couldn't believe that this system of Boys Town, where they were just, it was like a fucking production line of children coming into this thing and being programmed and then sold off into sex slavery for the politicians in Washington. I mean, right into the White House, in George Bush's White House and whatever, and before, you know, and that was just standard practice. And they,
Right.
you know, it was you know, I can't remember what was his name. The name John DeCamp springs to mind. I think he was involved in it. I can't remember whether he was an investigator or he was a perpetrator. But the guy, I can't remember his name. We spoke about him earlier anyway. But yeah, Childline, that was just unbelievable when that came out. But like I
Wow.
say, they roll that shit out. It seems to be a diversion from everything else. Because that in the law stuff, that got very popular. And the thing that came to disrail that was there was some paedophile scandal. It might have been the Savile thing came out. Not that it fucking mattered. He was already dead. Do you know what I mean? He was already dead. So, I mean, it didn't really affect anything at all. It was just total psyops. And it was a very effective one. I mean, apart from the fact we're all, you know, shocked and horrid about it, you know, that was known for 20 years that he was doing that shit in there. But, yeah, anyway, it's fucking depressing talking about that shit. I don't want to talk about
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it.
that. Just, you know, that's what I'm saying about it. It just doesn't go fucking anywhere. It makes you feel terrible, depressed. And if you're with someone, you'd probably be having a fucking argument by now. Oh, we would be having an argument, you know what I mean? And it's just like, that's
Right.
why I know it's a fucking distraction and a psyop. And the most important things we can really think about is our money, first and foremost. Because if you take control of the money, you don't need the government. They'll be taking orders from you, not you from them. But you know, and since listening to the military guys tell you straight away, it's like, look, whoever holds all the guns makes the laws. So you guys in the law movement thinking you're going to break free in the law is a fucking joke. That's like going into John Gotti's house and starting to tell John Gotti what he's going to do in his own house.
Right.
You're not going to last very long, you know what I mean? And this is the message from the vets, you know, and I think we should listen to them because they know what the fuck they're talking about because they did this for a living, you know. And they're fucking cool motherfuckers, most of them, man. They really are. They know everything that we know and more, which is a fucking revelation to me.
Yeah, it kind of blows your mind, huh?
Yeah, you know, because I mean, you think of them as the monsters. I mean, even this Rage guy. I mean, I've got so much respect for the guy because he's actually killed people for the government, you know, and he's come out and sort of realised that, you know, through all the brainwashing inside him, that little voice that was crushed in him is speaking out, and he's like, he's you know, admits he was wrong and that he did it wrong. He's speaking out against it.
Well,
You know, funny enough, it's cost him his whole life, his family, and everything he's owned and everything he's got.
we got a saying here in
All
the
of his
States.
friends as well have gone. You know, it's like he's got to have new friends.
We got a saying here in the States that karma's a motherfucker.
Yeah. Karma's a motherfucker.
No, I get it. You get trucking along through life and shit. You think everything's great, and then all of a sudden, bam, right upside the head, and you know you start to realize shit, and then you know it's like changes your whole life. But you know you kind of wind up on this lonely road. You know.
I mean, I'm doing it. Well, I always did it for the right reasons. I always did it for love, you know, for the love of life and love of the earth, and you know, just the protection of our own home world. Our home world.
Oh yeah, I'm very much a
burned.
Libra male.
You know, I think I spoke on another stream. It might have been this one, but there was, you know, that guy. There's a guy in America who does that. You go to this fucking ranch, and he gives you these glasses to put on and look out to a mountain, and you can see these fucking UFOs flying around, going in and out this
Oh,
mountain.
that Skywalker Ranch.
Yeah, that guy, James. I think his name's James somebody.
Yeah, they recently.
I always thought that was a psyop, but then I watched that David Sarida thing recently, and then obviously read the Lost Book of Enki, you know, over and over and over again. So the information really went in, and I realised that they're still here, all of these people, and what's happening. I wrote about this on my fucking channel. Like I put my poems and fucking sort of revelations and downloads, if you want, whatever you want to call them, onto fucking in print on film, and like a fucking PowerPoint presentation, in the videos.
Okay.
And I laid out that we're in a resource war on this planet. They're just stripping our planet of resources, and it's still going on. And that's what that Skywalker Ranch can look at. It's all, and if you look at David Sarida's film, you can see out in space, it's a fucking jungle out there, mush. Life is everywhere. It's hard not to see it, you know what I mean? And like all these people out there denying it, and that denial is just to is to hypnotize people so that they won't look at the information that we're all sort of like saying, look. It's like we're saying put
You know,
those sunglasses on, and the other guy's
and
saying,
you
I'm
know
not
who
putting
wants
them on, not putting them on. It's just a pair of fucking sunglasses, man. What's the problem? You know what I mean? Just put them on. If you don't like it, take them off. It's like, I'm not putting on them sunglasses. It's like, but these people are coming in and they're raping our planet of all the resources they can get. So,
well, all that life
yeah,
out
I
there,
think it's real. I think that stuff is real. I think
you-
that's really going on. That's still happening.
all that life out there, Coke and Pepsi and GE and Amazon and all that. They want to plant their flag on it and sell it to you.
It's they live, mate, and you get up to that scale.
maybe
That's
maybe
the truest film I've ever seen, man.
maybe we can throw Citibank in there. Maybe they're going to own some of that life too.
It's
Monsanto, they're definitely going to want.
JP Morgan and Rothschild now. Well, Morgan's working for Rothschild, so Rothschild works for the Queen of England. So the royals and the ancient pharaohs of Egypt still run it. The ancient pharaohs are the custodians. They were the servants of the Anunnaki, so they're running the show, and that's who they are today. And that's why all of these wars and all the religions were there to divide mankind and make him into a stupid idiot, even though he's a highly intelligent, amazing, beautiful creature with amazing gifts that are not even ever explored. Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's what I don't get, is why would you give up this beautiful life and this beautiful planet for a piece of fucking paper to serve these monsters who everybody knows they're monsters? It's just, I don't get it, man. Maybe
I'm with you on that, my man.
I just don't get it. Because, the minute you get rid of that money, everyone can start feeling each other again, and all that shit can stop in a heartbeat.
It's all that low vibrational shit.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid o'clock over here, James. It is Friday night, bro. It's like, hopefully you don't have to go to work tomorrow. But yeah, good to have you here in the chat with us as well.
All right, James, take it easy, man.
Appreciate it, James. Good night, man. Yeah, you know what, Dave? I think we'll end it on a high note before we go back into a horrible negative topic again.
No. Yeah, I was gonna say you said you had to go because you got work.
Yeah,
soon.
I know. It's about half an hour ago, wasn't it? Well, that's why Robert had to jump off, wasn't it? Because he's like, we talked for another 15 minutes. So it's like,
yeah, it's like it's not enough time, huh?
Well, that's the thing. That's what we need to be able to do. Is that we can't do that because we're all so fucking worried about paying the bills and getting up and doing the next day's shit that we can't actually get into have a decent conversation that's going to last. Back in the 1800s, they used to talk for 3 fucking days about shit.
Right.
They go to each other's houses. That's why they used to have massive houses, and 200 people would turn up, and you'd all have a fucking massive conversation. Like highly fucking knowledgeable, intellectual people. That's how they disseminated knowledge, and that's why most of the community was highly fucking informed. Even the people working on the fucking market stall, they knew what there was, in the paper, and they knew who was a twat journalist and who was speaking the truth. The level of reading was extremely high, much higher than it is today.
Well, that's why you usually had a large park in a town, and usually because you always had some sort of festivals and farmers markets and shit like that going on, and that's how you got your how you met your future wife and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely. It was a big
And now it's all on apps and shit. It's all bots and bullshit and.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I think in my generation, when the automobiles really started becoming a force for transportation and travel, because prior to my generation, it was like even to go 100 miles was a fucking effort. It took you 3 hours to get anywhere over here. Yeah, it's probably even worse in the States, but I think the automobile did that. It crushed the local fairs and fetes and village or town life. It just it kind of separated people just to getting in your cars, didn't it? Getting off
Yep.
the horse and into the car, that kind of closed off the world a little bit.
Well, and then and then it wasn't long before you had a radio for a distraction.
Yeah, it's just one thing after another. It's just fucking, and that's the thing with this stuff. It's like it just never fails to amaze me, the depth and the minute detail that they will go into and to control everything to make it bad and not good. And anything that we think is good is really not good. It's the opposite of what we think, including the automobile.
Back when families traveled by wagon, it was, like an hour to town or whatever. And you had there again, that was time that you talked about shit.
I mean, back in the day, you could at least run 1,000 miles to get away from the arseholes who were persecuting you. And they couldn't come and fucking, they couldn't just get on a fucking jet and be there in an hour. Do you know what I mean? To chase you down some more. Like now, there's no respite now, even if you're a fucking outlaw, because we're kind of outlaws to the mainstream bullshit, really, aren't we?
Right.
We're the new outlaws, if you like, on the internet. Cancel culture. We've all been. Anyone who speaks the truth is going to get cancelled for wrong think. But yeah, that's it for me, Dave. That was another fucking 8 minutes gone.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. I'll be here next Friday, hopefully.
Yeah, cool. Good to speak to you again, man.
All right, man. Take it easy. Don't have too much fun.
Appreciate you doing these streams, man. You're mad doing them. I don't know how you manage to do them all the time.
Yeah, well.
Cool.
I just work here, man.
You just work here, yeah, cool. Hopefully you're getting well
take it
paid
easy,
for it.
Jammer.
Take it easy, bro. Bye.
Bye. I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything. Come in, say something, hang out. Sorry, technical difficulties. Anybody want to do anything? Say something in the chat. Come in. Anything. Wonder why I didn't see Rick Cruz. Well. Happy Friday, fuckers. I probably do the best impression. So should I shut this down? Yes, no, maybe. Well, nobody's saying nothing, and I'm not watching my shit, so two people are just hanging out. I'll just save my time for the next goofy show. Thank you for all coming. Thank all of you for coming. And I will bid you adieu. Bye for now, and don't do anything I wouldn't do.